by 5 o'clock tonight. Let me look at you, Ruth.
Change. Never much, honey.
Nah. You look better than ever. Okay, Harris, beat it.
What I thought.
What's the matter?
What you want?
What, don't you understand English? Go on, blow. Find yourself somewhere else to flop tonight.
All right. Be careful, will you?
Stop being such a worrywart. I'll be okay. Come here, baby.
Gosh, man. Wonderful to have you back.
This Papa, huh? Make an appointment for me.
What for?
You'll find out when I talk to Waring. You know how I hate to repeat myself. That's funny he doesn't answer.
Maybe he's gone out for a while.
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Mac?
Make myself comfortable while I wait. I think this one ought to do the trick. What do you know? Guess the old man hasn't lost his touch, eh, Ruthie?
All right. Now listen to
Inside.
me. But, honey.
I said inside. Now, what were you going to say?
Mike Waring's not going to like this.
That'll teach him not to break dates, truly. Yours.
Guess you're right.
What do you mean you guess? Aren't you sure?
I only meant...
Wait a minute. Did you make an appointment with Waring for me?
Well, of course I did.
Then how come he isn't here?
I don't know.
You're lying.
All right, so I am. I never called Waring.
No?
Honest, Mac, I was only thinking of your welfare.
I'll bet you. What? Next time I tell you to do something, you do it. I don't need any masterminding.
So that's the thanks I get.
You kidding? I got news for you, sweetheart. Even at Sing Sing, I heard a couple of stories about you.
They're about me and Arnold Lucas. They were lies.
What was that name again? Lucas? Arnie, come on.
Let me alone.
Talk up, Ruthie. I'm going to know the score. I have to break every bone in your lovely body.
I'm warning you, Mac. Stay away from me.
You're warning me.
Go on, laugh, you big ape. But you put a finger on me and I'll put a finger on you, and we'll see who yells louder.
Mr. Waring?
Yes, that's right.
I've been waiting for you out here since 10:30.
Well, that's a switch. They generally wait inside.
Pardon?
Skip it. You're,
Susan Andrews.
Well, what's on your mind, Miss Andrews?
It's Mrs. Andrews. I'm staying at the Renard Apartments.
Well, you've still got something on your mind.
Well, couldn't we talk inside?
Sure. Come right in, Mrs. Oh, on second thought, stay right where you are.
Why? What?
Now, stop it.
Is he dead?
Well, if he isn't, he's as reasonable a facsimile as you can get with 2 slugs in the brain.
That's Paul Mackenzie, isn't it?
Who?
Paul Mackenzie, one of the men who broke out of jail yesterday.
How would you know?
I recognized him from his pictures.
Funny. I never would have.
Who are you calling?
The police, do you mind?
What's the matter?
The line has been cut. All right, Mr. Stay right, Mrs. Andrews. Wait till I get back.
Yes, but what about Mackenzie?
And you wouldn't worry. Condition, I think we can prevail upon him to hang around, too.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Mike. Mackenzie was in the car with Wayne when it went off that drawbridge near Sing Sing.
Mm-hmm. Discovered the bomb. Have they decided yet, Sergeant?
Well, no.
I tell you, they never will. At least not Mackenzie's, because he's right here in my place.
No.
Mrs. Andrews? Mrs. Andrews?
Looks like nobody's home.
I don't get it, Corbett. I left her standing right by... Holy smoke, what happened to the body?
What body?
I told you, Mackenzie's. It was lying right there near the sofa.
Look, Mike, if you got nothing better to do...
You've got to believe me, Corbett. Why would I make up a yarn like that?
That's what I'm wondering. But whatever your reason is, it better be funny.
I tell you, the line was cut.
Seems to be all right now.
Well, they must have patched it.
Oh, sure. Where was this Mrs. Andrews living?
At the Reynard Apartments.
That's Fleming 1222, isn't it?
Now, go ahead, but you're wasting your time, Sergeant. Whoever removed Mackenzie must own for the road taking her alive. She won't be in.
I know. There's only one question in my mind. Whether she ever was.
Look, are you calling
Now,
me...
keep quiet. Reynard Apartments? You got a Mrs. Susan Andrews registered there?
Hello?
Mrs. Susan Andrews?
Yes, that's right.
Hey, there is such a person.
She's there now.
Hello?
Let me talk to her.
Wait your turn.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. This is Sergeant Corbett of the police. Did you ever hear of a private detective named Mike Waring?
Waring? No, I don't believe I have.
Oh, then you weren't at his place this morning?
Well, I don't see how I could be. Your call just woke me.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Andrews. You know any more funny stories, Mike? I'm just dying to hear them. Well, I'm still waiting, Mike. What was the idea of the gag?
I tell you, it was no gag, Sergeant.
Well, then how do you explain it?
I can't. I just don't get it, that's all.
Oh, if you're referring to your sandwich, Mike, it's coming right up.
Oh, Ed.
And just wait till you see what else Ed's luncheonette has for you. Can you guess what it is?
Oh, please, Eddie, I'm in no mood to play guessing games. I'm not able to think on an empty stomach.
Well, what puzzles me is how you're able to think on an empty head.
But, Mike, look, just try to think of yes, full, shimmering beauty. A real attractive dish.
A beautiful tomato? Where is she?
No, Mike, not a girl. It's a real tomato filled with cream cheese. A nice, cool salad for summer.
All right, fine. Bring it on. I'm hungry.
But guess what else I'd do with this salad? To pep it up.
You probably use a salad dressing.
Mike, you're psychic.
Yeah, he can figure out everything but the case he's working on.
Oh, but he's right, Sergeant. This salad needs a dressing to pep it up. So I add a swell, peppy flavor by using... Guess what?
Look, if I say the right thing, will you make me queen for a day?
Well, I can't do that, but you know the answer. It's Miracle Whip, Mike. Boy, that stuff is wonderful. It's just right. You know, not too sharp or too mild. Just right.
Mm-hmm.
What more could you ask for?
Yes.
Huh?
Guess what more I could ask for.
Oh, gosh, I don't know. Here's a delicious tomato salad filled with cream cheese and topped with America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip. A salad dressing that tastes so different, folks call it the one and only. Now, what more could you possibly ask for?
Just one thing, Eddie. Can't you guess?
Oh, no, Mike, I give up. What is it?
Will you please bring the salad and sandwich? What are you waiting for? Get on the ball.
Oh, sure, Mike. Why didn't you say so?
Hey, you better get on the ball yourself, Mike. You claim Mackenzie was in your place this morning?
I tell you he was.
Yeah, that's what you've been telling me all day. I think it's... Don't you time now that you furnished a little proof?
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Andrews. Remember me?
Mr. Waring.
Yes, Angel. Mr. Waring.
Won't you come in?
Try and keep me out. Oh, it's all about. Now, what's about?
What's what all about?
Listen, Susie, I'm in no mood for evasions. You saw me find Mackenzie's body this morning.
I?
Yes, you. I want to know why you lied about it on the phone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, I don't know, woman, but ain't strike a war case.
No, wait a minute. Wait.
It's coming back to you now.
Mr. Waring, why don't you forget about it? Make believe it never happened.
Have the cops think I'm close to my life? Oh, no. Crazy for the apartment. What went on after I left?
Please.
Look, I'll make it easy for you. You had a visitor, didn't you?
Yes.
Who was he?
He didn't tell me his name.
Well, what did he tell you?
Just to keep my mouth shut. Otherwise...
Well, never mind. I can imagine what that otherwise was. Then what happened?
He picked up Mackenzie's body and disappeared.
No, it wasn't as simple as that, Susie. You don't walk around the streets of New York with a dead body on your hands. It might cause talk. How did he get rid of it?
He had a car waiting near the service center.
You followed him.
Well,
Now, don't lie, Susie. You must have. Number. What was the license?
I didn't think to copy it down.
Look, I'm warning you,
No,
Angel.
wait a minute. Let me get my purse. It was 8L463.
All right. Thank you, Susie. You've been a great help. I think I can take it from here.
Well,
I'm looking for a gentleman named Larry Harris.
what do you want?
My name is Mike Waring.
That still leaves me in the dark.
I don't see why, Harris. You were up to my place this morning, weren't you?
Where'd you get that screwy idea?
You own a 51 Nash, license number 8L463, don't you?
No.
Well, you better inform the license bureau. According to their records, the car belongs to you.
What if it does?
It was parked near the service entrance to my building today.
Oh.
What did you do with Mackenzie's body?
Well, strictly between us, Waring, I don't see how that's any of your business.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Harris. When someone uses my place for a slaughterhouse, it concerns me vitally.
That's when you look, I suppose, it that way. You've got a beef. Would, $500 take care of it?
Only if I can take it out in information.
Now, look, fella, let me give you a little tip. Nobody's been hurt.
Except Mackenzie.
It's no skin off your nose. Forget it.
And if I don't?
Someone's liable to get sore at you.
Who might that be?
I don't like to mention names, but it might be me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, my arm.
What's the matter, Harris? Can't you stand a little pressure?
Cut it out, Larry. You're breaking.
Well, that ought to convince you that I mean business now. What was your tie-up with Mackenzie?
You can go. Oh.
Come on, spill it.
We were friends. He was holed up here last night. Body, what do you think?
I don't know. Maybe Ruth Nelson can help me arrive at some satisfactory answer.
Waiter. Waiter.
May I help you, madam?
Yeah, I'd like a... wait a minute. You're no waiter.
I still wouldn't mind serving you. Can I buy you a drink?
Aren't you afraid I might have a jealous boyfriend?
If you have, you probably know the best way to handle him.
Sit down.
Thanks. Oh, waiter, 2 scotch and sodas here.
Right away, Mr. Waring.
What did he call you?
Why, did it sound insulting?
Is your name Waring?
Just keeping you... Well, I'm surprised, Ruth.
Beat it.
Now, what kind of hospitality do you call that? I didn't turn you out when you dropped in at my place.
What do you mean?
Weren't you there this morning with Mackenzie?
No.
You'll have to do better than that, Ruth. I couldn't forget voodoo, that perfume, isn't it?
Did Mac send you over to apologize?
Why should he?
Didn't he tell you he slapped me around?
What did you do, walk out?
Wouldn't you?
Well, I wasn't going steady with him, so it's hard to say.
Well, where does he get off accusing me of two-timing him with Arnold Lucas?
Weren't you?
No. Mac doesn't believe me. He can check it with Arnold. You'll find him at the Granger Hotel.
I kind of doubt that. Incidentally, Ruth, you wouldn't happen to know why Mackenzie wanted to see me in the first place.
Didn't he tell you?
He couldn't very well, Angel. When I first saw him, he was dead.
Dead.
Murdered,
Is this a
to be exact.
gag?
Hardly.
Listen, Waring. Arnold had nothing to do with this.
Who said he did?
Well, I thought...
If you did, Ruth, that's good enough for me. I'll be seeing you, Angel.
Who is it?
Telegram for Arnold Lucas.
Would you be kind enough to slip it under the door?
Sorry, mister. You got to sign for it.
Just a moment.
Hello?
You're not from the Western Union.
Well, I tried to enlist, but they wouldn't have me.
Who are you?
Waring is the name, Mike Waring.
What can I do for you, Mr. Waring?
Well, it's a long story, Lucas. You mind if I make myself comfortable while I tell it?
Please do.
Thanks.
May I offer you something?
Just a couple of answers. You see, I'm a private detective.
How interesting.
Yes, you get to meet a lot of dull people that way. I'll never guess how I got in touch with you.
Perhaps not.
Ever hear of a man named Paul Mackenzie?
Once or twice?
Well, he's dead.
How sad.
Yes, very. But you can dry those tears, fella. I think I know where to locate his murderer.
How did you accomplish that?
Well, I had several fine leads. An automobile license plate led me to Larry Harris.
Harris? I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
No, but you do have a mutual friend, Ruth Nelson.
Oh?
Yes, she's a wonderful gal, Lucas.
Glad you appreciate her fine qualities.
Great if I'd been innocent. After all, she gave me you.
But not for keeps.
Huh? Oh, hello, Ruth. What are you doing here?
You're the boy who knows all the answers.
Judging from that gun in your hand, there could only be one.
Never let it be said that you can't put 2 and 2 together. Hello, Arnold.
Darling, it was so nice of you to drop in.
It was a pleasure.
Yes. Well, if I'm in your way, folks.
Come back here, Waring.
I just thought you two might like to be alone.
We have plenty of opportunity for that later.
Well, I don't know, Lucas. You better act fast before the police grab you.
I don't think there's any danger of that.
You're wrong, Ruth. I've got your boyfriend dead to rights.
Oh, you're right. And that's wrong, Waring, because in a couple of minutes he'll have you dead. Period.
Well, Ruth pointing a gun at him really poses a question as to Mike's future. Let's of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise. So it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. Only a minute has passed since Ruth Nelson made her dramatic entrance into Arnold Lucas's apartment with a gun and promptly aimed it at Mike Waring's head. And now, as we find the gay trio, determined Ruth to get down to business.
All right. If you've got any final request, Waring, best now's the time to make them.
Now, Ruth, you know you're not serious about this.
What'll you bet?
Well, I've got nothing against you.
No, but you got plenty against Arnold. Who told you he was wanted in Los Angeles?
No one.
So you figured it out all by yourself, Mr. Waring.
Oh, he's a smart one, Arnold. Wouldn't take him long to guess. Mac went to his office. It could only be for one reason. He wanted Waring to make a deal for him with the police.
Wasting his time. His time, Ruth. I never would have accepted it.
Why not?
Mackenzie owed the police plenty for the payroll robbery and a little extra something for that jailbreak. Lucas would really have to be wanted pretty badly for the cops to forgive and forget.
No, you never can tell.
Well, no, that's true enough.
Well, now that you know it all, what do you intend to do about it?
Well, it's up to you.
How right you are. And since it's my move...
I'd better move faster. Come on, drop it.
Let go. Arnold. Arnold.
Get out of the way.
I didn't mean it.
Let me take a look at him.
What's going on here?
Oh, come in, Harris. You're just in time.
I heard a shot. What happened?
Can't you see?
I didn't mean to kill him.
Well, cheer up, Ruth. You didn't.
What?
Oh, it's just a flesh wound. But you're a very careless girl.
Well, anyone would have done the same in my place. I had to protect him.
Yeah, you can't play this, I guess, her Waring. When a gal goes for a guy, there's nothing she won't do. Even try to cover him when she's seen him commit murder.
Well, who should know that better than you, Harris?
Meaning what?
You're the guy, meaning she's in love with. You're the one she's shielding.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry if I let the cat out of the bag, Ruth, but when it comes to murder, I'm just a great big blabbermouth. Hello, Susie.
Why?
Remember me? I hope it's not too late, but I came over to regale you with the saga of my triumph.
Oh, I heard on the radio all about it. But, come in anyway.
Oh, thanks.
I heard on the radio Harris killed Mackenzie.
You heard right.
But why? I thought they were friends.
To the end. Only Harris saw to it that Mackenzie's end came a lot sooner than it normally would.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when Mackenzie went to jail, he left $250,000 worth of loot with his girlfriend, Ruth Nelson.
Oh, and she and Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where does this Arnold Lucas fit in?
Oh, he was the patsy in this little affair. Ruth led Mackenzie to believe it was Lucas who was his rival.
When all along it was his boy Harris.
That's it.
What puts, on the right track?
Ruth. She was the one who took me on to Lucas originally, and then she volunteered the information that he was wanted in Los Angeles. And on top of that, she tried to kill Lucas in front of me.
I thought that was an accident.
Don't be silly. I'm telling you what I'd get doing. Why do you think I had such an easy time disarming her? Does that answer all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Now we can start on mine. I didn't have time to ask you before, but what were you doing in front of my apartment so early in the morning?
Well, as I told you, I wanted to see you.
What about?
Getting the evidence for a divorce?
Oh, well, I don't generally handle that kind of work, Susie, but for you, I might make an exception. Suppose you tell me about your husband.
Oh, he's handsome, charming, and cultured. Everything a woman could want.
Well, now, wait a minute. You sound like you're still in love with the guy.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
After I saw you this afternoon, I thought it over and called him. He should be here any minute.
Well, that's nice.
Like it was all my fault. I made a mistake. I was counting on him to call me first.
Well, don't feel too badly, Susan. We all make mistakes. I was counting on something, too.
But, Mike, where are you going?
Home. Good night, Mrs. Andrews.
Rich, delicious, chocolate-flavored malted milk. Sounds mighty good, doesn't it? And it is, too. But listen to this. You make it in your own kitchen. That's right. Make it yourself with Kraft's wonderful chocolate-flavored malted milk. Here's how simple and easy it is to do. Make a tasty paste of some malted milk, Kraft, and a little milk in the bottom of a tall glass. Fill that glass with chilled milk. Stir it again, and there you have it, a delicious Kraft malted. And because it's full of all the food values in milk, it's nourishing as well. So why not enjoy a Kraft malted often? Just get a jar of Kraft chocolate-flavored malted milk from your grocer tomorrow. The Case of the Cautious Cousin. The Case of the Cautious Cousin. That's the title of next week's Adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when a family fortune is in the balance, the scales can be tipped toward murder. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on a famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by...
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listener internet airs on the N community radio stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmine.com for more information. We now present The Whistler on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Wednesday, August 13th, 1947.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle, or signal, for the Signal is your oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden of men in the heart and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, Whispered Verdict.
She sat at the big, shiny table, nervous, fighting a closed-in feeling that made it hard for her to breathe, sensing always the hundreds of eyes boring into the back of her head, the low, suspicious whisper of town-whispering folk in the spectators' gallery. And she knew that this time she couldn't shrug it off, that the chips were down, and she, Edith Glenby, was on trial for her life.
The prosecution has established that not only did Edith Glenby have a motive for murdering her husband, but also an opportunity. Carl Glenby was killed with a knife. Probably the bone-handled knife missing from the Glenby carving set. We are unable to produce that knife for the excellent reason that the murderer realized its importance and took especial pains to get rid of it. But the fact remains that Carl Glenby was killed with a knife. And you have all heard testimony stating Edith Glenby threatened to kill him in exactly that way.
No, I didn't. That's a lie.
Mrs. Glenby, this sort of thing won't help you.
Well, I don't care. You can't let him say those things. I didn't threaten him.
When the defendant has regained control of herself, we will proceed with the summation.
But it isn't easy to yourself to control, Edith. With the scales of justice teetering back and forth, and your own life in the balance, you try and settle down, telling yourself your turn will come when Charlie Jackson, your lawyer, has his say.
The prosecution has established that Mrs. Glenby quarreled with her husband. Yes, this woman you see before you, stunned with grief at this miserable, cruel, and unwarranted accusation, is on trial for the murder of her husband, simply because she quarreled with him. Let the one who can honestly say there has never been a marital squabble in his family cast the first stone, or the first ballot for conviction.
You were smart to retain Charlie Jackson, weren't you, Edith? His young, honest face, his candid eyes, the sincere delivery that's so important now as he sums up to the jury. And you were shrewd with Charlie, Edith, about that last quarrel. He knows just what he ought to know, nothing more. The jury is retired now, and you begin to feel confident. Manage to appear casual as you glance around at the spectators. The people Carl was so proud to interview just a year ago, when he brought you to the big white house on Manfred Street as his bride. There's Andy, the guard next to the city cook, a plump, middle-aged Irish woman named Kate.
That Mr. Jackson lawyer is a fine Andy. He'll get her off. You wait and see.
Oh, I do hope so, Kate. The poor woman. So pale, and look at her, the pitiful she is.
And on the other side of the courtroom, John Felden, the executor of Carl Glenby's estate, muttering something to his wife, Agnes.
I wish I knew what to make of that woman, Agnes.
It's pretty simple to me. She married Carl for his money. When she found he wouldn't hold still for it, she put a knife in him.
Well, I suppose that's for the jury to decide. Fortunately, though, I can make my decision of my own the money.
It seems an age before the door to the jury room opens, and the 12 most important people in the world take us in the box. Their place.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Will you hand it to the clerk, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty, not guilty.
Where am I?
In the judge's chambers, Mrs. Glenby. You collapsed when the verdict was announced.
Oh, Charlie, they acquitted me. You did it. I'm sorry.
I never had a moment's doubt you would be.
It's really over. They can't try me again.
No?
No matter what they find out?
Is there something to find out?
No. I only meant if somebody should trump up a piece of evidence.
Like the murder knife, I suppose?
Well, maybe.
Glenby, you know, Mrs. There's another court, higher than the one that just cleared you. It's public opinion. Sometimes its verdict carries heavier penalties than the one you've just escaped.
Well, I don't care what people think of me in this town.
You don't intend to stay here?
After the way these yokels have treated me, the sooner I can sell the house and clear out, the better I'll like it.
Under the circumstances, I think you're wise.
What does that mean, Charlie?
Whatever you want it to mean, Mrs. Glenby. Good day.
Well, Edith, you can tell from the set look on Charlie Jackson's face that now, for the first time since you came to him, he suspects the truth, that the woman he defended so ably was guilty. But it doesn't bother you now, does it? The things that really count are the real reasons you murdered your husband. The big white house, the fortune and gilt-edged securities, the policy, insurance. And you know now that everything will depend on John Felden, Carl's executor. You're a widow now, Edith. A wealthy widow. The next evening when you arrive at John Felden's home, you're hoping he will understand that fact.
Hello, Agnes.
Good evening.
Is your husband in? I'd like to talk to him about Carl's estate.
Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
John, Mrs. Glenby is here.
Be there in a minute.
Oh, thank you, Agnes. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to speak to you after the trial.
Don't apologize. I'm rather glad you didn't.
Why, Agnes, what do you
I'm sorry. May as well know how I feel.
do you mean?
Well, Edith, I've lost a great deal of faith in the courts.
Agnes, you can't possibly think I was guilty. Not after the
It
jury...
isn't only what I think. It's what everybody thinks. It's all over town, Edith. If your innocence had been clearly established, so many people wouldn't feel that...
Good evening.
I only dropped in for a moment, John, to see how soon you could arrange for the sale of the house.
You're very prompt.
Apparently, you've lost confidence in the jury system, too.
Perhaps. However, as executor of Carl's estate, I'm forced to treat your late husband's affairs as a matter of sound business, Mrs. Glenby.
I'm aware of that.
Good. Aware that you're also of his property. All of it, including the house, has been left in trust for you. A trust not likely to be dissipated.
That's for me to decide. As his
I
beneficiary...
haven't finished. As you know, Carl and I had been friends for a great many years. At the time of your marriage, he drew up a trust agreement, which leaves the administration of his estate entirely up to my discretion. I intend to carry out his instructions to the letter.
But where does that leave me? I've simply got to have
There
money.
will be a stated amount coming to you on the first of every month. Ample for your needs here.
You still think I killed him?
I didn't say that.
The man who killed my husband is still at large somewhere, John. He'll be caught sooner or later, and you'll be very sorry for what you said.
When that happens, you'll find me very ready to apologize, Mrs. Glenby.
To put it bluntly, then, I don't get the money until you're...
Until I'm completely of your inner convincence. Exactly.
Very well, John. I guess the next move is up to me.
With the prologue of Whispered Verdict, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You regular Whistler fans have all heard me speak of the more thorough, more conscientious service cars get at dealer-owned Signal service stations. But the really important thing is what customers say about it. That's why we're so happy to receive letters such as this one I have with me tonight. It's from J. Edward Keating of Los Angeles, who writes, "The first tank full of Signal gasoline I ever tried was at the station owned by Jerry Holzfaster. Well, it took just that one experience to convince me that Signal gasoline not only deserves its growing popularity, but also that Signal is different from the dealers or usual station managers. Mr. Holzfaster showed a genuine eagerness to please by giving many little unasked-for services that make such a big difference in driving pleasure. And I found I could place complete confidence in his recommendations. Since then, although a change in location has placed me out of Jerry Holzfaster's neighborhood, I gladly drive out of my way to get his kind of service, which means I'm a steady Signal customer and I like it. Well, Mr. Keating, if Jerry was listening to your very kind words in the Whistler just now, I'm sure he was as happy and appreciative as we at Signal Oil Company were when we received your letter. It's such commendations from customers that we're constantly receiving, which make Signal dealers strive to do an ever better job of making today's cars run better and last longer. Now, back to the Whistler.
Edith, it's taken a strange turn, hasn't it? You were so sure that the one thing that stood between you and the thing you killed for was the verdict of the jury. But there's another verdict. A whispered one voiced in the stores, in the churches, wherever the townspeople congregate. And you know until you're acquitted in the mind of your husband's executor, John Felden, your legacy is out of reach. So it's up to you, Edith. The next move is yours. It's several days later when you finally arrive at the answer. And call Kate in one evening before dinner at your as-used dressing table.
Kate?
Yes, Mrs. Glenby.
Have you seen anything of that gold necklace of mine, the one with the little round locket?
Your necklace? Why, no, Mrs. Glenby. It's gone.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure it's been mislaid.
But there hasn't been anyone in the house except me and Andy, Mrs. Glenby. Not since...
Since Mr. Glenby was killed. Or perhaps not. But there was someone here that night.
I didn't know anything was missing since the trouble. That is, except Mr. Glenby's wallet.
If that man broke into the house to rob, he just might have taken along a piece of jewelry as well as the wallet.
Of course, 'tis possible. Too bad you couldn't give the police a better description of the robber you said killed your husband.
Well, if the light had been on, I might have. Oh, goodness. I hope I didn't brush it off into a wastebasket or something.
I think I'd have seen it if you had.
Unless it was mixed in with some papers or something. Tell me, Kate, do you always burn the rubbish out in the incinerator?
No. Andy usually does that, but I can...
Kate, if you don't mind, would you rummage around in the ashes out there sometime? You know, just in case.
It started, isn't it, Edith? Your move to divert their suspicion. Yes. You know the missing necklace won't be in with that burned rubbish. But Kate might run across something else. Something that will turn the pointing fingers in another direction. Reverse the whispered verdict which stands against you. You wait patiently until later that afternoon, and then...
Mrs. Glenby! Mrs. Glenby!
What is it, Kate?
Mrs. Glenby, I looked out in the incinerator for your necklace.
You found
No,
it?
I didn't. But I did find this.
What? Oh, little bits of gold and leather.
Yes. Like they put on the corners of gentlemen's wallets sometimes.
I don't understand, Kate. How could you find them out there unless...
I know exactly what you're thinking, ma'am. Mr. Glenby's wallet was the same kind of a gold binding.
But if it was incinerator and if Andy Lawrence is the usual earning, does the...
I know, ma'am. I could scarcely believe it myself. I've known Andy for 7 years. He wouldn't steal anything. Why, I'd sooner believe he stuck that carving knife into poor Mr. Glenby's back.
Oh, it's simply unthinkable. Kate, we mustn't about it. Anything else. I know how unreasonable people can be. How unfair. I'd hate myself if they started to suspect Andy.
You're trembling with excitement now because your plan is working. You said just enough to show Kate the right amount of surprise, then left her alone with her thoughts. You've something else to attend to now, Edith. The carving knife buried in the garden. The knife you used to kill your husband. You slip outside to make certain that it's exactly where you left it. Be ready so that it'll when you decide the time is right to plant it in Andy's room. You move down the gravel path toward the rose hedge, and then you stop and stare in disbelief. Here at the very spot where you buried the knife, someone has been digging.
Mrs. Glenby.
Oh, Andy. Oh, you gave me such a start.
Surprised me because you're too, ma'am. Not used to seeing your garden. You here out.
Oh, Mr. Glenby thought so much of these tea roses. Goodness, who's been digging around them so?
Oh, Goldie, I expect. That collie sometimes forgets where he's buried some old chunk of bone, so he goes hunting for it.
Oh, but Andy, he shouldn't be rooting up Carl's favorite roses. I simply won't permit it.
Well, I do the best I can to keep him out of them,
Well,
ma'am.
you'll have to do more than that, I'm afraid. Why, it's a sacrilege. Andy, I'm afraid you'll just have to get rid of Goldie.
Oh, now, ma'am. Mr. Glenby was fond of the dog.
Well, I don't care, Andy. But, well, I don't expect you to put the animal out of the way yourself. You can take him to the veterinary. Have it done.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't ask that, ma'am. I'm almighty fond of that collie myself, and I know Mr. Glenby wouldn't like it.
You'll do as I say, Andy. My mind's made up. Here's some money for the vet.
Oh, but, ma'am, 50? Ma'am, it won't cost $50, even if...
You can have it changed at the bank. It's all I have with me now. And I want this done right away, Andy. I won't have any more digging up of these roses. Understand?
You leave Andy staring after you in hurt bewilderment. And as you walk down the path, you're thinking that the carving knife couldn't be in a better place. It was only the dog that did the digging, and he didn't dig deep. The knife will be there when you want it, won't it, Edith? Right now, there's something else to attend to. So you hurry across town to the Feldons' home.
Oh, Mrs. Glenby.
Agnes, I must talk to you. I need advice.
I believe my husband has paid a salary to give you.
Look at this, Agnes.
Gold and bits of burnt leather. I don't understand.
But they're the corners off Carl's wallet. The one he had when that robber killed him. Kate just found it in the ashes of our incinerator.
Your incinerator? Who could have burned it there?
Well, Kate blurted out that it must have been Andy. Of course, he's the only one on the place besides Kate and me, but I simply cannot believe
the
that...
burnt wallet. Yes. If it had been Andy, that would account for nobody seeing any strangers near your house that night.
Well, it would, yes. But Andy said he wasn't around either.
Well, we haven't any proof except these burned bits of leather.
Still, I'm so distressed about it. Agnes, I wish I knew what to do. Kate thinks we ought to notify the police. I know she does. But until there's something more definite, I'd hate to mix poor Andy up in this. He's been so faithful and all.
I know. Look, why don't you let me call John at the bank? He won't be there now, but I can reach him later.
Oh, would you ask John? I'm sure he'll know what to do. After all, it's to all our interests.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. Oh, Edith, I know how. I don't quite say it, but perhaps John and I have been rather hasty in our judgment, but you see...
Of course, dear, it doesn't matter. All that's important now is that we straighten this thing out. I'll be waiting for your call, Agnes, at home.
Yes, Edith. You'll be waiting for Agnes to call. To tell you decided, John, is that the only thing to do is notify the police. You're certain he'll do that. John Felden is such a cautious, practical man. And when he does give the word, you'll know that it's safe to hide the knife somewhere in Andy's room. That Andy won't have time to stumble across it himself before the police arrive. It's late when you return home, but Kate tells you no one has telephoned. She also tells you something else.
Faith, and I'm glad you're home, ma'am. Seems like things are always coming up when folks are away.
Well, what is it, Kate?
The plumbers, ma'am. They were here while you was over to the Feldons.
Plumbers? What for, Kate? I didn't send...
Andy sent for 'em. Pipes in the garage are all clogged up.
Well, he didn't say anything to me about it.
Expect he had something else on his mind. Anyway, I didn't want to let them go ahead digging up the garden where the pipes go until they'd given you some idea what it would cost.
Not. I don't want people all over the place digging everything up.
Well, that's just what I just said to him, ma'am. But you see,
Oh, we'll talk about it later, Kate.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's Mrs. Felden calling. Hello?
Edith, I just talked to John. He's working late at the bank tonight.
Oh, what does he think we should do?
Well, he insists on calling the police right away. He wants them to make a search of Andy's things.
Oh, Agnes, I hate to let them do that. They might. Listen, I'd feel simply terrible.
You won't have anything to do with it, Edith. John is sending the officers entirely on his own responsibility because...
Yes?
Well, Andy came into the bank this afternoon with a very hangdog expression and asked to have a $50 bill changed.
A $50 bill?
That's a lot of money for Andy to be carrying. And John wondered if Carl had any 50s in his wallet. That That night, Agnes, would you remember?
No, I wouldn't. He carried large amounts of cash from time to time, but
Well, don't you fret about it. The police will find out.
Oh, Agnes, can't we at least wait until Andy comes home? It doesn't seem right going into his room.
Well, if they don't think he may find it, not even have to know Edith. Now, you leave it all up to John. He knows the district attorney personally.
Oh, I feel terrible about it, Agnes. I don't want to be arrest him. Here, if you don't mind, I'd like to come over and be with you.
Come right ahead, Edith. I understand.
But I'll leave right away.
Yes, Edith, you'll leave right away. That is, after you take care of one more detail. The trap is all set for Andy, but now it must be baited. That part will be simple, won't it, Edith? All you have to do is get the knife from the spot where you buried it near the rose hedge and hide it in Andy's room. John Sheldon and the district attorney will do the rest. They'll fit the parts together. You know there won't be any doubt of Andy's guilt as you think of the district attorney's words in the courtroom.
The murderer realized the importance of the knife, and because of that fact, took especial pains to get rid of it.
That's all they need, isn't it, Edith? All they need to find the murderer is to find the person with a knife.
Going out again, ma'am?
Well, I have to run back to the Feltons for a few minutes, Kate.
Oh?
Now, let's see. Did I drive the car into the garage?
I think you did, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll have to get it. And when Andy gets back, Kate, would you ask him to wait here in the house for me? I want to talk to him.
Well, begging your pardon, ma'am, I don't think Andy'll be back.
You don't?
No.
Well, but why, Kate? Why don't you think so?
Something he said when he went away with Goldie, ma'am, the collie dog. Something about if there wasn't a place here for the master's dog, there wasn't room for his gardener either.
Oh.
He said nobody should be too surprised if he didn't show up around here again. And I'd have told you before, only there were other things on my mind, and...
Kate, I wish Andy hadn't done that. So people are likely to misunderstand his running away. Oh, well, we'll know more about it before long. Good night, Kate.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word to you drivers who want to be sure you're getting the tops in quality when you buy gasoline. Just consider the facts. The only way any gasoline can put superior performance into your car is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you get better mileage. So better quality in gasoline not only means better performance, but also better mileage. That's why we're so proud of Signal's good mileage. And it's why we say, to be sure of tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra Go Farther quality. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, back to the Whistler.
So there were two verdicts in the case of the state versus Edith Glenby, weren't there, Edith? The jury's and the public's. And you're sure now that in a matter of hours, the suspicious whisperings around become a town with apologies, with John Felden the most humble of all. Yes, Edith. Once the all-important knife is found in Andy's room, it'll be all over for the garage. You leave Kate in the house. Start back for the garage, by way of the rose hedge, of course. And you're wondering, Edith, if your timing is right, hoping John Felden is on his way.
You know, D.A., if the gardener killed Glenby, we're going to look like a couple of fools.
Well, it's still only a theory, Felden.
We might have to do a lot of apologizing to Mrs. Glenby.
Yes, I admit I could have been more careful with that gardener. But if it develops that an apology is in order, I certainly be the first one to do it, and in public.
Well, here we are. I can't help feeling I've been unjust to her. Somehow I don't think...
Is that you?
Yes?
Mr. Felden, I hoped you'd get here. Come quickly.
What's the matter?
I called you right away. No one answered. Then I called a doctor.
What are you talking about, Katie?
Here we are. Only watch where you step.
I can't see.
Well, I have a match.
Why, it's Edith.
Yes, Mrs. Glenby. I told her the plumbers dug a trench out here. I guess she didn't pay much attention.
Why, she's hurt. Badly.
She's dead.
But what was she doing out here in the garden?
Oh, look. There at the V of her dress.
Yes, it is a missing knife. The knife from our carving set. Must have been holding it when she fell.
The missing carving knife. Then she had it all along.
No, wait. Touch it. Don't. I'd better get in touch with my office. And offhand, Felden, I'd say we won't have to apologize to anybody.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday at time, the same brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life. Possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story was Miss Irene Tedrow. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Stuart Stern, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of The Whistler, which originally aired Wednesday, August 13th, 1947. This episode of The Whistler originally aired Sunday, October 2nd, 1949.
And now stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L Signal Gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies station signal service from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Now and Whistler's strange story, A Woman's Privilege.
In the drawing room of a palatial home in Beverly Hills hang a pair of priceless oil paintings, one of an Italian, the other nobleman of his wife. The surfaces are cracked, the frames old and worm-eaten, but the colors are almost as fresh and brilliant as if they were painted yesterday. There's a strange connection between the paintings and a sordid scene ugly in the Los Angeles station. It's very late.
And in the next room, a homicide lieutenant is grilling a suspect on the charge of murder.
Oh, but he's coming along.
Lieutenant Brady's getting to him, huh?
Give the lieutenant 5 minutes more. Guy's ready to break now.
You know, I can't help feeling there's more to this than the guy's telling. Something that maybe even he doesn't know.
Yes, it was more than a simple murder. More than the homicide detail or anyone else would ever uncover. It was the story of a traveling art broker named John Winters, of a casual trip to the picturesque seaport of Venice, of the unbelievable, stunning moment in his hotel room when a quiet little artist named Giulio Donati put $250,000 in the palm of his hand.
Well, Signor Winters, what do you think?
Well, it's pretty hard to believe.
But seeing is believing, eh? Tell me, what do you think on the think it would be American market?
Well, I don't know. It's been so long since anything like this.
But you do know, Signor Winters. At this moment, your head is spinning with figures.
Well, after all.
Of course. So you will agree I am giving it to you for almost nothing when I ask only just $75,000.
$75,000 for an original Montaigne. Thank you for being very reasonable.
Thank you, Signor.
Too reasonable.
Huh?
What's wrong with it?
Still skeptical, huh? You're very hard to convince, Signor Winters. Look, suppose I leave it with you for, say, 24 hours so you can examine it very closely.
You're pretty sure of yourself, Donati.
Well, I would not have come to you if I weren't sure that the painting would pass the inspection of the best expert. Your reputation as a specialist on Montaigne is known all over the continent.
Yes, well, this is a Montaigne if I ever saw one, but $75,000.
Signor, there will be many who will say it's Montaigne's best work.
Well, I'd agree with them. It is. What's so funny about that?
Well, you flatter me.
What?
You see, I painted it myself.
You what?
I wanted to know that. It took me many months.
No, wait a minute. You're telling me that
I painted it myself, Signor.
Oh, but the technique, the
Yes,
style.
They were difficult to master. The oils were hard to find in the aging process. Signor, it was hard work, but you see, it had its reward.
Yes. Is, this the only one?
No, I completed a pair. The other was broke ago who was highly recommended to me in Los Angeles. A C.L. Brickley. I expect to hear from him tomorrow.
Does he know about this one?
Well, of course. I informed him in a confidential letter.
I should think you'd keep it under your hat. Forgery's a serious
Please.
business.
They are not the forgeries. Claim only to paint. I paint in the manner of Montaigne. Had I to pawn off a forgery, would I have been so frank?
Yes, but you know what's going to happen. This Brickley intended to peddle that picture as an original.
Signor, what you people do painting with mine is your own business. I am an artiste, not a forger. But I think you will find me discreet enough. Well, now I must go. You may examine the picture as closely as you want, Signor.
Where can I reach you?
My studio, 11 Plaza Franchette.
Good.
Before noon, eh?
Yes, right. Good day, Donati.
Good day.
Si, senor.
Long distance, operator. I want to part at Mr. Lane Hotel, shuttle into Laeken, Switzerland. Person to person. Wait a minute. I tell you again, it's the McCoy, an original Cardinal Montaigne.
He's pulling your leg. No one mind. One is right. Let the Montaigne go for $75,000.
Would you? I don't know what he's got.
The artist only produced 35 paintings in his life. They're all catalog, Winters. There's no such thing.
I saw it with my own eyes. Are you telling me I don't know a Montaigne when I see one? And what about this Brickley? He bought the mate to it.
But, John, I just can't.
All right, Potter. If you don't want to advance me the money, there are plenty of others.
Don't do that. All right, John. It's a deal. Call me when you've closed, and I'll wire the money.
And that's better. You'll hear from me in a couple of hours.
Well, Well, John, Donati was right, wasn't it? Your mind is whirling with figures as you hang up the phone. Hurry across town toward the little shop in the Piazza Franchetti. Yes, there's over $250,000 special dollars in that built briefcase under your arm. Provided that the three people in the world who know the truth are discreet. That's the only gamble, isn't it? You, John, and Donati, and Brickley, the Los Angeles broker. With three who know, there's always a chance that one might talk. You turn a corner into the plaza, wondering if Brickley had thought of that one. The answer comes suddenly. There's gathered a crowd at the front of Donati's shop.
What's the matter? What's happened here?
Get back.
What is it, all?
Please.
Sir, what's happened?
The proprietor of this shop, Signor Donati, was shot.
This you, Potter?
Yes, John, go ahead.
Well, it looks like the deal's off.
What happened?
We were a little late.
Brickley got there first, huh?
Yeah, Brickley got there first. Thanks for the offer, Potter, but I won't need the money now. I'm on my way back to the States. Los Angeles.
A $20 Signal gasoline book is being sent to Mrs. Georgia Vainig of Venice, California, as a token of our appreciation for this limerick. There once was a camel named Flo, whose mileage on water was low. But this night had last far switched to new Signal gas, and now she has get up and go.
Signal, Signal, Signal gasoline. Your car will go far, will go farther gasoline.
Perhaps it may strike you as strange that a camel in the limerick drank Signal gasoline. But there's nothing at all strange about the fact that Flo found new get up and go when she switched to Signal. After all, fast-starting, peppy pickup and smooth, quiet power naturally go hand in hand with Signal's famous mileage. They're all the result of the more efficient performance that today's Signal helps your motor deliver. So whether you're looking for economy or just real driving pleasure, next time you're gas thirsty and follow the advice on those Signal billboards you've seen. Next, fill up time with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline.
It's only a few days from Venice, Italy to New York, then on to Los Angeles by plane. But it seems a great deal, doesn't feel long, John. You try to concentrate on other things, but your mind back to its going suitcase in the luggage compartment, to the masterful piece of forgery sewed in its lining that will bring at least $250,000 on the American market. Yes, Donati, wasn't he, John? He was clever, too clever. And to you, at least, it's clear that this Brickley, whoever he is, knew that a clean deal could never be made if the secret of the forgery were shared. And that, of course, added up to Donati's murder. You have a surprise for Brickley, haven't you, John? But you know you have to be careful. On the afternoon of your arrival in Los Angeles, you walk down the corridor of a building in the Miracle Mile district. Pause and press a buzzer.
Yes?
I'm looking for Mr. C.L. Brickley.
Oh, what did you want to see Mr. Brickley about?
Well, it's a personal matter. Is he in?
Well, just what is it you're selling, Mr.
Winters, John Winters. I'm really not selling anything. Oh, I see. Well, I guess this suit does need pressing, but it's really not that bad, Miss...
Brickley.
Oh, his daughter?
I'm C.L. Brickley.
What?
Himself.
Well, a woman.
Mm-hmm. But a woman who isn't interested in a vacuum cleaner at the moment. Perhaps some other time, Mr. Winters.
All right, Miss Brickley, have it your way. A friend of mine told me you had a picture or two that might interest me.
Wait a minute. What kind of a picture?
I'm collecting Italian Renaissance.
You?
Honest, Miss Brickley, I've got 11 other suits, and if I'd known I was calling on such a beautiful businessman...
Sorry, Mr. Winters. Please come in.
Shall I bring my vacuum cleaner? No charge for the demonstration.
I'm sorry. Now, come in. Please sit down.
Thank you. Here's my card. As you can see, I'm an art broker.
I'm a broker, too, Mr. Winters.
Yes.
You mentioned
I see.
Italian Renaissance. What did you have in mind?
Venetian school in particular.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you know authentic Venetian things run a little high.
How high?
$300,000.
Well, that's high enough. What is it?
A Montaigne.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I know, it's hard. It came to believe. To light during the war. I was very lucky.
You're positive it's authentic?
You want to see it?
No, that won't be necessary. Here, let me check my briefcase here.
Well, I have the picture in my safe.
Now, just a minute. Here we are. How do you like this one?
Where did you get that?
Same place you got yours, Miss Brickley. Same artist, same convincing technique.
You? Who are you?
The name's Winters.
Not what I mean. Where did you come from?
Oh, don't worry about me, lady. I'm authentic. Let's stick to the Montaignes, huh?
All right. Mr. Winters, how many of these are floating around?
2.
How many?
2. You and me. That is,
about
since you took care of Donati.
It's a little cruel.
You had it done. What's the difference? That's all right. Still leaves 2. You'd be smart enough not to give the hired help your reasons.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Oh, it's water over the dam. Let's talk about the picture. No, we're hooked with each other. You know that.
It might not be so bad, Mr. Winters.
Better make it John.
All right. John.
You know, we've got a lot to talk over, C.O.
I know.
But since you're not quite the kind of guy I meet, why don't you expect it we switch the conference to a nightclub?
I'd like that.
Okay, pick you up around 8.
Fine.
Oh, and don't worry.
About what?
I'll wear another one that's a suit. Rest. You know, C.O., you don't dance at all like a stuffed shirt.
You like?
Yes, I like.
Tell me more.
Oh, no, not at a business conference.
Oh, that again.
Lorraine Brickley, darling, where have you been?
Hello, Mrs. Carlton. One of my clients.
When am I going to see you, dear? It's been an age.
Well, I may have something to show you in a few days.
Oh, good. Don't forget me, will you?
Don't worry.
Mrs. Carlton, huh? You didn't tell me about her.
She has money, darling, but not the kind we're after.
Well, who does it boil down to?
They're pretty hard to find, you know. People who put out $500,000 for a pair of paintings. I've put out a couple of feelers, but...
A couple of feelers?
Yes.
You mean you're going to help me sell mine?
Well, I was thinking about it. Not much sense in being competitive, is there?
No, I guess there isn't.
Besides, if we both know where both paintings are, there's less chance of complications later, don't you think?
Uh-huh. 50-50?
50-50.
I beg your pardon, Miss Brickley.
Yes?
There's a call for you, Mr. Gross.
Mr. Gross? What is...
Who's Mr. Gross?
Well, he's one of the clients I told you about.
He said it was quite important, miss.
Yes, of course. Excuse me, John. I'll be right back.
She gives your hand a little squeeze as she turns to leave the floor, floats past the row of ringside tables and out of the room. She is beautiful, isn't she, John? Slim, graceful, the satin of her evening gown clinging to her like a glistening white sheath. And for the moment you forget everything else. The Montaignes, the $500,000, the wealthy clients, everything. Everything, that is, except that you're dealing with a killer who's as sure as you are that those paintings can never be sold, as long as there are 2 minds in the world who know they're forgeries. If only so breathtaking, so beautiful.
What's on your mind, John?
What? Oh,
Get up.
All right.
Miss me?
Naturally. What about Mr. Gross?
Oh, that was nothing.
You said he was a client on his mind.
Well, he's interested in Renaissance art, you know.
Oh, good. He knows about the Montaignes, huh?
More or less.
What do you mean, more or less?
Well, I told him I had something that would interest him.
Make an appointment?
Yes. As I told him I'd get in touch with him in a day or 2.
Good.
Well, let's forget about business for now, shall we? The music's so wonderful. I do love to dance with you, John.
You wish Lorraine didn't affect you this way, that you could approach the whole thing with a clear head. But it's something you've never known before, really. The music, the vibrant, thrilling feeling that sweeps over you as you dance with her. Her warm, low voice in your ear. But no matter how much you tell yourself that business is business, the feeling's still there the next morning when you arrive at her apartment. Pause for a moment before you buzz. Decide once again that nothing must stand in the way of the picture deal and the $500,000.
Well, hello, partner.
Partner?
Any objections?
Not if I've really made the grade.
You have, definitely. Come in.
Thank you. I wish I could be sure I'd made that grade.
I don't know what more I can do to make you sure. I'm trying to arrange for the sale of both Montaignes through my own contacts. I didn't have to.
No, but the sale of 2 Montaignes will bring twice as much money as the sale of 1. Wanted.
Half of this goes to you. I told you this is a 50-50 deal all the way.
Yeah. You made a deal with Donati, too. He's not around anymore.
Still accusing me of that, huh?
I can add up a column of figures as well as the other guy.
All right, John, have it your way.
Well, I guess you were smart, though. It was a sure bet with 1 picture. With 2, it's a gamble. More than that...
Let's not talk about that anymore.
I don't want to be cruel. Just practical. Oh, cigarette?
Thanks.
There you are. Well, what's next on the program, beautiful? Mr. Gross?
I don't know, John.
What do you mean you don't know? You're not getting cold feet, are you? You said he was interested.
I know, but...
Well, that's good enough for me. If you don't want to see him, I will.
John, we've got to trust each other now. You know that.
Appointment. Just make the guy for me. I want to see him.
John, I don't know why I'm saying this. I've never said it before, but...
What is it?
We could be awfully good friends.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm very flattered. I've got to be careful, though, you know. Playing with dynamite.
John.
I'm talking about Donati. You did it once, you could do it again.
I'm talking about us and what good friends
we could be. Discuss that at length after we take care of the pictures.
Pictures? What do you mean?
We're going to wrap them up. We're going down to Union Darling Station.
Yes, sir.
I want to check the package.
John,
please.
what are
Just a minute, Lorraine. Here you are, clerk. $10.
10? What do I do?
Just give me the claim check.
Okay. There you are.
Now watch. I tear it in half. See? Here you are, Lois.
What?
Lorraine, that's...
Are you
Now, what's
doing?
It's all about?
Give me a piece of paper and a pencil there, will you? I want to put a note on the package. Thank you.
Well,
To deliver it only when both halves of the claim check are presented. There we are. You get it?
well, I don't know.
You want that $10?
Oh, sure.
Here's the note. All right. Paste it on the package.
All right.
Good. Thank you. Come on, Lorraine.
I think this is all pretty silly.
Maybe it is, dear, but I do a lot of silly things for $250,000. But don't get me wrong, Angel. I trust you like my own mother. I just trust you a lot more after you fix up that appointment for me with your friend, Mr. Gross. How soon can you make it?
Well, I don't know, John. I'm not sure.
Let me handle it, then. When can you get a hold of him?
I'll call him tomorrow.
It isn't easy, is it, John? You leave her standing there in the fighting to get her out of your mind and your heart, knowing that you must never let her come between you and the business at hand, the appointment with Mr. Gross. The next evening, you go to her apartment, determined to see it through. As you walk down the hall, the door is slightly open.
No.
You hear her talking on the
I don't.
telephone. You stop still and listen.
No, there isn't going to be any deal, Mr. Gross. Forget I ever told you to come here at 11. The appointment is off. I know what I told you, Mr. Gross, but that was before. Well, it's different now. I'm changing my plans. That's right. It's got to be this way for the present. Right. Goodbye.
You stand there for a full minute, thinking, and make up your mind. Two can play end of a game, can't they, John? And that kind you know wins. The one who is the one who gets there first.
It's me, C.O., your partner.
Oh, John, come in. Where have you been all day? Why don't you call?
Bella gal. Waiting to hear from you. Did you get hold of Gross?
Yes, he's not interested, John.
That's funny. Looked like a sure thing, didn't it? Guy has money, crazy about Italian
Will there
pictures.
be others?
Oh, sure. Just takes a little time, huh?
It'll be worth it.
Yeah, I suppose it will.
A drink. How about...
I've got the car outside. It's a nice night. I thought you might like to go for a drive.
Sounds wonderful.
Maybe along the beach, huh?
I'll get my coat. Only be a minute.
Take your time. No hurry.
It doesn't take long, does it, John? Now that you've made up your mind to it. Just a few miles of riding, talking idly, with the automatic hidden down beside you in the seat. Occasionally you glance from the road at her beautiful face in the moonlight. That's something you'll never forget. That face with the moonlight working magic with her hair. It even looked beautiful a half hour later when you looked at it for the last time. Only then it was very still, with a quiet, wax-like beauty of death. An hour later, your automatic dropped into a storm drain. You're back at her apartment. Both halves of the claim check in your pocket, going through the waste to the casket phone.
Here it is.
A little slip of paper with the name Gross and a telephone number.
Hello?
Mr. Gross?
Yeah?
I'm calling for C.L. Brickley. I have a message.
Go ahead.
Miss Brickley says the appointment is on. She's on again. Changed her mind.
Okay. 11 o'clock at the apartment.
Right. 11 o'clock at the apartment.
Here's news about the greatest improvement in automobile batteries in 20 years, which is now yours to enjoy in Signal's new deluxe battery. I'm talking about microporous all-rubber separators, the type which has proved its superiority in submarine batteries. Because these highly porous separators hold twice as much acid solution between the plates, new Signal Deluxe batteries deliver up to 35% more power to take care of the many electrical gadgets on today's cars. What's more, the extra long life of microporous separators makes it possible to guarantee these new deluxe batteries, not just for the usual 12 or 18 months, but for a full 30 months on a service basis. That means you'll save actual money while you're enjoying the extra power and dependability of a Signal Deluxe battery. So before you buy any battery, get your Signal dealer's generous trade-in offer for your old battery. Find out his convenient credit terms. Prove for yourself that today's best battery buy is today's finest battery. The new, improved Signal Deluxe battery.
Yes, it was a long trail that finally ended in that Los Angeles police station. A trail that began in Italy with an art de Paris to paint pictures in the manner of Montaigne, and died because of them. Lieutenant Brady of Homicide has done his job now. The suspect has finally begun to crack.
You know we've got the goods on you. Why don't you...
Stop it, will you? Stop it.
All right. You ready to stop it? Ready to talk?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk.
All right, let's have it, Gross. The whole story and the whole truth.
The guy in Italy, Donati. I killed him for the Brickley dame.
Money?
Yeah.
Why did she want him dead?
I don't know. I didn't ask any questions. She sent me to Italy to kill him, and I did. When I got back here in L.A., she called me again. She wanted me to bump off another guy.
Oh?
But the night I was supposed to bump off a guy, the Brickley dame, the second, changed her mind.
How come?
I don't know, but she called up and said the deal was off.
Then what?
Later, I got a phone call that the deal was on again. So I went over to her apartment. And there he was.
And that's how you happened to murder John Winters?
That's it. I guess the Brickley dame signed again. Changed her mind.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Brought Signal to you by the Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Remember, if you would like the fun of having your friends hear a limerick of yours on The Whistler, the address to which to send it is Signal Company, La Signal Oil, Angeles, California. All limericks become the property of Signal Oil Company. Those selected for 55 use on The Whistler, chosen by our advertising representatives on the basis of humor, suitability, will be and originality. So, of course, they must be your own composition.
"75 years ago today."
Now, Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Sheldon Leonard and Mr. Elliot Reed in Feast of the Furies, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio ending the outstander of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Sheldon Leonard and Elliot Reed in a remarkable tale of suspense.
I just followed the orders. I did just like I was told. After all, when your boss tells you, well, I didn't exactly want to do it, but it's good pay, and I like good pay. Huh, boss? Money's not everything, they say? Well, what happens if there ain't any? Then I ain't got no clothes or no food, no nothing. Well, I did just like I was told. I took the man where I was to, and I watched him a little while, and then I walked away and I left him. Sure was a little fella. Felt kind of sorry for him in a way. He looked harmless to me. He was kind of sad, too. I wanted to be his friend, but, well, I had to conk him once over the back of the head. He made a funny sound. I guess it didn't hurt him much, though, because after I tied him and sat him up in the car beside me, he came to, and in a little while... Oh. Well, hello. Hey, you feeling better?
My head. It hurts.
Yeah, I guess it will for a while.
There's a lump.
Well, I guess there would be. Hey, I'm sorry, little fella.
My hands. They're tied. My feet are, too.
Yeah, they sure are. I tied them.
But why?
Well, I didn't want to get rough again. You're such a little guy.
I don't even know you.
Well, I don't know you.
Who are you?
Oh, you just call me Casey. My last name, well, it don't matter.
Casey? I don't know anybody by that name. I don't... Oh, my head.
Oh, now we could have a nice trip out of this. This is a beautiful drive. You see out there? See? We're driving right along next to the ocean.
Where are you taking me?
Oh, it's not far. Now, don't start acting up. I want this to be a pleasant trip. I like company.
Sure, but my hands, they hurt. Loosen you just... Gee, this cigarette tastes good.
Yeah. Hey, your name is Sam, ain't it?
Yeah. Why?
Well, I just wanted to make sure.
What do you mean?
Well, I gotta be sure I got the right guy, just like he told me.
Who told you?
Oh, never mind.
We going far?
No, not much further. Hey, you can even help me look for the place.
What place?
Well, they fish there in the summer. Summer's gone now. There won't be anyone there. There'll be a sign. It'll be on your side of the road. It'll say, Cook's Place Live Bait. A big sign. Hey, I smell something burning.
I don't smell anything.
Oh, now look at you. See what you done. You're trying to burn that rope. Oh, guess I gotta stop the car.
But my hands... they're numb.
Oh, I'm disappointed in you, Sam. Well, you only burn the ends of the rope. There's no harm done. Gee, you can't trust no one these days.
I'm sorry, Casey. I won't do it again.
Hey, that sun's going down fast. I guess I better step on it. I gotta be on time.
You meeting someone?
Oh, no. Just me and you. There'll be no one else.
Oh, it's getting cold. I wish I had some coffee.
Yeah, hey, I sure would like some, too.
Couldn't we stop at the next stand we see? I wouldn't try anything.
Well, I'll think about it.
Look, we're coming to a place. How about it?
No, I don't think I better. There's too many people. Well, I'll get some on my way back.
You'll get some? Well, how about me?
Gee, Sam, I'm sorry. You ain't ever coming back.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Sheldon Leonard and Elliot Reed in Feast of the Furies, a radio play by David R. Gillespie. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley, cooling with a suggestion for you men who've had more than your share of hot weather lately. It's simply this. Loosen your collar, settle back, and enjoy America's smartest, coolest summer drink, Roma Wine and Soda, iced. So cool to come home to. Yes, no matter how hot the day, Roma Wine and Soda offers you quick, delicious, thirst-quenching refreshment. A cool, tempting treat for the whole family. And when friends drop by these sultry summer evenings, nothing could be more delightful to serve than tasty to sip, easy to prepare, Roma Wine and Soda. Now here's all you do. Just half fill a glass with Roma California Burgundy or Sauterne or any other Roma wine type you prefer. Then add ice. Fill with sparkling water and stir. For a sweeter taste, simply add sugar. And remember, because Roma wines are selected from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines, a cooler made with Roma is better tasting every time. So when the occasion or the weather calls for cool, satisfying refreshment, try Roma Wine and Soda, iced. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wine. Discover for yourself why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Sheldon Leonard as Casey and Elliot Reed as Sam in Feast of the Furies, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
So the little fella kept me company all the way to the place, and he didn't try anything, and we got along swell. Well, I turned left off the highway, and I drove for about a mile over that old dirt road, and then I saw the sign, Cook's Place Live Bait, and there was the wharf, just like you said. And there wasn't anyone around, so I stopped the car right near the beach. The wind was coming up across the beach, and I wished I'd have brought an overcoat for Sam, because he was actually shaking when I untied his legs, and then we started to walk toward the wharf. Oh, well, don't fall down.
My legs, they've been tied so long. Gee, it's cold.
Hey, I'm sorry, Sam. I'd let you have my overcoat, but, well, then I wouldn't have any.
That's right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What are you counting?
The poles under the wharf.
Poles?
Yeah, come on. We gotta walk over there under the wharf. It might not be so windy there.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's 7:15. I'm just on time.
Look, Casey, I don't understand all this.
Don't think about it, Sam. We just got a job to do, so let's get it over.
Out here, there's no one. The wharf's deserted.
Hey, look, I just do what I'm told. I get paid for it, and I don't ask questions.
I know that, Casey. But don't you see, I don't know you. I've never done anything. You're all mixed up.
Hey, come over here and sit down by this pole. Here, the 10th pole from the end of the wharf, he said.
Sure, Casey. Sure. The sand's wet.
I can't help it, little fella.
You gonna untie my hands now?
Yeah. I'm gonna untie them. But remember...
Okay, Casey. I'm no fool. You're twice as big as I am.
Just remember that, then. Hey, gee, you get skinny wrists. They're just like a woman's. Hey, I tied this pretty good, didn't I? Yeah? That better?
Much better. Oh, what a relief. Thanks.
You better rub them good.
Yeah. Bring back the circulation.
Yeah. See, I gotta tie them again. Only back of the pole.
Oh, no, Casey. No.
I got to. Them's orders.
Whose orders, Casey? Whose orders?
My boss's. Everyone's got a boss.
Yeah. How about me being your boss, Casey? How about it?
I already got a good boss.
What's he pay you, Casey?
Well, that depends.
If you could work for me, I'd pay you much more.
You ain't got no money, Sam.
Yes, I have.
Hey, you think I'm dumb, don't you?
No, I don't. You're smart. Plenty smart, believe me.
Well, I'm not dumb. I get by.
Look, Casey, work for me. Forget about your other boss. I'll give you anything you ask for.
I know you're kind, little fella. You're crooked. You better just forget it. Come on now. Back with your hands. Yeah, that's it. And now it's good and tight.
No! Please, Casey. It hurts.
It ain't gonna hurt long, Sam.
No. Why not, Casey? Why not?
You'll see.
Look, I'm awful cold. Couldn't you build a fire?
Well, I never thought of that. I guess I could, but... No, we gotta be alone.
We're alone? There's no one here.
It's getting dark, and the people will see, and they'll wonder.
There's no one around. You said so yourself.
Smoke travels. The people see it. I was a bum once. The smoke got me in trouble.
Please, Casey.
No, I'm smart. Not from books, mind you. Just from living.
Casey, I'm starting to get wet.
Yeah. Yeah, now that's something I don't know about. Them waves, look, they don't ever stop. They come in and they go out. In and out. In and out. Why?
Look, Casey, will you be my friend?
Now, ain't that a silly question? I am your friend. I like you, Sam.
Then tell me why. Why we're here. You and me.
All I know is I had to bring you here. I was to be here at 7:15, which I was. I was to tie you under this wharf, to tie you to the tent pole from the end of the wharf. Well, you're tied. Now, I gotta go up and sit on a pier for exactly 3 hours.
3 hours? That's a long time.
Oh, I don't mind it. Only, hey, you're cold.
Say, what's your boss's name, Casey?
Jake?
Jake Larkin.
Yeah, that's it. You know him?
Yes, I know him.
He's a fine boss.
Look at those waves. They keep creeping up. They're getting closer.
They just never stop.
Casey, can I tell you something? Will you listen? Really listen?
Sure. Anything.
Well, I do know Jake Larkin. He's my brother-in-law. I married his sister. Her name was Clara Larkin. My wife. We had good times together. Good times. She wanted me to be somebody. And I tried. I tried awfully hard. I just couldn't make it.
Hey, sure, I know. That's like me. I never could get any place either.
Yeah, Casey. Like you. Anyway, she kept after me. Night school, correspondence courses, work all day and study all night. But it just wasn't in me. I'd come home nights dog-tired. And it was hard to face her. We just weren't getting any place.
Oh, that's too bad.
Then you do understand.
Sure I do.
Well, then one day, she was taken sick. And before I knew it, she couldn't walk anymore. Paralyzed from the waist down. My beautiful wife.
Oh, gee, that's too bad. Hey, how did they ever figure that in 3 hours it'll be high time?
Casey, you said you were my friend, didn't you?
Yeah?
Then you've got to listen to me. My whole story, all of it. Will you do that?
I guess so.
Well, I kept on working and coming home nights and sitting with my wife and listening to her. And there she was, cooped up in one room, staring at 4 walls, waiting for the night, watching for the day. It wasn't a very shiny world for her. This was our life for 5 years. And I want you to hear it. Will you listen?
Go ahead, Sam. I'll listen.
Well, one night, I came home, tired, discouraged. I could hardly get up the steps.
Tonight, Sam.
Yeah. I got a ride part way.
Oh. You tired?
No, not very. And you?
Oh, no, dear. How could I be lying in bed all day?
Don't, dear.
I'm sorry. Doctor was here today.
Good news?
No. He said there wasn't any use in his coming anymore.
Darling.
Just as well, Sam. There'll be no more doctor bills.
Oh, I don't care about the bills. I want you to walk.
I know, dear, but if I can't, we must make the best of it.
That's easy to say.
Sam, come and sit here beside me. Hold my hand, like you used to.
My poor darling.
Sam, do you love me?
Why do you ask that?
Because you never tell me anymore.
Don't you know?
I want to hear it.
I love you, Clara.
Oh, Sam, I'm sorry if I've nagged you. I wanted you to be something you couldn't be. I was wrong.
Don't, Clara. You lie here all day imagining things.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could live my life over again? Maybe this pain is a punishment.
Stop it, will you, Clara?
All right, Sam. Why don't you go for a walk? Or to a movie, maybe?
I've been away all day. Can't we just sit and talk without getting morose?
My brother dropped in today.
Jake? What did he want?
Nothing.
Well, he usually has a reason for coming around.
Well, he only...
Well, how is Jake? I suppose he was bulging with money, as usual. Dressed fit to kill.
He did look nice.
I don't want his kind of dough.
Sam, he just wanted to help me.
How?
Get another doctor.
Well?
It wouldn't do any good. I've had other doctors. They all say the same thing.
That's not the reason you turned him down.
Yes, it was.
No, you turned him down because you have a husband who's too proud to accept charity.
No.
A husband who'd much rather see his wife suffer. Oh, you're not fooling me, Clara. He wanted something else, too.
No, Sam.
He wanted to take you away, didn't he? Didn't he?
Yes.
Why didn't you go?
He's no good, you know that.
He's your brother. Plenty of easy money. Might make you walk again. You should have gone.
Now, please, Sam, I don't want to talk about it. Read to me.
What'll I read?
Here, read this.
Poetry?
Oh, it's beautiful.
I can't read poetry.
Here, Sam, here. Start right here.
Well,
go on.
How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depths and breadth and height my soul can reach when feeling out of sight for the ends of being an ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely as men strive for right. I love thee purely as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seem to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Yes, it is. Who wrote it?
Elizabeth Browning. She must have been lovely.
Yes.
Look, Sam.
What is it?
There's smoke coming from under the door.
What?
Sam.
Here, put your robe on.
Oh, Sam.
Hurry, Clara. Here, I'll help you. Here, put your robe on. I'll open the door. The stairs are on fire. Clara.
No.
Here.
No, Sam, you can't carry me. Sam, it's 4 flights down.
Yes, I can. Now, don't struggle, Clara. Here, put this over your head.
Sam, let me stay here.
What?
Don't you see? It's better this way. Let me stay here.
Are you mad? Here, put your arm around my neck.
You can't carry me,
Yes,
Sam.
I can. Hold on to me.
Don't you understand, darling? I want to stay here. I'll always be helpless like this.
Clara.
If I stay, you'll be free. You'll have a chance to
You're
be something
with me.
No, Sam.
We'll go down the
Sam,
stairs. I'm a murderer.
It wouldn't be murder, Sam. No one would know. I'm giving you a chance for a new life. Take it.
No!
We'll never get down those stairs together, Sam. Sam, if you go alone.
Hold this over your head. Do you understand?
Bye, Sam.
Clara, stop struggling. Clara, stop! She did that, Casey. She did that for me. She deliberately broke away from me and threw herself into the fire.
Gee. What about you?
Oh, they were able to get me out all right. But she...
Oh, gee, that was bad, little fella.
Then you do believe me. You do believe that it wasn't my fault.
Well, sure. She wanted to die, didn't she?
Yes.
I think about such things, too.
If you believe me, then untie me. Let me go.
I can't. Jake would be mad. He's my boss.
No, he'll never know.
It's funny, ain't it, huh? The way she died, and now you're gonna drown.
No! Untie me, Casey. Don't you understand? Jake wants me to die because he thinks I left his sister to burn to death. But you know the truth now. You can save me.
Well, it wasn't your fault.
No! Untie me.
But I got my orders. I can't go back on them.
But this is really murder, Casey. Do you understand that?
No, little fella. I'm only doing what I'm told. I gotta keep my job, don't I?
They'll find out, Casey. And you'll be punished.
Jake told me not to worry. He'd take care of it.
Let me go to Jake. Let me tell him my story. You can do that for me, can't you?
No. Jake don't want to talk to you.
Casey, be reasonable.
Hey, if you keep that, I'm gonna have to hit you.
You idiot! Don't you understand, you blind, stupid...
What did you call me, little fella?
Oh, I didn't mean it, Casey. I didn't mean it.
I don't like what you called me. I heard that one before. I thought you were my friend.
I am your friend. Untie me.
I gotta be going. I done everything just like Jake told me, and now I gotta be going.
Casey!
So long, Sam.
Casey! Oh, Casey! Oh, Casey!
So I walked off, Jake, just like you told me. Well, where's my $50? Huh? Hey, boss, can I have my...
Your $50. Do you know what you've done?
What did I do? I just did like you told me.
You murdered an innocent man. Why?
Because you told me to.
After he told you what happened to my sister, didn't you realize he was innocent?
I did just like you told me. Oh, don't be sore, Jake.
Oh, you idiot, you stupid, stupid idiot.
What did you call me?
Oh, don't pull any of that with me. Stay where you are.
You called me that name, too. I don't like that.
Casey. Casey, remember, I'm your boss.
I thought you was my friend, too.
Casey!
Oh, don't pull a gun on me, boss.
Stay where you are. Stay with me. No. No. Casey.
That's right, Jake. My name's Casey. It's not what you said. Jake. No, I ain't got no boss. No, I ain't got no boss. Jake.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Here's America's choice for what to serve guests these hot, sultry summer evenings. It's Roma Wine Lemonade, a tall, tempting treat of thirst-quenching frostiness that lowers your temperature and raises your spirits with the first few thrilling sips. Delight your family or friends with a praise-winning Roma Wine Lemonade. You simply place ice and the juice of half a lemon in a tall glass. Pour 3/4 full with Roma California Burgundy or any other Roma wine type you prefer. Then fill with water and sweeten to taste. You can prepare Roma Wine Lemonade in a few seconds and enjoy its cool refreshment for hours. Remember, Roma, America's favorite wine, costs no more than ordinary wines. So insist on Roma, America's first choice. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, for a delicious Roma Wine Lemonade.
Sheldon Leonard is currently appearing in the Frank Capra production, It's a Wonderful Life. Elliott Reed appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of To Each His Own. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Mr. Michael O'Shea as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Suspense, which originally aired Thursday, July 11th, 1946, 75 years ago today. This episode of Suspense originally aired Wednesday, July 11th, 1956, 65 years ago today.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a factual story, the dramatization of one man's deadly way of earning his living. All he needed was the morning newspaper, a telephone, and a gun. So now, starring Mr. Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, Want Ad.
Well, you see, a guy in my line works alone, more or less. At least he should. But when I first got into town, I met a little lady. And after we'd known each other a couple of months or better, we got married. As a matter of fact, it worked out pretty well because she'd get every morning up ahead of me and fix me some eggs and coffee. Pretty nice, huh? The little lady's name is Wilma.
Baby? Baby?
Hey, through with the meetings?
Uh-huh. Do you have to work today?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Oh, I was hoping we could spend a quiet day together. Here. You know, sort of lie around, look at the paper and everything.
Baby, you know I'd like that, but... Well, I've got other things I have to do.
Leave me all alone to spend the day off. I got a new dress. I could wear it.
That's fine, honey. Just fine. I better get busy.
You just never pay any attention. Well, all right. Oh, baby. I think I'll go window shopping. I'll see you later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Section 3. Pages 10 to 17. Now then, personals. George, come home. Addie, need you. Some people. Henderson will talk to you about your problem right in case. Here we are. Okay. 289. Hello. I'm calling about an advertisement in this morning's paper. Do I have the right number? Yes, I am. What kind of a coat is it? Well, that sounds like something I might be interested in seeing. Yes. Will you hold on a minute? I'd like to take that down. Okay. 1425 West. How do you spell that? Y-O-N. Yondota. Mm-hmm. Yes, in about an hour. Thank you. One for the money. 2 for the show. 3 to get ready. 4 to go. And 5 to make sure. And 6 to blow if I have to. How many women can go out and plunk down the kind of money it takes to walk out of a store with a mink coat? Huh? Not many? Well, for my dough, not any. That means that where there's a mink, you can bet there's a boyfriend or a husband around to pay for it. And you can bet that when the coat's got to go, that he's already gone, and the lady's got to eat. Get it? She's all alone, and she wants to sell her coat. How do you do?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Vernon. I called about your advertisement in the paper this morning.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vernon.
You haven't sold it yet.
Well, no, I haven't.
Oh, good.
Now, I don't want to do business with any dealer. I just don't want to be bothered with any dealers. Half a dozen have called me already. I hope you're not a dealer, Mr. Vernon.
Oh, do I look like a dealer?
Well, I just can't tell anymore. They're very clever people. I just want to sell the coat outright to somebody. Not on any contingency basis or anything just like that. Sell it outright. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean. But I'll have to see it before I can make my offer.
Well, all right. Come in.
Thanks.
Well, I'm Mrs. Phelps.
How do you do, Mrs. Phelps? Well, you have a very nice home here.
Oh, thank you.
Lived here long?
2 years. Would you like to step in here, please?
Oh, sure.
Oh, I've been plagued to death with all kinds of dealers. I don't know how, but some of them found my address without even calling the number I put in the paper.
Oh, they do things like that?
Oh, they sure do. Let me tell you, they certainly do. Well, here it is.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's very, very nice. Very, very nice. It's a silver blue mink, isn't it?
Yes.
Mrs. Phelps, could I ask you to put it on? It'd help me. You're about my wife's size.
Oh, sure.
Here, okay.
Now, here, you can see that it's cut very full. See? The sleeves are very full, too.
Mm-hmm.
Bat wing sleeves. And cuffs, too. Makes the coat very luxurious.
Yes, that's a lot of coat there. That's just a lot of coat, Mrs. Phelps.
Well, I love it. I just love it. My husband bought it for me a year ago, and I hate to have to sell it, but, well, I need the money. Now, you can see it's hardly worn at all. Look at the lining. See? It's all intact. Why, I don't think I wore this coat more than a dozen times.
Mrs. Phelps, how much did it cost retail?
Mr. Phelps paid $4,000 for it. These are the insurance papers. You can see what they insured it for.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you right now that a friend has already offered me $2,800 for it, and I wouldn't think of selling it for anywhere near that. Why, I'd rather keep it.
Think of selling it for $34?
34?
Yeah.
Well, that's still pretty cheap.
I don't have to tell you that if the coat's a year old, it's a $600 depreciation. That's not bad. I could possibly get the same coat new for $38. I doubt if you'll get a better offer than $34, Mrs. Phelps, and I'm willing to pay right now.
Well, I'd have to talk to my husband first.
Oh, is he here now?
Well, he's not home right now, but he'll be here any minute. Oh, could you come back this afternoon, or maybe...
I came to buy the coat now. I'm leaving town this afternoon. I thought you were ready to sell.
Well, Oh, all right, Mr. Vernon. I'll take your offer.
Oh, good.
But, well, I don't know you at all. Now, you understand you'd have to give me a certified check, or I'd have to keep the coat until your check cleared the bank.
I'll pay cash. I brought the cash with me.
Oh.
Is anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, Mr. Vernon. Why, I just didn't expect to sell it so quickly. I still have the box it came in. It's a perfectly lovely box. I'll give you that for nothing.
It's nice. I would like a box.
You know, Mr. Vernon, you are getting a bargain, a real bargain in this coat. Oh, I tell you, my husband and I looked for almost 2 years before we found a mink that, just suited. You know what I mean? Now, you can buy any fur coat, mink or sable, I don't care what it is, and 30 days later, you hate the sight of it. But this one, your wife will never get tired of it. Isn't this a pretty box?
Yes, it is.
Now, you tell your wife to be sure and keep it in a fur storage vault during the warm months. You have to take care of mink, that's all there is to it.
Yes, I know. Something like this you really take care of.
Oh, yes. Well, she'll just love it, I know. Do you live around here?
On the east side.
Oh, it's lovely over there, just lovely. Whereabouts?
On the lake.
Isn't that nice? Well, now, there. How does that look?
Just fine.
I'm glad you came in the morning. I'll want to take the money to the bank right away. I hate to have to keep that much money around the house.
Yes, I figured you would, Mrs. Phelps, so I won't bother giving you the money.
What?
Well, then you won't have to make a trip to the bank or worry about money around the house.
You mean you want to give me a personal check?
I want to give you nothing.
But you did come here to buy this coat. Don't you want it?
Yep. I want it, lady.
You're a thief.
I sure am. Now, don't scream. Don't open your mouth.
Please, don't hurt me.
All right, over
Please,
there.
don't hurt me.
Go on. Oh, worth $4,000, 1 year old. Oh, real good buy. You should have seen your face when I told you I'd give you $3,400 for it.
Oh.
I'm a thief. Oh, anybody could buy that coat new for $2,500. It'll bring me about $1,000 in the shape it's in right now. I'm a thief with a gun in my hand, taking what I want. Figure out what you'd be if you were caught. Now, you founding my $3,400, huh? Oh, you're quite a cute kidder, Mrs. Phelps, but then I'm used to people like you. Now, go on, you get in there.
Please.
Go on, get in.
Don't take my coat, please. It's the only thing I have that's worth anything.
Well, that's how simple it works. I've been in the business for a little while now, and I know a few things about it. Of course, you got to watch your step and be ready for anything that happens, like today. Uh-oh.
Liz? Hey, Liz, I've been trying... Oh. Well, who are you?
Hi, who are you?
Well, I'm Frank Phelps. Who'd you say you were?
I didn't say. Besides, you wouldn't know me anyhow.
Where's Liz? Hey, that's Liz.
Is it?
And that's Liz's coat.
It's my gun.
Why, what have you done to her? What's been going on here?
Just hang on to your hat, brother, and you won't get hurt. She's okay.
No cheap crook's going to come into my house and pull a stunt like
now,
this.
Wait a minute.
I'll show you.
Get down and stay down. Well, you people will certainly have something to talk about over dinner tonight, won't you? Yeah. Something you can talk about, all right. Now, when the hard part's done, and it isn't usually as it was today, The next part is to get a hold of a fence who can use an ice mink coat. It's pretty easy. I use Walter myself. He takes the pain out of everything. Go to him. I don't get a little old, just a phone call, and he comes to me.
Sorry.
You what?
Oh, you blew it this time, boy. I don't want this thing. It's too hot. Keep it.
What's with you? You're getting touchy?
I'm not getting anything. I just don't want to do business with you anymore. No, sir.
Oh, now, wait a minute, you.
Get your hands off of me, boy. Get your hands off of me. A smash makes you big time, huh? Is that it? Gun whip turns you into Class A stuff? No, hands off of me, boy. Last time I'll ask.
There's no sense in us arguing, Walter.
I'm going to try very hard, but I don't think I'm going to like you anymore. You're a killer now.
I'm a what?
The guy Phelps died this afternoon. It's in all the papers.
Shouldn't have run at me.
Oh, is that what you're going to tell the cops when they drag you out of somewhere by the scuff of the neck?
Oh, no cop's going to do that to me.
They always grind off little punks like you, boy. You killed the guy. You beat him to death. You stole his wife's mink coat. There isn't any place they won't look for you, boy. And they know where to look for your kind. They won't stop till they find you. You're gone, boy. Just plain gone. Only you don't know it yet.
You're listening to Want Ad. Tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
When you get right down to it, a patrolman's job is people. It's up to him, by and large, to help or insist that man get along with his neighbors. Even in the most desperate moments of the chase, a policeman must deal with the human equation. His story, therefore, is always dramatic, always highly charged with emotion. For another engrossing story of a patrolman, hear CBS Radio's realistic Thursday night drama, 21st Precinct, over most of these same stations tomorrow night.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood sound stage Mr. Stacey Harris, starring in tonight's production, Wanted, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I know maybe a half a dozen fences in town. I only tried 2 of them after Walter. Those fellas are kind of chicken about some things. They get a little action with a piece of merchandise and they get scared. Of course, they're all afraid of something or the other.
Are you thinking, hon? Is that what you're doing, thinking?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
About that man. Didn't he want the coat?
No, he didn't want it.
Such a pretty coat. Oh, baby. I wish we had a fireplace. I wish we had a big, big fireplace and we could just sit in front of a fire on a rainy night like this and everything. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, baby?
Yeah.
We
sure would.
could drink hot coffee, maybe, and listen to music. Make fudge, huh? Do you like my new thing?
What?
This. Isn't it pretty?
Yeah, it's like a whole $1,000,000.
I liked it, so I bought it just like that. You hardly look.
I'm going to have to leave town. I'll have to get out of here. I'll have to go where they can't find me. That's what I'll do. I'll leave town. That'll be okay. Pretty soon they won't be looking for me, and everything will be all right.
Baby?
Just take a couple of things. A suit, some shirts. Won't be hard. There's nothing to stop me from getting out of town.
Oh, baby.
Honey, what's the matter? I say something?
You're going to leave me.
Oh,
You're
now,
going
look,
away.
kid, I have to go. Don't you understand? Puddin', I have to leave town. If I don't, they're going to get me.
They won't get you here. Just stay here with me.
Honey, I have to go. Now, look, I have to go.
Take me with you.
What?
Let me go with you, and we can have some real nice time some other place.
Wait,
the same as we did here, please.
Sure. Sure, I'll take you. I'll take you with me.
Oh, baby. You're so good to me.
Wait a minute. I haven't got time for that. We gotta get busy. We gotta get a car first.
But we haven't got any money.
Look, how did I get the coat? How'd I get all those other coats?
Oh, but Ralph, you can't do that anymore. That man who was here said they're looking for you. You can't do that anymore. They'll be waiting for you.
He says I can't. I say I can. Now, don't you see how I use my head? All right, they're waiting for me. Okay. But they're waiting for a guy with a fur coat on his mind. But, baby, I'm now a guy with a car on his mind. Get it?
Oh, baby, you're so smart. Oh, gee, you're smart.
Well, sir, with little old Wilma wiggling around in my arms, I began to go over the new idea myself. It's pretty good. So the next day when the paper came, I went right to work.
I wish it was a Rolls Royce, honey. I always wanted a Rolls Royce.
Well, someday maybe I'll get you one, honey.
Baby, I love that.
Wait a minute. Hello? Sorry, wrong number. That was a man. What's the next number there, baby?
PR. I guess that's Prospect. 3217.
3217.
For sale. Like new. Late model, convertible, private party.
Hello? You advertised a late model convertible for sale? I see. What make is it? Uh-huh. How much are you asking? Well, could you give me an approximate amount? Yeah, I see. Well, when will your husband be home? Well, I'd like to come around and see it. Okay. Yeah. 27 Pier Pond. Yes, thank you. Hey, baby, this is the one. This is the one.
Which one is the one?
Like new late model convertible.
Oh. Well, what was the matter with the others, baby?
I told you. A man answered on the others I called. This time a woman answered.
Oh.
Don't you see? It's the same thing. A woman trying to sell a car or a coat. She's alone, no one around. It makes it safer.
Oh, I see. Do you like my new hat?
Yeah, fine. It's a knockout, baby. Real knockout.
I'll wear it in the car. What kind of car did you say it is?
It's convertible.
Oh.
Big new convertible.
Oh, we'll look so swell going down the highway in a big convertible. Maybe we can put the top down.
Sure we can. Now, look, I told her we'd be right over to look at the car. You come with me, huh? It'll look better if you come with me.
Oh, there won't be there'll be trouble. Police are looking for you, aren't
Now,
they?
you let me worry about the police. There won't be any trouble at all. You just keep your new hat on and come with me, baby, huh?
All right. I'll dress all up.
Well, it took her a while, but I finally got her over there. It's a very nice-looking house. Just the kind of a place where they had to have a convertible to show off a little bit. Just my meat. Wilma thought it was a very nice place, too. Baby? The gum.
Oh, juicy fruit. Want some?
No. Take the gum out, baby.
Oh.
And, look, you better let me do all the talking. I've been at this kind of thing for a long time now, huh?
You know best. Do I look all right?
Yeah, swell. Just swell.
Hello?
Hello. I'm the man about the car.
Oh, yes.
I'm Mr. Watson. This is Mrs. Watson?
Oh, come in, please. Come in.
Well, you see, we'd like to see the car if we could. We're in kind of a hurry.
The car's in the garage in the back. It's just easier to come through the house.
Oh, I see. All right. Good.
This way.
Something funny about this.
What?
If she had a car for sale, she'd have it sitting out in the driveway in front, not hidden out in the garage.
After the rain last night, I thought it best to keep it in the garage. I wanted it to look nice to show today.
Oh, silly. Come on.
I'll bet you two are newly married.
Oh, no.
We've been married for some time now.
You just look like newlyweds somehow. This way.
Hello.
Oh.
This is my husband, Mr. and Mrs. Watson.
Oh, Mr. Watson.
How do you do, I'm sure.
You seem familiar, Mr. Watson.
You lived here long?
No, just passing through, as a matter of fact.
Where you staying?
At the Alpine Hotel.
How long did you say you've been in town?
A week.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician.
Where'd you say you were from?
Cleveland.
What part?
Shaker Heights.
This must be quite different than Shaker Heights, eh, Mrs. Watson?
Oh, it is. It is. Isn't it?
Yeah? What do you think of the car?
Boy, I haven't really had a chance to look at it yet.
Well, here's... There she look.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice car, all right. What are you asking for it?
Blue Book's paying $32 for this model right now. Cost you $38 on a lot. We'll compromise. $35.
Well, sounds pretty good. It's a little steep, though. I'll tell you what, how about $34?
Can you get someone to carry the papers?
Oh, I can pay for it myself.
You brought cash?
No, but I can go over to the bank and get it if you'll give me an hour.
No cash, huh?
Well, you didn't expect me to walk in here with $3,400 on me, did you? Well, I don't know you people from Adam. No offense, you understand, but a man would be crazy to carry that much money around strangers.
What bank?
What was that?
He asked you what bank you'd go to get the money.
Oh, well, any bank. I just draw a draft on myself on my Cleveland account.
You say you're an electrician, Mr. Watson.
Yes, that's right.
Is your name really Watson?
What's that?
Don't you usually look for fur coats?
Look for what?
What's your real name?
Huh?
Your real name. What is it?
Baby.
Shut up.
Let her talk.
Now, look, mister, I came here to buy a car. Now, what is this, huh?
There's the car. Buy it.
Well, I'd like to try it out first. Baby, will you shut up? Now, come on, please, shut up.
You have some identification.
Identification? Well, baby, will you just shut up?
What's the matter with your wife?
I don't know. I don't know.
We thought you might be needing a car.
You thought what?
I said we thought you might be needing a car to make a trip in.
Mister, I don't know what you're talking about.
You know a man named Phelps? Frank Phelps?
1425 West Yondotas.
Now, look, I told you, I'm new here. I don't know this town at all. I don't know any Frank Phelps.
Frank Phelps was killed yesterday. A man went into his house, stole a mink coat from his wife, then used his gun on Frank Phelps when he came home unexpectedly. He beat him to death, Watson. Just stood there and beat him to death.
I don't know any Frank Phelps.
I think you do.
I don't, I tell you. I don't. Do I, baby?
No, honest, he doesn't, and neither do I.
Mrs. Watson.
Yes?
You know we're police officers, don't you?
Yes.
I want to ask you one question.
Yes.
Why are you wearing Mrs. Phelps' mink coat?
What? I didn't think you'd mind. You never pay any attention to the things I wear. You just never pay any attention at all. Oh, baby.
Baby?
Huh?
Let's go.
We went. And let me tell you this in case you want to think something over later. Always work alone. Always. That's one little old rule I'm sticking to from now on. Yes, sir, and the next time it's going to be different. But, well, that don't make any difference either, because there isn't going to be any next time for me.
And directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written for Suspense by E. Jack Newman. The music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Leith Stevens. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft, Paula Winslow, Joseph Kearns, Virginia Gregg, Jack Moyles, and Lou Krugman.
And now, a public service message from CBS Radio. Remember that phrase, one of our aircraft is missing? Another time around, it might be, one of our cities is missing. Radar can spot enemy aircraft before they reach our cities. But there are gaps which only your eyes can fill. CBS Radio suggests write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center. Or write to Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington, D.C. to learn how you can serve in our Ground Observer Corps. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date in history when available. Visit radio.macandmine.com for a schedule. We now present Mystery and Thrillers on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Escape originally aired Wednesday, July 11th, 1951, 70 years ago today.
You, finding life rather dull, dreaming again of exotic places, wishing you were somewhere else? We offer you Escape.
Escape with us now to the Western Pacific and the story of a man trapped by the terror of another man's insane dream, as Millard Kaufman tells it in his exciting story, The Island.
The problem was, what could I do with Robert Lacey? You happen to have a dream book handy with all the charts and categories precisely arranged in alphabetical order? In it you'll find a dream for loneliness, about girls in soft summery dresses. You'll find a dream for hunger, a 2-pound steak, perhaps smothered all over with lamb chops. There are dreams for the traveler, of a hometown far away and long ago. But find me a dream of a place you've never seen, a place that doesn't exist. Awake or asleep, that was Lacey's dream. Corporal Robert Lacey, 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines. A hard dream, I guess, and not to be enough taken seriously. Or so it seemed until that night when Lacey's dream became my problem. May it was 1945, in a little wood on Okinawa.
Okay, DeBoer, I guess we're safe.
Where are we, anyhow?
Oh, couple of 3 mile lines.
So how safe
Behind a jet.
is that?
You worry too much, pal. Even for a guy on his first patrol.
I've been thinking of it as my last.
Nah, relax like me. You'll live forever. Whoa.
What's that?
Yeah, it's nothing. Just a screaming Mimi. Got some kind of a tail adjustment that cuts the wind and sort of screams. Nips use it to scare us.
Well, they sure succeeded.
You scare easy, don't you, pal?
Yeah, sure. I'm a pushover for that Schrecklich kite stuff.
Schrecklich kite? What kind of jive's that?
Means terror. Fright force. The Germans got a whole arsenal of terror weapons.
Yeah, well, the Japs got a few themselves. Yeah, what do you say we sack in, huh?
Here?
That's as good as the next place.
What a lash-up. 3 miles behind Jap lines.
Got no more chance of getting back tonight and crawling through the hole in a lifesaver. Get knocked off if we try. You take a first watch. I'm going to sack in.
You going to sleep?
Oh, my. Oh, maybe I'll just sit down here and do a little dreaming for a while.
You're sure picking a fine time for it.
Hey, did I ever tell you about my island?
Yeah, you told me.
Well, there's this island, see?
You must have told me 50, 60 times in the past month.
Well, I'm going to tell you again. This island, it's a sort of a special place. There's no rain, and no jungle rot, no war. Just a quiet, cozy spot where a man can lay down under a banyan tree and live off the fat of the land.
There is no such place.
On this island, a man would never go hungry. All you got to do is fish a little bit with the natives, and they'll all be big men, and they'll be friendly, not like the Nips. And all the women will be beautiful.
You read too many comic
That's what
books.
I'm fixing to go as soon as I find it. Never gonna go back stateside. Just gonna lay down under that little old banyan tree.
I let him rave
Rest a
on.
while.
What else could I do? Argue with him?
Maybe fish a little.
There I was, 3 miles deep in enemy lines with a stranger.
Sir.
His eyes narrowed in a 1,000-yard stare. His rush of words like a nervous twitch. He raved on about a place that don't exist, with big men and beautiful women.
Real pretty. Different, you know? Like nothing you ever saw.
I found myself listening sort of hypnotized. And I learned something about Corporal Lacey and what combat weariness means.
They're different.
He'd foraged too long among the rotten, bomb-scarred pebbles of the Pacific. He'd seen too much death, too many crack-ups. He himself was half-cracked and slightly dead, barely held together by the taut and twisted wires of his dream. So what could I do, argue with him?
Gonna eat roast wild pig and pineapple and bat the breeze with the people. And there's gonna be cattle on the island, too. I'm gonna find me a beautiful girl and Tabari.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Look, Tabari, out there. Coming toward us. No, over there. About 2 o'clock, you see it?
A bunch of them.
No, it's not a bunch, it's just 4. 3 men and a woman.
They're heading right for us.
Hey, put down that rifle.
With flippers, what's the matter, you?
They're not Japs. Men are too big. It's funny, though. Woman with him.
Maybe his eyes were better than mine, but how could I trust that brain of his, all festered with dreaming?
But I tell you, they're not Japs. And that woman's beautiful.
If I had only listened to Lacey, then if I had only known. But Japs or no Japs, I was taking no chances. I raised my rifle and...
Knock it off, you jerk. You hit the woman.
Lacey, where are you going?
I'm going to see if she's hurt bad. Now, come on.
Don't go, Lacey. You know the Japs. It might be a trick.
Don't worry about me. Will you let go of my arm?
You'll get yourself killed.
Not me, Tabori. I'll live to spit in your grave. Now, let go of me.
Okay, I hope you know what you're doing. I just don't want to get involved in your cockamamie dreams.
Dreams? It's no dream, Tabori. You'll find out.
Okay, Lacey. So where is she?
That's funny. Must be around here somewhere. Maybe she...
What's that?
It's coming from over there. Come on. Now, here she is.
She's scared of us.
It's all right, lady.
Go away. Go away.
No, we ain't gonna hurt you, lady.
I hurt you. I hurt you.
Maybe she's armed.
Nah, she's bluffing. Break out your first aid kit. Here. That's a boy. Now, look, lady. Let me fix your arm, huh? See? We got bandages and adhesive tape and penicillin.
She don't get what you're talking about.
She gets the idea, all right. That's right, lady. Now, it's not going to hurt you a little bit. There. And we put it around there. You just got nicked a little, that's all. Just a flesh wound.
She trusts you.
Yeah. She trusts me more than you do. Didn't I tell you she was beautiful?
You told me a lot of things. How about the men she was with, the big men?
She was with them and they weren't Japs.
Not Japs in a pig's eye, not Japs.
No. No, they're not Japs.
Yeah, there, you see?
Then what were they?
They were, how you say, my people.
Who are you? What are you? What's your name?
Name Taki. I know can't say in English, but please go away. Please, you go away fast.
Now you're scared her again. No, it's going to be all right, Taki. Everything's going to be all right. You just come on with us.
No, I go home. Must go home.
So go home. Scram. Lose yourself.
Oh, no, you don't.
Let her alone, Lacey.
You keep out of this.
Then let her go. Let her get back to her rice paddies.
You still don't catch Tabori. She ain't from Okinawa. She's from that island I was telling you about.
Look, Lacey, I don't care if she's from Mars.
I'm not from Mars.
No kidding.
Also, I'm not from Okinawa.
What?
I'm from Yagachi. Yagachi Shima.
Shima. There, you see? Shima means an island.
Yes, island.
Then what are you doing here?
I do not know. The Japanese brought us in canoe.
She's crazier than you are. Whoever heard
Shut up. Taki, where is your island? Where is Yagachi?
East, in China Sea.
Yeah?
A half day from Okinawa by canoe.
Canoe.
What's it like, Taki? What's your island like?
Never mind the island. Let's find a canoe. Don't you see, Lacey? With the canoe, we can get back to our lines by water.
Yeah, I think maybe you got something there.
Taki, find the canoe. Can you flow?
I think I can.
Then let's go. She led us on through the wood. A lopsided moon came up, and its ray filtered through the clouds and the jagged trees. And the moon down through it was like one of those light-cheap porcelain figurines. Delicate, with a peculiar tint to her skin, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. The shade of waxed ivory, ancient. Her hair was long and black and drawn tight over her head. She was straight and slim, and she walked with dignity. She was beautiful as a dream, Lacey's dream. But dreams don't come true, not like this. Yet here she was, just the way he described her. And the three men in the island. I couldn't figure it out. And just then I hadn't the time because... Lacey, listen to that.
What? Yeah. Well, come on.
Taki led us down a slope to the water. There were canoes, and leaning against the prow were two sentries. They were safe, they thought. 3 miles behind their lines, snug as two bugs in a mosquito net. They were so safe they didn't know what hit them.
Taki, get in the canoe. Okay, you push us off to Burry.
Yeah.
Come on. That's a boy. All right, you take a bow. Sit down, Taki.
Where to?
Straight out in the channel. You know what I think, Tabori?
I think we're going to make it. Oh. Okay, Tabori. We can take it easy now.
I'm not taking it easy until we cross our perimeter.
Yeah? Well, just how you going to tell at night? With your Zippo lighter?
Oh, lay off.
Maybe you think I got neon signs, huh?
Well, maybe we'll see a landmark or something.
Yeah. Well, the trouble is distances can fool you at night. We're liable to paddle into a platoon of nips.
What'll we do, Lacey?
Yeah, we'll stand by till morning and head for our convoy. We'll ride style ashore on LST.
I don't know. I think it'd be better
Well, look, whatever you think, you're outvoted. You've outvoted 2 straps to 1.
Pulling rank, Corporal?
Why not, knucklehead? This ship's got 1 skipper, and I'm it.
You are,
If I want any stuff out of you, I'll knock it out of you. I'm warning you, don't foul up this detail.
So what was I going to do? Argue with him? Start a private firefight in the middle of the China Sea? I was getting a little combat weary myself. But Lacey, he was all charged up as though his crazy dream had come true. Lying on the narrow deck of the canoe, I could hear Lacey. The more I heard, the more confused I got.
And it's not like the other islands, is it, Tucky?
Is different, Yokachi.
Yeah.
I wish I could tell you how.
Oh, I know. It's pretty, huh?
Is very pretty, but...
Is the fishing good?
It's good. And we had pigs.
Yeah? Cows?
Good cows.
Oh, I knew it.
Cows and pigs. And Lacey getting all hopped up about him. That's the last thing I remembered. I guess I fell asleep. And then suddenly it was daylight and...
Tabori! Hey, look, Tabori.
What?
Look over there. What do you see?
An island. Just an island.
It's not just an island. That's my island.
What's so special about it?
Well, look at it. You see, it's surrounded by mist, just like I said.
Tell it to the troops when we get back to Okinawa.
Stand by for a ram, Tabori. We ain't going back to Okinawa.
Now, wait a minute.
I don't want any more trouble out of you.
Then don't make any or I'll... Where?
You looking for your rifle? Well, don't bother. Because I got it right here. Now, you get up forward.
You're crazy.
Move! You know, you're flirting with a Purple Heart. That's the boy. All right, now lean on that paddle. That's right. We're heading for Yagachi.
Escape, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, returns in just a moment. Motorists, the next time you put your foot down on the accelerator, tread easy. Remember that excess speed is the cause of most highway accidents. And pedestrians, the next time you start to cross the street between intersections, stop and think. Crossing between intersections is the most dangerous thing you can do. Whether walking or driving, be careful. The life you save may be your own. And now, back to Escape.
Our canoe scraped the coral beach at Yagachi about 4 hours later. It was a lovely island with terraced hills and patches of tilled soil checkering the greenery.
Well, here we are. Seeing's believing, huh, Tabori?
Funny. So close to Okinawa, and this place looks like it never heard a shot fired in anger.
Where are your people, Taki?
Long way over hills. But you must not come. You go back now.
Oh, no, not me. I'm sticking around. How about you, DeBory?
You can't miss far. I'll sweat it out just for the laughs.
You're gonna laugh out of the wrong side of your face.
What do you mean?
Just a figure of speech, Taki. Let's go. So there I was, caught up in Lacey's dream when all the time I should have taken off at high port for Okinawa. I should have known better, but I didn't. And what you don't know can hurt you. Plenty.
Hey, look. Look at that cow.
You could eat her down to the hooves.
I tell you, I'm gonna live off the fat of the land.
The trail snaked upward. Trees and pine casuarinas rattled in the sweet, strong wind from the China Sea. Their cones lay along the footpath, and in the fields were raspberry bushes. There were lilies in the swordgrass and scarlet flowers. All very nice, I suppose, but I was looking for people. The big men of Lacey's girl dreams, all as lovely as the girl beside us. I was tense with expectancy at each bend in the trail, but Lacey's tensions had vanished. He lost them because he'd found Taki.
Robert Racy.
Oh, Taki. My name's Lacey. Now try it again.
Racy.
Lacey. L. Like in, this is a lily. You are a lady.
You're loco.
DeBory, I'm gonna slug you.
You're so funny, Racy, when you're mad.
Oh, you laugh nice, Taki.
It is first time in 5 years. It is first time I happy.
Maybe you was waiting for me to make you happy. Like I was waiting for you.
What you mean, Racy?
Well, I mean... Here. This is for you.
Why you give me flower?
I love you, Taki.
No. No, you cannot.
But why, Taki?
You don't know. I don't know how to say, but you don't know me.
Oh, I know you. I've been dreaming about you for 2 years. I always knew I'd find you.
I never forget what you say.
I'll never let you forget.
Oh, Racy.
Lacey, honey. L like in love.
They walked on together, the tall Marine and the slim girl with the ivory skin, with a flower in her hand. Now and then she'd look at the flower, and then she'd look at Lacey, and a pained expression clouded her face as though she didn't understand. But I did. The loneliness, the weariness, the refuge in a dream. Very soon now that dream would burst like a bubble, or become reality. I had to find out.
Man, what a climb.
It'd be easier for you if you give me back my rifle.
Now, don't you worry about me. I'll get by.
Hey, we got it licked. There's the summit.
Yeah.
It is highest point on Yogachi. See, down there, far away in valley.
Hey, look. Look at them.
They my people.
I told you they were big men.
How can you tell from this distance?
Well, look how broad they are.
Funny how they're all in a bunch. Hey, listen.
Yeah. Maybe it's a sort of a ceremony or something, huh?
It is.
Maybe it's for us. I bet they know we're coming.
No. It is for dead.
What happened, you suppose? A war?
The war not here. My people die.
Everybody's people die. It's gotta happen sooner or later.
Yes. Sooner or later.
It's like I always say, here today and gone tomorrow.
I never heard it so well put.
Oh, drop dead.
Ah, dry up. Let's go, Taki. We went down the mountainside, down to a cape that jutted into the Pacific like a gnarled finger of doom. Far away we saw a village. We headed toward it through the sunless gorge. At the far end was a thatched hut.
It looks like it's empty.
As any fool could see.
You wait here. I come back soon with head man. He speak English good.
You gonna stay here with me, Tabori?
No, Lacey. I just want one good look at your big men and beautiful women in their native habitat. Then I'm off for Okinawa.
You still want proof, huh?
Yeah. It's not about this than strange place. I want to know what it is.
It's not strange. It's just different, like I said.
You're all fouled up in a dream, Lacey. I'm not sure what it's all about, but I gotta find out. It'll drive me crazy the rest of my life.
You mean me? Crazy like...
I didn't say that.
Since we left Okinawa, you've been giving me a bad time.
It was mutual.
Now you call me crazy.
I know what I said.
I know what you think. And I know what you'll do. Once you get back to Okinawa, you'll tell the MPs I went over the hill. And you'll tell them where I am. And they'll come after me.
You are crazy.
I'm just crazy enough to make sure you keep your trap shut. You remember, Tabori, I said I'd be around to spit in your grave?
Hey, Lacey, stop kidding around with that rifle.
I ain't kidding. I'm gonna kill you.
No question about it, he wasn't kidding. He slid back the bolt of his rifle and it sprang forward, a cartridge in the chamber.
I'm gonna kill you, Tabori. But first you're gonna see I was right. I want to see the expression on that smart aleck face of yours when you admit it. And then I'm gonna kill you. Now get back in that corner. And keep your mouth shut. You the head man?
I suppose you could call me that.
His name Hiroshi.
What can I do for you?
Well, I want to stay here. With Taki.
I'm afraid you can't.
Well, I'll work my way, you know that.
That is not the point. You cannot...
Look, I don't want no arguments out of you.
You cannot stay.
But why can't I?
She is a leper.
But she's so beautiful.
I know, son. But in 3 years, 5 years...
Taki? I'm sorry, Taki.
So am I. I try to tell you, but I don't know how. And then I could not, even if I want to. I wanted to rest one more hour, one more minute.
They stood there facing each other, the tall Marine and the girl with the ivory skin with the flower still in her hand, the flower already beginning to wilt.
Goodbye, Racy.
Goodbye.
Thank you for the flower.
That's all right.
I never forget you.
I won't forget either. It was like a dream come true. For a while it was.
Goodbye.
Hiroshi, what's this all about?
It is quite simple. 2 nights ago, the Japanese came to the leper colony. They took more than half my patients to Okinawa, headed toward the American lines.
But why?
To disrupt your advance. There was no chance of contagion, but, well, my patients aren't all as lovely as Taki.
I see. Schrecklichkeit.
Exactly. A weapon of terror.
Tabori?
Yeah, Lacey?
I guess we better move on, huh? Are you ready, pal?
Yeah. Long road back to Okinawa.
For me, the road back is longer than that.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Island by Millard Kaufman, starring Harry Bartell and Bill Conrad, with Michael Ann Barrett and Edgar Barrier. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens.
Next week, escape with us to the most evil city in the Orient, and the story of a beautiful but unscrupulous woman who ruled it, as Herb Purdom tells it in his exciting tale, Macau.
He's coming up next on most of these same CBS stations. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. You want to hear every exciting minute of the Fairway matter in which 13 die when one man is marked for murder. It's one of Johnny Dollar's most exciting insurance investigations in which he turns in a masterful expense account as well as masterful deduction. Stay tuned for Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, next on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you meet Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, every Thursday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Escape, which originally aired Wednesday, July 11th, 1951, 70 years ago today. This episode of Escape originally aired Sunday, July 11th, 1948, 73 years ago today.
Fed up with the everyday grind? Tired out from the summer heat? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are deep in a fabulous mountain cavern, surrounded by a horde of menacing natives from a lost civilization, held at the mercy of the most beautiful woman in the world, the terrible queen called She.
Tonight, we escape to uncharted Africa and to an incredible adventure, as H. Rider Haggard described it in his fantastic story, She.
In those days, I was a professor of archaeology at Oxford. And though this may account for my being able to understand some of those strange events which occurred later, it was in no respect the reason for my becoming involved in them. No, the real reason was unbelievably simple. I walked through the caves of the dead in the terrible and ancient city of Kor, crossed the awful abyss and looked upon the flame of life, only because I was one of the ugliest men in England. Because of my appearance, I had made few acquaintances and only two close friends. Roger Vinci first, and following his death, his son, Leo, whom he left behind. And it was that friendship which brought Leo Vinci to my chambers off the quadrangle. Late in the evening of the day he became 25 years old.
Today was the first I knew of it, Holly, when the attorneys called me in.
Yes.
They said Father instructed them the week before he died to give me the letter and this little bronze chest on my 25th birthday.
It's strange. I mean, the chest. Designs on the lid show Egyptian influence. It must be very old.
Well, according to Father's letter, it contains something over 2,000 years old.
Really?
Must have considered it rather important. See, he's closed the cover with a lead seal.
Yes, so I see.
At any rate, Holly, the letter doesn't tell us much. Suppose we see what's inside.
All right. I have a geology hammer here somewhere, my boy. Oh, here we are. And a chisel. Now, you hold it in place on the table here.
Uh-huh. Go ahead. Ah, there, it's pulling loose.
Yes. Ah, I did it.
Well, here goes. Oh, what the devil is that?
Why, it's a clay tile, an old Egyptian writing tablet. Yes, it's the kind used about the time of Nectanebes, around 340 B.C.
But the writing on it, it's not Egyptian. It's Greek.
Yes, and parts of it are broken away. Oh, it'll take some time to translate this, Leo.
My father apparently did it, Holly, according to this paper. Listen, here's his translation.
Read it.
I, Amenartes, wife of Callicrates, say this to you, my son. Forced to escape the wrath of the great Nectanebes,
I thought so.
Your father and I fled southward across the waters and wandered for twice 12 moons upon the coast of Libya.
That's the old name for Africa, you know.
That faces the rising sun. And there by the mouth of a river where stands facing the sea a great mountain carved like the head of an Ethiopian.
What is it?
Nothing, Holly. Huh? It goes on. Following the river, we soon fell among... There's a row of asterisks
That
here.
must be one of the places where the tile's broken. Go on, my boy.
To a hollow mountain where a great city once stood, and to the terrible caves of which in the end no man had seen, and to she who must be obeyed.
She who must be... What's wrong, Leo?
I don't know, Holly. There's something familiar about that name, but I've never heard it before. Strange.
Well, come on, get on with it.
She who must be obeyed, who did lead us by awesome ways to the place where the great pit is, whose voice is like thunder. And she did show to us the rolling pillar of life, and did stand in the flames. And she spake unto and there's a large fragment missing here.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
There isn't very much more. Picks up, carried far away on the ships where I gave birth to thee, and came hither to Athens at last. I say to thee, by these things which I have told, seek out this place, nor stay thy will until thou hast the secret of life for thyself. Sit then on the throne with the Pharaoh. And that's all, Holly. Now, what's it all about?
Leo, if your father knew, he kept it to himself. I don't know. It's all very strange.
Yes. Oh. Well, we'll know as soon as we reach the place.
I was hoping you'd say that. If you decided not to, I think I should have had a try at finding it alone.
Oh, I can't do anything else, Holly. It's more than curiosity. It's almost a compulsion. There's such a familiar feeling about all this. Even that mountain, Holly, shaped like the head of an Ethiopian.
Yes, what about it?
Well, off and on, ever since I was a kid, I've dreamed about a mountain like that. But why, Holly? Why should I?
That was the beginning. And some 3 months later, we drifted down the east coast of Africa, south of Zanzibar, searching the miles of jungle shores for the mountain carved like a head. There were 4 of us in the tiny sailing dhow. Leo and I, of course, along with Abdullah, the hired Arab boatman Martin, and finally a solid North countryman named Job, my servant for many years. We'd caught no sight of our landmarkers yet, but a native had told us of seeing it once years before, somewhere to the south. So our hopes held high, and we were confident luck was with us. And so it was, until one evening just at dark.
That's a pretty stiff wind, Holly.
Yes.
You think Abdullah knows what he's doing?
We're rather close inshore, all right, Leo. I doubt if there's any danger, unless a squall hits.
Hey, by gauzy, we're strangers here in a heathen land and all. Anything could happen.
It could, Joe, but let's assume that it won't, huh? How's the dory making out back there?
Oh, trailing along all right behind us. Be in a bad spot if we lost it with our guns, food, equipment, and everything in it.
Yes, I know, Joe. Leo, perhaps we shouldn't have packed the stuff that way, Leo. I should have kept it on board with us.
No, Holly. We want to be ready to shove off up the river as soon as we sight that head. It would be a tough job loading that boat at sea.
We may not have had to, Leo. We've certainly found no reason to...
But we will. I've dreamed of it. Huh?
Hey, Master Holly, look!
It's the wind,
the wind's
Holly.
driving the water ahead of it. Abdullah! Lay onto that tiller and head her into it.
I'll give him a hand, Holly.
Right.
Sail loose.
Yeah, we've not a chance, sir.
Hold on to the mast, Joe.
We shall all be drowned.
The great wave plunged over us, tore away the dory, swamped the dhow beneath our feet, and hurled us headlong into the foaming sea. Half smothered, fighting to stay afloat, borne shoreward by the drive of the tempest, we were tossed at last, one by one, up onto the rain-swept beach. The calm dawn found us huddled together on the sand at the fringe of a dark and forbidding jungle. At the south lay the mouth of a small river, and to the north, the beach ended at the slope of a rocky headland. Leo and Job went to look at the wrecked dory, lying at the water's edge 100 yards away, while I searched the shoreline for some sign of our boatman. I found none, and we never saw Abdullah again.
Oh, Holly. Find any trace of him, Holly?
No sign, Leo. The thread is gone for good.
Oh, it's too bad.
What shapes the dory in, Job?
Wrecked. Not a chance of fixing it. It seems that the equipment be all right, sir.
Oh, good. It's all there, is
Yes,
it?
most of it. The lashings held and the waterproof cases stood up very well. Only trouble is we're afoot.
Yes, we're going to have a lot of trouble following the coastline.
We won't follow any coastline, Holly.
What?
That river. We're going up. Take a look at that headland there. To the north. It shows up better from the wreck, Holly, but with the sun coming up now, you can see it from here, too.
Why, gum, it's shaped like a human head.
That's it! That's the landmark!
Right, Holly. And that's the river Callicratius followed with his wife, the same one we're going to follow.
Oh, but Leo, with the boat gone, we shall have to break trail through that jungle and follow that riverbank.
Yes, we'd better get started.
Look, gentlemen, why can't we just stay here and try to signal some ship?
No, there's not much chance of it, Job. They stay pretty clear of this coast. But anyway, this is what we've been looking for.
I don't really know what we are looking for, Leo. It's been more than 2,000 years since Callicrates went up that river. And things must have changed a great deal by now.
Holly, that carved head up there in the mountain. It looks the way it always exactly did when I dreamed about it. I've got a strange feeling that whatever Callicrates and his wife found back there in the jungle will still be waiting there today.
For 5 hot, steaming days, we pushed inland through the jungle, following the banks of the muddy river. Mile by mile, the creeping undergrowth became more dense. The river shallowed and became sluggish, and the swamplands began to stretch out from the low banks. Foul pools and stagnant lagoons full of soft black mud covered over with a green scum made every step a hazard. Crocodiles slid away at our approach, and bright-colored snakes from underfoot hid it out. Mile after mile, we forced our way through those evil swamps, each mile more difficult. And finally came the morning of the 6th day.
Oh, I don't know, Holly. If it gets any worse, we'll never make it.
Excuse me butting in, gentlemen, but
Yes, Joe.
I say we should turn back.
Oh, no, Joe. We've spent 5 days getting this far. It'd be a shame to waste it.
It's just the way I feel. We'll keep on as long as we can. Oh,
what, Leo?
Oh, I don't know. I stumbled over something in the mire. Here, take a look at it.
It's a rock. Look.
Yes. It's a square stone. It's been hand-cut. There's another. It's a section of an old wall of some
Sort of a dike. That's it, Holly. A long time ago, the river was held between stone dikes along here. Like a sort of canal.
It's possible. That might account for the swampland. The dikes gradually fell to pieces, and the river spread out through the jungle.
Of course. And, Holly, there could be only one reason for building them. So that boats or barges could come in from the ocean to some kind of a city.
A city, gentlemen. Why don't we turn back while we can?
The city, it had to be a long time ago. Centuries ago.
It could still be there, Holly. Never been this place explored. Nobody would ever try to come through these swamps.
It may include us if he keeps... Job, what's the matter with you?
He must be... Oh,
look! Natives.
Ah.
Where the devil did they come from?
I don't know. Ooh, strange-looking brutes. Look at those clothes they're wearing.
Yes. I've never seen any quite like them. Except in...
Hey, Gop. Baka ni Viko?
Do you recognize that dialect?
No, it's a little like Arabic. I might try that.
Sabul al-Hayya. Kaifa? Gop. Ni Boko ni Vek.
I've never heard anything like it before.
Seem to want us to come along with them, Holly.
Yes.
You think we'd better chance it?
Well, they outnumber us 30-1, Leo.
Yes, and they're all carrying those stabbing knives. Well...
Baka Zedango.
Well, hang on to your guns. They don't seem to know what they're for. Let's go.
Our strange escort moved rapidly ahead, twisting and turning as they followed some well-remembered trail of their own. We rested during the night on a hummock of dry ground, and then struck out again at dawn. It was late afternoon when we left the swamp and climbed up a long slope to the foot of the rock-walled mountain. Reaching its base, we entered the mouth of a great cavern, and a short way inside, we led into a small side chamber, carved from the living rock and lighted by a reed wick floating in a jug of oil. And then the strange natives went away and left us, and we sat about on the floor, trying to plan some course of action.
Oh, dear. How long do you suppose we've been here, Holly?
Close to 2 hours, I'd say.
Yeah.
Must be dark outside by now.
Holly, do you have any idea what race they belong to? They're not like any other natives in this part of Africa.
Oh, I've seen people much like them in some of the villages in southern Egypt, Leo. But I don't know any more about it than that.
They wear those odd tunics, too. Cotton or linen, I suppose.
Our strange guide led us along the twisting, branching passageways, lighting our way with a flaming torch that threw weird shadows on the walls of solid rock. Now and then we passed side chambers lined with long rows of stone slabs. And then I saw that each sheeted figure held there of a human body. And I realized these caves were one vast crypt filled with the mummified bodies of some vanished race. Gradually, as we moved on, a most remarkable sound began to grow louder, made up of the guttural voices of a crowd, the throbbing of drums, and the moan of some strange musical instrument. Suddenly the narrow passage opened out into a great hollowed cavern where natives danced and postured in the eerie glare from 100 huge torches placed about the walls. I stared in amazement, for the torches were flaming mummies tied upright to the posts, and the guide had lighted our way through the passages with a human arm.
Nebok! Org Jane!
I think he means for us to walk toward that platform in the center.
Yes. There's a pit of coals burning in the top of it.
Nebok!
Yes, come on. Watch it, Holly. I don't like the looks of this.
All right. Keep your gun handy, Leo. Stay right with us, Joe.
Yes, they look anything but friendly.
If anything starts, try to get on the platform. They've got no weapons except those stabbing knives, remember?
Well, here we are. Now what?
The barn Nivet.
It's quite some fire they've got built up. I can't understand what they mean.
Job! Look out, Holly! They've killed Job!
The devil's back against the wall, Leo.
Pick up. Watch it. Here they come. All right, you.
Stab Job without a chance there.
What are you left? Holly, let's try for the frame.
What the deuce is this?
Old man in a long white robe.
Hold your gun ready, Leo. We'll see what happens.
Well, they're scared to death of him, whoever he is.
Wait, he's coming our way.
I presume you speak English, gentlemen?
Yes, but you do.
Occasionally, natives from the south have come through the swamps, and we have captured them. I have learned many of the languages of the outside world. I am Bilali.
Leo Vinci, and this is Mr. Holly.
I am most sorrowful for the death of your companion.
Oh, yes, poor Joe.
My children had no excuse. They know the law. From now on, you will be allowed to complete freedom. No white man is ever to be eaten.
Eaten?
That is what done to you. But rest assured, her law is just, and their punishment will be swift.
Whose law?
That of she who must be obeyed.
Holly! This is it, Holly. We're still on the right trail.
She has demanded your presence. I have come to take you to the place where she is.
Tell me, Bilali, who or what is this she who must be obeyed? A goddess? A queen? A white woman?
I could not say, my son. I have never seen she. Come along.
Again, through us passing through those torches. 2 of us now, with kindly old Bilali leading the way. Until he left us alone at last in a large chamber hung with brilliant-coloured silks, fitted with soft divans, and lighted by crystal lamps. We stood there several minutes, not speaking, wondering, when suddenly the curtains across the doorway parted, and a most amazing figure stood before us. It was swathed in folds of filmy white draperies, with soft, gauzy veils covering even the face and hands.
I bid you welcome to the city of Kor, Callicrates and friend of Callicrates.
I'm not Callicrates. I'm Leo Vinci, and this is my friend, Mr. Holly.
Leo Vinci. Vengeance. No matter, you will understand.
Are you...
I am she.
You must forgive us if we find it difficult to understand this. What is all this? These caves, the natives. What is Kor?
Kor is a great city that rose up and then died many thousand years ago. These are the caves of Kor. The city itself stands farther on, in a huge crater at the heart of the mountain.
Are you a descendant of Kor?
I came from another place, far away, and Kor was dead long before I found it. The natives know me as a fearsome figure in white, and they obey me.
They have never seen you?
No, Holly. Not one of them has ever seen behind these veils.
It's amazing to think that Callicrates must have been here in this same place over 2 years ago.
2,287 years ago. Callicrates died in this very chamber.
You speak as though you saw it happen.
I did see it happen. I killed him.
But you couldn't. That was over 2,000 years ago.
Yes. And at that time, I had been here in Kor for more than 500 years.
Impossible.
How do you know? You haven't seen me.
But then you claim to be immortal.
Yes, as he could have been had he stepped with me into the flames of life. As you can be, my Callicrates, if you so choose.
I hope you'll forgive me, but I can't believe anything so fantastic.
Is it proof you need? Proof that I once did an evil act in anger and paid for it by waiting alone through all these centuries? Proof that my waiting is ended now? Then look upon it behind this curtain.
A mummy. A mummy like those out in the caves.
But look at the face.
Leo, it's you. That's you lying there.
That is the body of Callicrates, whom I loved, and whom I killed in anger when he refused to leave her and stay with me to become immortal. His wife Aminaertes fled across the mountains and later gave birth to his son, your ancestor.
Then, Leo, that clay tile has been handed down in your family for over 20 centuries.
I have paid for my sin, and I have waited, knowing that someday my Callicrates would be born to me again, would come back to Kor and find me.
It was as though I had to. I dreamed of that carved mountain before I'd ever seen it. And your name, she who must be obeyed. It struck some chord in my memory the first time I heard it.
It is your heart that must be obeyed now, my beloved. The decision is yours whether to leave me once again now that you have found me, or to walk with me into the pillar of life, to love me, and to become immortal.
Yes. I feel somehow that this is the ending of something I've been moving toward all my life.
Leo!
But it isn't possible. Immortality. And how can you love someone you've never seen?
Then you shall see, my beloved. I've worn these veils for you, and for you I... Look.
Oh.
The soft veil slid off from her shoulders, and she stood revealed before us, the most beautiful woman the world has ever seen.
Will you leave me now, my Callicrates, or come with me to the flame of life?
I'll go with you anywhere. Anywhere.
We talked the night away in that chamber, Leo and I fascinated by every word that fell from those lovely lips. She talked of the hidden knowledge of ancient lands, sang softly of her thoughts in rhyme, and spoke once again the words of long-dead poets, forgotten by the world. She made us believe in her own immortality, and in ours to come. And before dawn, Bilali with us, we followed her madly and joyously through the dim and dusty passage that led to the flame of life. We came to a great abyss, with a narrow ledge crossing over it like a rainbow of rock. There Bilali waited, and we three went on alone. At the sight of the awful depths beneath us, Leo and I shuddered, in spite of ourselves, and moved carefully, step by step. She never hesitated, but swayed along gaily before us like a feather borne on a breeze. Finally we stood in a vast circular chamber, a great bubble in the earth's crust, whose walls were shining black basalt.
Ollie.
Yes?
I see there by the wall. It looks like the body of a man.
An old philosopher, my beloved, who came here many centuries ago. He sat and watched the flame and could not decide whether he should become immortal. Finally, he died.
And you? Have you never regretted becoming immortal?
I could not have waited for Callicrates, Holly, had I not been immortal. But you, Leo, perhaps you have doubts.
Immortality will not even be long enough with you. Where is the flame?
Listen. Even now it approaches. It advances and then retreats, a never-ending cycle of life. It has moved along its path through this cavern since the beginning of time.
Holly!
Not fear. Look! Do, beloved, see. This time I will step into the flame alone. And when it comes again, you may join me.
It's like the fire of the sun and the dust of 1,000,000 diamonds.
As the great and terrible pillar of flame approached, she threw off her veils and opened her arms to it, and the eternal fire flowed over her. It passed, and left her there, standing with her head bowed.
Are you all right? It didn't harm you?
No, my beloved. Can one find harm in the flame that created life itself? Do you believe that...
What's wrong? Tell me what's wrong.
The flame was different somehow. Now that Callicrates has returned, the curse of everlasting life is lifted.
Leo, she's aging, growing old.
No,
Oh, no.
I do not... If I go... Search for me. Search.
Merciful heavens.
Oh, no. No.
Even as Leo's hands reached out to touch her, they closed on a dry heap of soft, gray dust. I knew now that neither of us would step into the flame, and I knew we would spend our lives searching through the world for she. I seemed to hear in my mind once again words she had spoken in those glorious hours the night before. I knew that Leo was hearing them too, and that neither of us, so long as we lived, could ever forget that lovely voice.
Nay, not in Kor, but in whatever spot in town or field, or by the insatiate sea, men brood on buried loves or unforgot, or break themselves on some divine decree, or would o'erleap the limits of their lot. There, in the tombs, and deathless dwelleth she.
Escape, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, tonight brought you She by H. Rider Haggard, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Featured in tonight's cast were Barry Kroger, Larry Dobkin, Kay Brinker, Ben Wright, and Wilms Herbert. Special music by Ivan Ditmars. Next week.
You are clinging precariously to a diving, pitching longboat, lashed by mountainous seas in the center of a hurricane. And at the helm, driving you on, is a man bent on revenge and willing killing to kill for it.
Next week, we escape with F.R. Buckley's exciting story, Habit. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date in history when available. Visit radio.com for a schedule. We now present Chandu the Magician on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Thursday, January 13th, 1949.
Chandu the Magician.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of White King Granulated Soap and Sierra Pine Toilet Soap present for your enjoyment Chandu the Magician. Waters of the Nile. That's the name of Chandu's thrilling new magic trick. The gravity-defying trick you can get for just 10 cents and a White King soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers. Listen. Next time you go to a party, tell everyone that you have learned to overcome the law of gravity. Then, while they watch, fill an ordinary pop bottle full of water. Show everyone that the water pours out in the usual way. Then fill up the bottle again. Now, slowly turn the bottle upside down. To everyone's amazement, the water remains suspended in defiance of gravity. You can even insert a match, a toothpick, or a pencil, and not a drop of water will spill out once you've mastered this water trick. All it costs and you is a dime, just 10 cents in coin, and a White King soap box top, or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers, mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. You'll receive this water trick promptly post-paid. That's Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Frank Chandler, known in the Far East as Chandu the Magician, returns to the clearing in the Siamese jungle just as his sister Dorothy Regent is about to be sacrificed to the jungle god, the deadly King Cobra. By his occult powers, Chandler saves her life and learns that the man who killed the temple priest is Betong, the village chief. Knowing he is doomed, Betong turns from the ceremonial fire and vanishes screaming into the jungle night. But Meanwhile, Bob and Betty have looked on horrified as Dorothy collapses with terror of the cobra. She is apparently lifeless as Chandler carries her back to the bungalow. It is now half an hour later. In her room, Dorothy is still unconscious. Chandu, the magician.
Uncle Frank, why don't you look for Dr. Shaw again? What if he is a zombie? He's a doctor.
Dr. Shaw's the last person I want to see in here with your mother, Bob.
But we've tried everything we can think of.
The things Dr. Shaw thinks of aren't the sort of thing you'd apply to anyone. Least of all, your mother.
What does that mean?
I hope you'll never have to know.
Oh, Mother, if you'd just open your eyes so we'd know you're alive. Oh, Mother. Where did this come from?
What, Betty?
Well, the necklace she's wearing. I never saw it before. No.
Oh, this is a fine time to begin talking about a necklace.
Move over, Bob. Let me see. Good Lord.
What's the matter? What difference does a necklace make?
Lift her head a little so I can get at the fastening. Don't touch it, either of you.
What is it, Uncle Frank?
Well, they managed to put it on her. Yeah, that's it. All right, Bob. Look out. I'm going to throw it outside. There.
Mother. What a terrible dream. Oh, the tiger. Oh.
It was only a dream.
It sure was, Mom. Rather, are we glad to see you come, too?
Darling, don't cry. Why, this is the bungalow. Frank, is it really over?
All over, Dot.
But don't you remember, Mother? The big fire out there in front of the temple? And that awful cobra.
Pipe down, Bets.
But I didn't think the tiger was there.
Dot, there was no tiger.
Oh, of course not. I only dreamed it. Oh, I can't believe I'm really out of that hut. Well, let me get up.
Sure you're okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, you look better already. You really do.
As soon as I've had a shower, I'll... Why, Frank, you look so strange.
No wonder, Mom. He hasn't had any sleep since you went into that temple.
Well, it's more than that, isn't it, Frank? What on earth is the matter, Frank?
I didn't want to tell any of you. You've been through too much as it is.
Oh, now what?
There'll be a boat here in the morning to take us out. But in the meantime, I want none of you to leave the bungalow. For any reason.
You just told Mom everything was okay.
As far as the natives are concerned, it is. And you saw me throw that necklace away, so...
What necklace?
Dot, didn't you even know they'd put it around your neck?
Why, no. Was I wearing a necklace? I was so frightened.
We just noticed it a minute ago, Mother. Made out of a kind of greenish metal.
I haven't anything like that. Oh, Frank. Do you suppose it was part of that ceremony of sacrifice?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't, Dot.
Oh, but then...
I think Dr. Shaw ordered them to see that you wore it.
What?
Why, he wasn't anywhere near here. You couldn't even find him.
I know. I still don't know where he went.
Well?
But I have a feeling he'll be back here this morning. I know quite a lot about him now.
Uncle Frank.
Dr. Shaw's been here in the jungle for years. You all noticed how queerly he behaved the day we came.
I told you he acted like he'd been here too long.
Well, this is more than just going to seed in the jungle. His medical research that he speaks so much about isn't that at all.
What?
That back room in his workshop's full of weird-looking instruments.
What on earth are you getting at?
He forgot himself yesterday, Dorothy. Bragged that he'd perfected some sort of experiments with magnetism.
He's nuts. I knew it all the time.
He may be. But he said he'd tried it out on animals, and that it had worked. He was going to experiment on human beings next, he said.
Oh, that necklace. Can't think he...
I do, Dot. The moment I took it off, you opened your eyes.
You mean he's going to use people for guided missiles, kind of?
Well, I suppose you could say that.
Holy Moses.
He insisted it was a development of something the natives here had vaguely understood for centuries.
Well, how soon can we possibly here to get away?
As soon as the boat comes. Tomorrow morning.
But what if Dr. Shaw comes back to the bungalow? It's his house. We can't keep him out very well out of it.
Well, that's why I've told you all this. And you must try your best, all of you, not to let him know you know it.
Why, he's insane.
I don't know. But if you'll all stay here together...
Well, any of us might be... Why, where's Robert? You said he came back from the jungle, Frank.
He did?
I'll see if he's in his room.
Oh, he couldn't be, Bob. He couldn't help hearing those natives yelling out there at the fire.
He was there when we went out, Bets.
Terrible trip to the jungle. Is he there, Bob?
No, not a sign of him.
I'll go out and see, Doc.
Oh, wait a minute. Here he comes. He's just coming up the steps. Dad, I'll give you a hand.
He looks like death.
Bob, let me help you, Dad.
Bob, let me sit down.
Oh, Daddy. Oh, where did you go?
Don't bother him about that now, Betty.
Dorothy.
I'll get some brandy.
I thought Frank wasn't here and...
Oh, never mind now, darling. Hurry, Frank.
I'll be right there.
Oh, lean back, Dad, and relax. It's okay. Uncle Frank got there just in time. You can see Mom's okay now.
And we're leaving for home in the morning, Daddy.
Here you are, Robert. Drink this.
I must tell you, Frank.
Oh, drink it first, darling.
You mean you saw Dr. Shaw, Robert?
Not Shaw. The tiger. A great...
Oh, no, Robert. You didn't really see a tiger. You must have fallen asleep out there and dreamed it.
Asleep? With those drums? And all those natives?
Don't think of it now, darling. There's no tiger.
I tell you I saw it. I can't help thinking of it.
But you can't.
Let him tell us, Dot. He'll feel better if he gets it off his mind.
Yes.
Just where was it, Robert?
On the path that comes out of the jungle there, by Dr. Shaw's workshop.
What? Are you sure Dr. Shaw wasn't there anywhere?
The door was closed. When I saw the tiger, I tried to get in there, but I couldn't. So I ran...
Did the tiger see you?
Oh, don't be a dope, Bets. Would you care about that with a tiger breathing down your neck?
Yes, I would.
No.
Children, for heaven's sake.
I ran as fast as I could. I'm sorry, Dorothy. I didn't realize how tired I am.
Sorry. No wonder you managed to get back here at all.
Oh, it's so good to know that you're out of that hut at last, my
It's
dear.
wonderful.
And I don't know why I should have been so surprised to see a tiger. There must be any number of them in this part of the country.
Gosh. Uncle Frank, you remember that first night you came home to California from India?
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, I was just thinking. Almost the first thing I asked him was if he ever shot a tiger. And now there's one right outside the door.
Oh, Bob, stop.
Frank, would a tiger come right into a village like this?
Not ordinarily, Dot.
He can't have been very hungry, Dorothy. I'm sure he could have overtaken me if he'd tried.
Well, then I'm extremely glad he didn't try. Oh, Robert.
You two can be very proud of yourselves, if I can say so without embarrassing you.
Who's that?
Well, it can't be one of the natives, Daddy. They're all flat on their faces out there.
Not now. As soon as I let them go, they scurried off like rats.
Hey, what gives? Holy Moses. It's the tiger. Right down there at the bottom of the steps.
Close the door.
What good would that do? It's only a screen.
Betty, you and Bob go.
Wait. Don't go anywhere until we see what it's going to do. Listen.
It sounds like it's purring.
Yes, purring. The purring of a well-fed jungle cat.
$0.10 in coin brings you Chandu's mystifying water trick. Just mail 10 cents and a White King granulated soap box top or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Chandu will send you this great bargain in magic. the thrilling trick he calls the waters of the Nile. Fill an empty pop bottle full of water. Turn it upside down. A stream of water pours out, of course. But when you have mastered Chandu's mysterious water trick, you can hold the bottle upside down and no water will run out. You can even insert matches or toothpicks through the open mouth, and in apparent defiance of the laws of gravity, the water remains suspended in the bottle. Here is a thrilling puzzle trick that can entertain everyone, young and old. And you can have it for just 10 cents. Just a dime and a White King soap box top, or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. You'll receive Chandu's Waters of the Nile magic trick postpaid. Chandu the Magician is presented for your enjoyment every weekday evening. Dorothy Regent is played by Irene Tedrow. Robert Regent, played by Stanley Farrar. Your announcer is Howard Culver. The makers of White King invite you to listen tomorrow at this time when the story resumes. Chandu the Magician. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Chandu the Magician, which originally aired Thursday, January 13th, 1949. This episode of Chandu the Magician first aired Friday, January 14th, 1949.
Chandu the Magician. Chandu brings you a repeat performance of his mystifying Assyrian money changer trick. Yes, by popular demand, once more you can get this thrilling magic trick for just 25 cents in coin. 1 quarter and a White King granulated soap box top, or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Listen. You take a penny from your pocket or handbag and lay it on the table. Cover the penny with the mystic ruby block. So, coot, you say. Then lift the block, and behold, in place of your penny, there's a silver dime. Here's an amusing pocket trick for you men, containing an end-party trick for you ladies, and a trick with which you boys and girls can mystify all your young friends. Just send a quarter and a White King soap box top, or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Send for your money changer trick tonight. Long after Frank Chandler carries Dorothy across the jungle clearing into the bungalow, she lies unconscious, as if under a spell. It is Betty who discovers the curious metal necklace her mother is wearing. As Chandler removes it and throws it violently from the house, Dorothy opens her eyes. Terrified, she insists that she has seen a tiger. Chandler convinces her it was only a dream, although he now knows the uncanny Dr. Shaw is experimenting with a strange, evil force he has discovered. Later, Robert Regent returns to the bungalow with word that he has seen a tiger on the jungle path. And at that moment, a wild cry comes from the clearing. They rush to the door. at the foot of the high steps stands a great tiger, purring like some monstrous cat. As they watch, it turns away, disappearing into the jungle. Now, the following morning, Chandler stops in the hall just outside Regent's room. Chandu, the magician.
Dot.
Just a moment, Frank.
How is he?
Let's not talk here. He says he's all right, but he looks dreadful. He's asleep again now.
I wish now he'd stayed in the hospital in Bangkok, not come here at all.
Oh, Frank, there's somebody in the kitchen.
Yeah, I know there is. He's breakfast. Getting us some...
Who is?
His name's Tao.
Where did he come from? You haven't been out.
Oh, yes, I have.
With that tiger running loose?
It hasn't been seen since last night. I spoke to 3 or 4 of them natives.
You spoke to them? Did they actually talk to you?
Oh, yes. They're afraid not to.
Oh, I can't imagine why, after last night.
Well, that's why Tao's dropping things in the kitchen. Do you feel more like yourself this morning?
Oh, I feel as if I'd come back from the dead.
Poor Dot.
Oh, don't say that. The wonderful feeling. If it weren't for Robert being here... Bob, for heaven's sake, Dad's asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mom. Uncle Frank, I saw you out in the clearing. Did you see the tiger again?
No. No, Dr. Shaw.
You don't think we were all dreaming last night?
Hardly. Every native in the village saw knew the tiger was here.
Good morning, Mother. Morning, Uncle Frank.
Morning, darling.
Oh, it's so nice to have you back. Where's Daddy?
Asleep.
Oh.
Frank, you don't think Dr. Shaw could possibly have that tiger shut up in there? In his workshop?
Oh, Mom, for Pete's sake.
Dr. Shaw's not there, Dot. But wherever he is, the tiger must be found and killed.
Well, not by you,
Oh, but Uncle Frank.
Mother, that's for me.
Well, the natives will help. As far as they're concerned, this is just a tiger like any other.
Well, isn't it?
No. Now, you see... Well, sister, we have a visit.
Boy, he'd walk faster than that if he knew there were a tiger running around here somewhere.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. I am Captain Yap Hong of the government police.
Come in.
Thank you. Are you Dr. Ian Shaw?
Oh, no, my name's Chandler. This is my sister, Mrs. Regent, her daughter, and her son.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Mrs. Regent, it was your husband who came here from Bangkok a few days ago,
Yes.
alone.
But, yeah, oh, please don't ask me to call him unless it's really necessary. He's very tired.
How did you know about my father, Captain?
I learned it from the boatman who brought him here.
It's too bad you didn't come 2 or 3 days ago. We really needed you then.
Dr. Shaw has caused trouble for you?
I don't quite know how to answer that, Captain.
There have been some strange stories about Dr. Shaw, sir. I have been sent here to investigate them.
I've been wondering why it hasn't been done before.
You know Dr. Shaw?
Yes, I've known him for years.
Where is he at the moment?
I don't know. I understand he's been conducting some experiments here.
You know of those experiments?
Well, not very much.
Mr. Chandler, you will understand my position, sir. I know only that for some reason you have come to this most remote village bringing your family.
I understand. I'll show you my credentials. Here you are.
Oh, you are Mr. Frank Chandler. How is it you associate yourself with Dr. Shaw?
I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Captain.
Captain, if the authorities in Bangkok know the things that go on in these jungle villages, why isn't anything done about them?
The jungle people are entitled to their own beliefs, Mrs. Regent.
You wouldn't be so broad-minded if they'd almost killed you.
The village people.
They had Mother shut up in a hut over there by the temple for days. They were going to let a cobra bite her.
Oh, I have heard of the ceremony of sacrifice. Mr. Chandler, why did you not send for us?
Well, surely you know that by the time I could get word to Bangkok. But let's not go into all that again. We were talking about Dr. Shaw.
Can you be certain he did not have a hand in the ceremony?
Not at all. In fact, I'm quite sure he did.
Foreigners. It is always the foreigners who demoralize our people.
No foreigner thought up that Cobra God.
Oh, Bob, never mind. We'll soon be away from here.
Mr. Chandler, your business with Dr. Shaw is finished?
Quite finished, Captain. I'd hoped we could go this morning, but... Oh, you don't know about the tiger.
A tiger? Here. Oh, you are mistaken.
We all saw it, Captain. My brother insists it must be found and killed before we can go.
You see, Captain, there's some connection between the tiger and Dr. Shaw's experiments.
If I had not seen of supply the list size Dr. Shaw has recently ordered, I could not believe you.
What kind of supplies?
I will show it to you.
Yes.
A most peculiar list of items for a physician engaged in medical research only. You agree?
What's on it, Uncle Frank?
Do you mind if I look?
Oh, no.
It is not secret, Mrs. Regent. Dr. Shaw ordered all this openly, quite open. Doubtless he thought we were too ignorant to understand what it was.
But what does he want with all that fine wire? He's got enough stuff here to build a cyclotron.
He's going to make a powerful magnet, Bob.
A magnet? Why, Mr. Chandler?
When we've killed the tiger, you'll see. And since you have the authority, I'd advise you to look into Dr. Shaw's workshop and destroy everything you find.
You believe that will end his experiments?
Well, it should help. You aren't alone, of course, Captain.
Except for the crew of the small boat. What you call a launch, I believe. Are you inviting me to your tiger hunt?
Will you come?
If the village will provide beaters, certainly.
Now, Mom, don't give me that look. I'm going
You certainly
to.
are not.
What could you do, Bob? You haven't even a gun.
Uncle Frank hasn't either. Yet.
Oh, there are guns aboard the launch, Mr. Chandler. Have you ever shot a tiger?
No, I hate killing animals. Have you?
Oh, yes. I was obliged to live in India for some time. I will come back with my crew and the guns.
Why, Tao, what are you doing out there? I thought you were in the kitchen.
Oh, Sab, my people beg you will come to kill the great tiger.
Come in. Shut the door. We'll expect you in a half hour or so, Captain.
Thank you.
Who is this guy, Uncle Frank?
You're supposed to be the cook. Tao, you know I told your people I'd help them kill the tiger. What's happened?
Well, you must come now. This tiger...
Wait a minute. You mean it's here in the village again?
Bob, come back here.
I'm just looking out the door, Mom. Hey, Captain, step on it. The tiger's around somewhere again.
Sahib Chandra, the tiger is possessed of an evil spirit.
Well, tell me what you mean.
Sahib, the tiger...
Don't be afraid, Tao. It won't come in here.
Oh, I hope it really won't. Oh, Mother, aren't you scared to death?
Of course I am.
You don't look it.
Just a minute, Betty. I want to know what Tao means.
He is a great tiger. No man in the village has seen a tiger like him.
Well, I've seen it, you know.
But he walks like... I do not know how to say it, Sab. Like walking in sleep. You understand?
Oh, I do. Just as I saw it in that awful dream.
Now from the jungle pool, it is watching. Watching. Oh, you are great, Sahib. The Cobra God obeys your words. Make the tiger die. Make it die, Sahib.
Listen, Tao. Does anyone in the village know where Dr. Shaw has gone?
No. No. Always he comes and goes. No man knows. But the tiger,
Tao, you'll have to pull yourself together. We'll need beaters if the tiger goes back into the jungle. Are your people afraid to go with us?
The tiger will kill us one by one if he does not die.
All right. I'll let you know and we'll start. Go and tell them.
I will tell them, Sahib. I will tell them.
If the tiger's right there by the spring, you can pick him off from Dr. Shaw's workshop. You won't need to get up a big hoopla.
No, that's true.
What can Dr. Shaw have done to make a tiger act that way? I could just see it as Tao spoke.
Yes, so could I.
Is Dr. Shaw trying to hypnotize all the animals in the jungle, or what?
That may be just what he's doing. To begin,
What?
I knew of another man who tried to do that once.
Uncle Frank, do what?
Just imagine what would happen if every animal on Earth turned against man.
Oh.
Household pets, rabbits, sheep, horses.
Oh, stop, Frank. What are you saying?
It's appalling. But that may be exactly what Dr. Shaw is trying to do. And he's begun with the animals at hand. A tiger.
You asked for it, so here it is, back by popular demand. Once more, Chandu offers you his amusing and mystifying magic trick that changes pennies into dimes. Chandu will send you this Assyrian money changer for just 25 cents. Just a quarter and a White King granulated soap box top, or 3 Sierra Pine toilet soap wrappers, mailed to Chandu, Los Angeles 21. Listen. You lay a penny on a table in plain sight. Cover the penny with the mystic ruby block, the money changer. The makers of White King invite you to listen tomorrow at this time when the story resumes.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, serving listeners on the internet and radio community stations with a variety of old-time radio. Visit radio.macandmine.com for more information. We now present Spy Stories on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of The Lives of Harry Lime, the Third Man, which originally aired Friday, July 11th, 1952, 69 years ago today.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
This time, just for a change of pace, I've got a yarn for you about a honeymoon. That's the title I'm giving it. Honeymoon. In a minute you'll see why. It's about the strangest honeymoon that ever happened since honeymoons first began, since the first honeymooners in history left that garden back there, even before old Harry Lime was around. Yes, this one I'm going to tell you about is certainly the strangest of all. Stick around. See if you agree. This all happened in Sicily, which is a place for a honey as good moon as there is anywhere in the world. All sunshine, full moons, and orange blossoms. Ideal. And what was I doing there? Well, I wasn't on my honeymoon. I was in Sicily on business. That's really another story, but I was there to see an old friend of mine called Plucky Mariello. Well, it doesn't matter what I was seeing Plucky about, strictly confidential business, and besides, as I say, it belongs to another story. Anyway, I was there. I was in the bar of the Diodoro, that lovely honeymooners' headquarters. But I ran into the Countess. countess, Cathy, really was a countess. A countess from Hungary. Also, at various times, from hunger. Looks, she had plenty of them, and those. A very tough baby indeed, but photogenic, if you see what I mean. All technical and cast iron. Busy, too. She tried her hand at many semi-legitimate rackets like beauty creams, costume jewelry, and marriage. Just now she seemed to be resting between jobs. That's what I thought, but I was wrong. Like I say, Cathy's a busy girl.
Well, where's that famous move?
Don't look at me. I didn't steal it.
You would if you could, Harry, if there was a price tag on it. Kiss me.
Okay. Another? There's a price tag on that, too.
I hope it isn't too high.
No, I come cheap. All I want is a little information.
And then you'll kiss me again, huh? Generous.
Thank me later, Countess. What do you want with Mariello?
What do you care what I want with Plucky?
Well, you two used to have a thing, didn't you? What are you doing now? Stirring up the dead ashes of your passion?
I'm here on business. But you might try stirring up a few more ashes yourself. But stir gently, Harry. Gently.
Plucky Mariello. I remember when he lived in a penthouse on the top of that big apartment building in West Los Angeles. Sunken bathtubs, ceilings and hand tools swayed, carpets that came up to your knees, and 6 bodyguards on the night shift alone. That was in the old days, of course, before Plucky came back from that disastrous little jaunt of his with Cathy and discovered that Uncle Sam didn't want to let him back into the country. We'd shared the expenses on a hired car that took us back into the hills, the little town where Plucky had that villa of his, and which was where he'd happened to be born and where the Italian government said he had to stay. And on the way up, Cathy told me the truth about what she was after.
It's pretty good money. They pay your expenses, of course, and you get around. That's always important.
Countess Cathy, the demon lady photographer. Whoever would have guessed. What's the paper you work for?
It's not a paper, it's a magazine, a picture magazine. A magazine, e-picture. Matter of fact, Blink.
Oh, yes, Blink.
The trouble is I'm not on the staff. I'm just a freelancer. But I've sold a few photos already, and if I can get onto something really good, sensational, then they'll take me on.
So here you are in Sicily, ready to take a lot of intimate little studies of the famous ex-gangster. What's Plucky going to say to that?
What do you think?
Just what you do, honey. He's not going to like it one little bit. Mr. Mariello's a respectable businessman these days, and there's one thing he hates more than the cops. It's publicity.
I'm afraid you're right, but maybe I can find some way of persuading him.
Speaking of cops, look at that.
What?
Better slow up. This is the Sicilian version of the good old-fashioned police roadblock. Thank your lucky stars for your American passport, Countess.
I don't have one.
Well, I do, and that ought to be enough. Anyway, they're not looking for us. We're just innocent tourists. These babies are hunting big game.
Yes, I know. You mean that bandit? Tomasino's the famous bandit, isn't he? How marvelous.
Bandit is a romantic word, Signora Conte. This son, Tomasino, is not romantic. He's a dangerous killer.
He must be. I understand there are 2,000 of you men specially assigned to the job of catching him, the biggest manhunt in Italian history. Think you'll get him, officer?
We know him, Signor. The only question is when. Good day, Signora Conte. We'll get this, son. Buongiorno, Signor Conte.
Goodbye, officer. Thanks.
Tomasino. That would be really divine.
Now, don't tell me you've got a romantic yen for a brigand.
Just the yen to take his picture.
Oh,
what a spread that would make.
A little tricky to arrange.
Of course, but then everything's possible. Don't you think?
The way you say it, Cathy, I'm almost convinced. She asked me if I didn't think Plucky would be helpful in putting her in touch with this Tomasino, but of course that was out of the question. Between a Sicilian bandit and an Italo-American ex-racketeer, there's a lot more distance you might imagine than imagine. But then looked at in the light of subsequent events, the distance was shorter than even Cathy guessed. Anyway, this conversation, as I said, took place in the car on the way to Plucky's. And as I also mentioned before, he wasn't home when we got there. The butler let us in.
Yeah, the chief's expecting you both, but we're harvesting grapes now. The wine pressing starts soon, and he's in the village talking business with the buyers from Palermo. He'll be back any time.
Harvesting and wine pressing. How rustic can you get?
Yes, I remember when Plucky's connection with the alcoholic profession was considerably more adventurous.
Well, there's liquor in the sideboard, if that's what you mean. Good stuff. Plucky told me to have the two of you make yourselves at home.
Well, how sweet. And who is this dear little man on the sofa?
Oh, him?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, signora.
There, see? He's human. He can
I'll tell you
talk.
the truth. This character just flew in from nowhere.
Oh, it's one of the farmers, I guess. Something like that.
I don't know, but if you want, lady, I can toss him out with pleasure.
Oh, don't dream of it. You can leave us now.
Who, me?
We'll make our own drink.
Oh, all right.
This little mess to be and seem harmless enough.
Harmless. Giuseppe Caracciolo. Harmless. Well, at this point, I didn't know he was either. Just a corny local that needed a haircut. That's what I thought. If I thought at all about it one way or another. Caddy spent a couple of winters in this part of Sicily when she was a kid, and she's a great linguist anyway, so she and this grimy character on the sofa were buzzing away like crazy, and since I didn't dig the dialect, I wasn't paying any attention, and then, very suddenly, things began to happen. Caddy and his character were chatting away, and then it seemed she got out her camera and took his picture, and that's when he drew the gat, a big, nasty-looking Mauser it was. Well, I never liked guns, particularly on other people, so I let him have a sharp one on the back of the noodle with the heavy end of a quart of Black Label. I told you he needed a haircut. That was probably what saved his life.
Well, that was quick work, eh?
Yeah.
What do we do now?
Well, ring for that hoodlum of a butler, I should think, or call the cops.
Oh, you crazy.
I don't like the cops any more than you do, Countess, but in this particular case... Hey, what are you doing with that gun? Give it here.
This camera case just holds it nice.
Well, what do you want with a gun, Countess?
Well, what do you want with it? You've got your whiskey bottle.
Which reminds me, I think I'll finish making that drink.
Well, until you help me with Caracciolo.
With which?
Caracciolo. Ever hear of him?
No, did you?
He's the second in command.
In command of
a
what?
price of 2 million lire on his head, but we aren't greedy, are we, Harry? We're after the big game, you and I. Come on, help me.
Help you do what?
Hide him under the sofa, naturally.
Well, anything you say, Countess, but after a few weeks he may become a trifle noticeable.
Oh, stop talking. Shove.
Okay, but then you've got to do a little explaining. There he goes.
Mister, I'm going to send this camera off where it's safe. Look out.
Look out for what?
His foot. You can still see it sticking up.
Oh, all right.
Come
Here
on,
we go.
push him further underneath.
Now, where are you going?
Just going to the car to give this camera to the driver.
But what happens to me?
That's all right. I've got another one. I always
I mean about the car, not the camera. You aren't sending it away, are you, the car?
Certainly. Plucky can take us back in one of his.
Well, anyway, I didn't have a chance to start getting lonely. I was still tucking my victim's foot under the sofa when...
Okay. Let's have the truth and make it quick.
Hello, Plucky, old man.
What's going on here?
Just making myself a drink,
Well, what's
Plucky.
the cop there? Cops doing it.
What cop? Cops?
All around the house.
Plucky, darling, how marvelous to see you.
Oh, it's you, is it?
Of course, I was. You
Didn't get...
I was
Yes,
Plucky.
you were.
This is my friend, Colonel...
Rocca. Colonel Rocca. How do you do?
You're a cop, ain't you?
Not exactly. Countess jumped to that conclusion when we spoke on the road. Actually, I am in the Italian army, assigned to this Tomasino business.
Tomasino, that's the bandit? You mean you think he's somewhere around here?
Not Tomasino himself, but his second in command, Caracciolo.
Caracciolo?
A very dangerous man. He has been reported in the neighborhood.
From the neighborhood I house. That ain't...
That's not it, Plucky.
Just because I'm Plucky
Now,
married
hold on, old man. You must be sensitive. Nobody's accusing you of...
Oh, shut up.
Colonel Rocca.
Yes, Contessa.
You told me before I might presume.
Oh, yes, Contessa. A pleasure. I will be charmed to drive you back to the coast in my own car.
Oh, but first, of course, you want to see how your men are coming with their search.
To be sure, Contessa. I will go and check with them now.
Cops. After all the trouble I got into building up my good name.
Plucky.
Yeah.
You know why I came here, don't you?
Well, how could I? You haven't told me yet.
I'm a photographer now, Plucky. I work for Blink.
Blink, the picture magazine?
Yes, and I want to take a whole series of you.
No pictures. No publicity. Oh, shut up. Just leave me alone. Pictures is for actors and presidents. I want to be unanimous.
Oh, but this would be so interesting, Plucky. You know, ex-gangster at home with his books and dogs.
Hey, you know what? That groaning's coming out from under this here sofa.
I'm a ventriloquist, Plucky, didn't you know?
Come on, grab one of his legs, Harry. I'll take the other. There we are. Now, who's he?
Perhaps I'd better do some explaining.
I'll say.
Niente, qua. You see, he came here asking for your help, Plucky.
Another touch, huh?
No, he thinks with your connections you can fix it so a friend of his can get out of the country.
That don't sound legitimate to me, and if it ain't legitimate,
Give me your drink, Harry.
Who's his friend?
Well, don't tell us, Candy. Let us guess. His friend is none other than the bandit Tomasino, right?
Tomasino, now get him out of my house quick. I don't want no bandits here.
I've already told you you aren't the man to smuggle Tomasino out of Sicily. No, I'm taking care of that.
You?
Certainly, darling. I am Harry. And all Plucky has to do is let me take those pictures.
You heard me, Caddy. No pictures.
But, Plucky, darling, I've already taken
When?
one.
When did you take any pictures?
None of you, darling. I've got Optolo.
Now, hold on, Caddy.
Didn't like being photographed either, darling. But I made a nice shot of him just the same. Here, in this room. The room will show up very nicely in an
just a minute.
enlargement. And that way, Rocker can see just where this bandit has been visited.
Oh, where's that camera? Frame up.
Way back to the coast, darling, in a fast car. But I've got another camera.
That drawing room where I might put a hot bandit sitting on my sofa.
That's right, darling.
Yeah.
But nobody need ever see
The old sick down.
Really,
Now,
darling? Such language.
Hey, put down that camera.
Let's start right in here.
Now, just a minute.
The library, and then the rose garden.
Oh.
All right, now, darling. Give us a nice big smile.
So that's how Plucky Mariello happened to pose for all those pictures you may have seen in Blink. That's also how the notorious Sicilian bandit Tomasino fell into the hands of the Countess Catty. As you are going to see, it was easily the strangest honeymoon in history.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man.
Sicily was made for honeymoons. There was a young couple in the hotel, Jim and Jean. Their names were American. Nice kids. The classic honeymoon duet. I think they're the ones that gave Catty her idea.
Now comes the really big job. We're pulling it off tonight. Now, the first thing to do...
Now, wait a minute. Not so fast, Countess. What's the job? And anyway, where do you get this stuff about we?
Well, there's $20,000 waiting for us in Tangier if we succeed.
20,000? I'll go back to my first question. What's the job?
The money's all arranged for. They gave me the code, and I sent the wire to the Tangier bank
I'd still
myself.
like to know what we have to do for it.
Don't be so tiresome, darling. For $20,000, you'd do anything.
True. Go on.
I'm going to be the bride. We leave...
The what?
The bride.
Well, that's what I thought you said. Who's the lucky groom? Is that what I have to do for my money, marry you?
Nobody's getting married. We're just going to make it look that way. After all, what's less suspicious than a couple of honeymoons?
Well, that all depends on what we're suspected of doing.
Oh, you're not supposed to be part of the honeymoon? No, darling. You go along in the train as a sort of lookout. Your real job is after the trip's over.
Oh.
And also tonight. You're the one who must drive up and get him in the hills.
Drive up and get him in the
I'll
hills?
give you the password, and they'll be waiting for you.
Drive up and get who?
Oh, don't be so stupid, darling. Who do you think? Tomasino, of course.
Tomasino? You're kidding.
I couldn't be more serious, Harry.
You realize that 2,000 soldiers and Carabinieri combing the country for him? There's a price on his head, dead or alive.
20,000 in gold is the price for him alive, Harry. The best I could get.
Honeymoon special. It leaves Taormina at 8. The next stop is Messina an hour or so later. They made quite a couple, the Countess and the bandit. She dressed very carefully for the part, and if you didn't look too closely, they were quite convincing. An idea at that. Nobody expects a hot bandit to go away on a honeymoon. That cat is a sharp customer, I knew that, but now I was beginning to give her credit for being even smarter than I thought, when suddenly, down the corner, there came somebody who wasn't going to do that 20,000 any good at all. Colonel Rocca in the flesh. He nodded and went right on past their compartment without so much as glancing at them. The next thing I knew, he was at the far end of the car talking to some characters who looked like cops to me. Not a very pleasant situation. I went back into the compartment and sat down opposite the bride and groom. They didn't say anything. He couldn't, of course. Tomasino only spoke some dim Sicilian dialect, and she was cuddling up to him in a way that made my flesh creep. I felt kind of silly sitting there facing that honeymoon couple. Definitely the third man.
Don't look so worried, Harry. You're almost as bad as the blushing groom.
I told you, Kathy. I'm sure I saw Rocca get on the train.
What of it?
What of it? Those cops have orders to shoot on sight and shoot to kill. Your friend here isn't armed, is he?
Of course not, darling. I made that a condition of the deal. But you know, I'm disappointed in you. I wouldn't have thought you'd be scared of a little gunfire, Harry. Or is it the 20,000 you're worrying about?
Maybe.
Ah, good evening, Colonel.
I looked up. There he was in the doorway of the compartment. Colonel Rocca. He wasn't holding a gun, just a cigarette. And he was smiling.
Good evening, Colonel. Good day, sir. Perhaps it would be better in English if we spoke, so your friend there won't follow what we are saying. May I sit down?
Certainly, Colonel. I won't introduce you. You know Harry already.
Yeah.
And for my young husband.
The important point is that your husband doesn't know me. Even his lieutenant, whom I won't name, and who you tell me was hidden in that villa yesterday, was unconscious while I was there. So I think we can be fairly sure that Sicily's most desperate bad man hasn't the remotest idea that he's sitting opposite his deadliest enemy. Interesting situation, Countess, as I think you will be the first to agree.
I'm never exactly at my ease with a cop, even when he's in plain clothes and carries an army rank. And the situation, as Rocca put it, was interesting in the extreme.
This gentleman in front of me has a long history of violence. He would not think twice of murdering us all as we sit here. Yes, I think he would try it even with his bare hands if he knew exactly what we have in store for him.
And exactly what do we have in store for him?
But about 30 or so will be disguised as porters with their machine guns behind pieces of luggage.
Machine gun?
The first thing to be sure about is that all passengers are well out of the line of fire.
Line of fire? But he isn't armed. I'm beginning to gather that you're planning to arrest this man in the station, but why?
Mr. Lyme, Sicily is a strange country. This man is hated by everyone. The people pray for his death. But there are very few men who would deliberately connive with the police for his arrest. You see, the police are regarded here as enemies.
I can sympathize with that.
We're coming into the station. I must go now, Countess. Remember the plan. At the signal, after you have led him out of the south end of the platform, you leave it. Do not come closer than 20 feet. That is enough for your pictures. And otherwise, I cannot be responsible for your life.
So now I had the whole thing straight at last. That was the deal. Caddy was turning him in, but on her own terms. Setting it up so she could get her pictures while it happened.
Senti, noi cambiamo il treno qui.
Sì, signora, ma non si sconta.
Congratulations, Caddy.
Thank you, darling.
So now you're going to be a famous photographer, and the groom here, I suppose, is going to be a famous corpse. The passengers were being herded to the other end of the station as she led him down out of the train. He was suspicious, I could see that, but not of her. He trusted her. It was something to see. Tomasino, the famous bandit, clinging to her like a little boy.
All right, contesta, run! Tomasino, sei in arresto. Mani in alto.
But we'd all forgotten that gun, Caracciolo's gun that Cat had put in his camera. But Tomasino had seen it, and somehow he'd managed to sneak it away.
Now, Countess, duck!
No! Stop! Not this way! That's right! When we get clear Father, that luggage, or I'll miss him.
She meant she'd miss him with her camera.
Harry, where are you, Harry?
What's wrong? Did they get you?
No, my other camera. Where is it? He's dying. Look, he's dying and I'm out of film.
Here's the other camera.
Good. I don't have time to reload. You hold this one and be careful of it. That's the one I used for everything up to now. Oh, no.
No, what?
I'm too late. He died on me. Wait, before they take him away, I'll get a shot of the corpse. Give me the other camera, quick.
Give you what?
The camera I gave you to hold. I didn't have time to reload, so I just switched cameras.
Yes, I know.
But it was all over by the time I started in with the second one, so it doesn't really matter. I've got the whole thing in the first one, but where is it?
Oh, that was a camera.
Stop trying to be funny. Of course it was a camera. All right, I was stupid. I let you hold it. I wasn't thinking. Now, what's your price?
Price for what, Countess?
That camera, you dirty...
Language, Countess, language.
It can't be far from here. Where could you hide it?
There was an awful lot of noise and confusion here in the station just now, so maybe you didn't notice it, but the train went by on the other track.
I see you threw it into the other train. Well, that means we can get it back. You can't do it any easier than I can. Now, maybe you had something rigged. All right. You've got to have a price. You of all people.
Me of all people, sure. I sell everything. Contraband, fake passports, stolen cars. Well, what you told me the other night, Caddy, you said I'd never done a decent thing in my life. It's true. I took it as a compliment, but now I'm afraid I've spoiled my record. Nobody's selling those pictures, Caddy. There's nothing to sell. You see, I threw your camera under that train. Don't look like that, Caddy. It isn't becoming. Remember, there are other cameras in the world. Somebody might come along and take your picture.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Maybe you'd like to know what happened to the different people in this story. Tomasino, of course, is dead. His mother came up from that little town near Palermo, where he was born, to claim his body, and there was a lot of publicity. Blink ran a big picture spread on the funeral. You probably saw it. Pictures weren't by Cathy, though. She never bought another camera. Quit journalism, as a matter of fact, after she met that Maharaja. He sailed into the harbor of Taormina with the biggest yacht anybody, even Cathy, had ever seen. And who do you think sailed away with him when he left? Not plucky Mariello, to be sure. He's a businessman now, of course, and he said he just couldn't get away from his desk. Well, no, the Maharaja's new passenger, of course, was little Cathy. The last I heard, they were on their way around the world. I wonder now exactly how far she'll get.
Stay tuned for Matinee Theater, next on ABN.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. Listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network, playing a daily schedule of vintage radio genres and matching today's date in history when available. Visit radio.macandmine.com for a schedule. We now present Matinee Theater on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, July 11th, 1954, 67 years ago today.
Inheritance. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the American Legion, presents a story out of that great composite of visions, struggles, and victories of the American past. Our Inheritance. Yes, we Americans are heirs to a vast fortune, a fortune compounded of many things. Of pilgrims building a settlement at New Plymouth. The Battle of Bunker Hill. The voice of a great bell proclaiming liberty. It is the pioneer pushing ever westward. And fast clipper ships of the East India trade. Let us now go back to a decisive period in America's history, one which we all share in our inheritance. Throughout our history, there have been those in all walks of life who have added to our country's greatness by the inheritance they left for us. An inheritance of knowledge and foresight which has added much to our sciences, industries, and territorial expansion. It is in this latter field that we find the names of two men whose foresight, in the face of national criticism, gave America its greatest bargain. The two men, Robert Livingston and James Monroe. The bargain, the Louisiana Purchase. At the turn of the 19th century, the land which comprised the Louisiana Territory was under the control of the French. But American shipping was guaranteed freedom of navigation along the Mississippi River and the privilege of deposit in the port of New Orleans through a treaty which had been made with Spain in 1794. But in October 1802, when France signed a secret agreement with Spain which closed the entire Mississippi River to American navigation, the voice of America grew loud in protest.
It's just plain cussedness, that's what it is. If we can't get our produce down to New Orleans, how they expect us to get it to other parts of the country?
Can't rightly say, Jed. Towed up by land on our backs, I reckon.
More potatoes, Jed.
No. Far as I can see, our crops are just going to rot on the ground unless somebody figures out something. And real quick.
Well, what can anybody do? If we was to load our stuff in wagons and tote it that way, it'd rot just as quick.
With France and Spain in cahoots and both of them grabbing all the land they can lay their hands on, well, all I have to say is, what's happened to this here independence we just got through fighting for?
Appears to me old Bonaparte sort of put the lid on it.
Appears to me that Bonaparte is getting a mite too big for his knee britches.
You haven't hardly touched your plate, Jed.
I ain't hungry. Something's sure got to be done to stop him.
Well, what can we do?
We can't do nothing, Jonathan, that's certain. But by jiggers, the Congress ought to be able to do something.
And if they can't, I reckon President Jefferson can.
Tom Jefferson's a good man. He's seen the evils of the alien and sedition laws quick enough. And if he can tromp on laws like that to help folks, sure as shooting he can pass another one for the same reason.
Even if it means war with France?
Even if it means war with France.
I don't know why I trouble to cook the victuals if you aren't going to eat 'em, Jed.
Just you rest easy, Cora. If we don't get to ship our produce down to New Orleans pretty soon, you'll be cooking more victuals than you know what to do with. Tom Jefferson better think of something, and mighty fast.
Back in Washington, Thomas Jefferson had thought of something, despite the feelings of such men as James Monroe and James Madison.
But the people do not want war with France, Madison. No more than I do.
I'll avert it, Mr. President. Every day we hear more of the people's resentment. And with shipping almost at a standstill, one can hardly blame them.
I understand their resentment.
Today, Bonaparte controls the entire Louisiana territory, the whole length of the Mississippi. Now, tomorrow, who can tell how many more will be under his domination? I tell you, Bonaparte is set on conquering the entire world.
Madison is right. With Bonaparte's troops in the West Indies headquartered on Santo Domingo, the arms of the octopus threaten to encircle all America.
Perhaps. But you forget, Monroe, that the effectiveness of Dominguez of Santo has been weakened by the revolutives under of the Toussaint overture.
And what of Napoleon's General Leclerc? Have you forgotten that he has crushed the revolt?
Whether or not the revolt on Santo Domingo has been crushed is not the main issue at the moment. There is on the globe one single spot, the possessor of which is our natural and habitual enemy.
New Orleans?
It is New Orleans, through which the produce of 3/8 of our territory must pass to market. And France, placing herself in that door, assumes the attitude of defiance.
Yes, and in her defiance, she has completely paralyzed our shipping.
So, it is now our duty to unparalyze it.
And by what better means than a declaration of war?
There's another way.
If there is, it does not come to my mind.
We must have an open port for shipping. To that you will agree.
Yes, of course.
Very well. Robert Livingston is now in Paris ambassador as our to France. He's a man of perspective, and he's shrewd. If he were to effect the purchase of the port of New Orleans, and Bonaparte were made to realize that we sought no other claims on the Louisiana territory, then his desire for an American holding would be satisfied, and there'd be no need for a war with France.
Well, the plan is a good one. But Bonaparte would never agree to such a transaction. He's too mad for power, and you cannot reason with a madman.
But supposing he did agree to give us New Orleans, what then?
Here's my plan. Oh, Monroe, do you consider yourself an able seaman?
Yes, I do.
Good.
Well, why do you ask?
I am commissioning you as envoy extraordinary to France. The purpose of aiding Livingston in the purchase of New Orleans.
You are so certain of success?
I am so certain that I have already written Livingston of my plan.
That should answer your question, Monroe.
It does indeed. What are my instructions?
Look at this map. Here's the Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Its territory, France's right to the west, and ours to the running east, as far south as Georgia.
Yes.
Now, with New Orleans, the Floridas were ours. That would give us the entire east bank of the Mississippi.
And the Gulf Coast to the eastward.
Exactly. Now, this is my suggestion. When you speak with Bonaparte, proceed with caution. Give him not a suspicion of an idea that we are anxious to purchase New Orleans.
And the price for this port, which means so little to us.
You and Livingston are to offer Bonaparte anything up to 50 million francs for New Orleans and the Floridas.
50 million francs? Why, that's over $9 million.
It is, Madison, and worth the spending.
What if Bonaparte refuses to give up both New Orleans and the Floridas?
Then you will offer 3/4 of the sum for New Orleans alone, or for some portion on the east bank of the Mississippi to be used as an American port. Failing in that effort, you must press for a perpetual guarantee for the rights of navigation and deposit on the Mississippi.
And should the consul refuse to negotiate at all, what then?
Monroe and Livingston are refused on every count. Then they will open a confidential communication with ministers of the British government, with a view to a candid understanding and a closer connection with Great Britain. In the event such a treaty is consummated with Great Britain, it's not unreasonable to suppose that we shall sign a mutual agreement not to make a separate peace with France.
As soon as Congress had voted an appropriation for the purchase of New Orleans, James Monroe set sail for France. Meantime, in having received his instructions from President Jefferson, Robert Livingston in Paris had already started negotiations with Bonaparte through his Grand Chamberlain, Talleyrand.
Do you not find our flower gardens charming, Monsieur?
Indeed, I
Livingston.
do, Monsieur Talleyrand. Such beauty beggars description.
There is beauty everywhere, mon ami, when one is surrounded by the springtime. There is something in the air at this time of year which drives away all thoughts of difficulties and indecision. Don't you agree?
Well, I fear I am not as romantic as you are, Monsieur Talleyrand, nor am I as complete a student of nature.
Comment?
To me, the springtime means only the return of sneezes, head colds, and
Oh, you Americans, how logical and unromantic you are.
Oh, on the contrary, we're basically a most romantic people. But there are times when romance must surrender to that which is of greater importance.
Oh, c'est impossible, Monsieur Livingston. There is nothing more important than romance.
The growth of one's country is more important.
And can you speak of such serious matters when love is in the air?
Even then, I can speak of the matter which has brought me here today.
Can it not wait for another day?
No, Monsieur Talleyrand, it cannot.
Eh bien, let us sit here and talk.
Thank you. It is of my country I wish to speak.
Oui.
America is out of its swaddling clothes, Monsieur Talleyrand, and sadly in need of territory in which to grow.
You have such a territory in mind?
Yes, though what we seek is of small material value.
Oui?
New Orleans, for example.
Oh, New Orleans.
What is it exactly? An unimportant city set in the wilderness. A small town built of wood inhabited by a mere 7,000 souls.
Not worth the notice.
Exactly. And the Floridas. Barren sand and sunken marshes.
C'est triste. You paint a dismal picture, Monsieur Livingston. Yet there this area in which your country, as you say, wishes to go.
Well, when you consider the vast reaches of France's holdings in our country, how insignificant indeed must seem this poor land which we would purchase from you.
Oh, I agree. It is but a trifle.
Then the council will consider our request for New Orleans, Florida, and the land of...
No, Monsieur Livingston.
But, Monsieur, you agreed.
Such land is but a trifle, oui. Unfortunately, the council is a connoisseur of trifles.
Would he perhaps consider the New Orleans sale of James alone?
That also is improbable.
I am prepared to offer him a sizable sum.
Monsieur Livingston, I have not yet shown you our rose garden. Its charming sight in springtime.
Another time, perhaps, Monsieur Talleyrand. At the moment, I seem to have lost my appreciation for roses and springtime.
On James Monroe's arrival in France, Robert Livingston told him of his talks with Talleyrand and of Bonaparte's refusal to consider the sale of either New Orleans or the Floridas. As the days passed, it became only too evident to the two Americans that the French consul was determined to hold on to the southern approaches to the Mississippi, even if it meant the complete paralysis of American shipping. Though their mission appeared to be a completely lost cause, Monroe and Livingston refused to be discouraged.
4 million francs we have offered Bonaparte for New Orleans alone, and still he refuses to consider. We cannot offer him much more. Yet I will not return home without one more attempt.
Well, I, too, would venture one more attempt. But Talleyrand, there's no reasoning with a man. You've seen for yourself the way he smiles in that cunning way of his and lets us play the fool. Oh, he's a fox, that one.
I know. But even a fox can be outwitted.
How do you mean?
Despite Jefferson's caution, we have appeared much too anxious in our arguments with Talleyrand, too eager to seal the bargain. In the future, let us more cautiously, even with assumed air of complete indifference.
Yes. Yes, I see what you mean. If, after trying so desperately to purchase New Orleans, we should suddenly show no interest whatsoever in it.
Exactly. Now, tonight Bonaparte is giving a ball. We will attend. We will be casual. We will enjoy ourselves. But we will make no references to New Orleans or the Floridas.
I fear the ball will hold little enjoyment for me.
Is it so difficult for you to forget our dealings with Talleyrand?
No, that is not the reason.
Well, then what other reason could there be?
I cannot dance.
Eh bien, Talleyrand, our guests, they enjoy themselves, oui?
When the consul invites them to attend a ball, sire, they always enjoy themselves.
Do you perhaps suggest, Chamberlain, that they enjoy themselves only to flatter us?
I fear there are many at court who do not admire you for your largesse, your generosity.
We agree. But still it amuses us to be surrounded with music and dancing.
Huh? What is it?
Regardez. Our two ambassadors from America.
Oui, and even they seem to be enjoying themselves.
To win favor from us?
No, it is more than favor they would have from Napoleon Bonaparte.
Good evening, Your Majesty.
Monsieur Livingstone. And Monsieur Monroe.
Your Majesty.
Monsieur, we are pleased.
Thank you. Good evening, Monsieur Talleyrand.
Monsieur?
The dancing, it pleases you?
Oh, I fear your minuet is far too intricate for my poor comprehension. But Monsieur Monroe would surprise you with his grace and lightness of foot.
Oh, have done with such compliments, Livingston, lest the consul detain me here as dancing master.
Do you then find our country so unbearable, Monsieur Monroe?
Au contraire, Your Majesty. I find France most attractive. There is so much to amuse and entertain a foreigner. And with beauty on every side, there is little more for which one could ask.
You pay us a most charming compliment, Monsieur Monroe.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Oh, Monsieur Talleyrand.
Oui, Monsieur Monroe.
Would you perhaps one day show me the consul's rose garden?
The rose garden?
I have told Monsieur Monroe how proud both the consul and you are of the roses. I, too, should like to see them. I fear I have been much too occupied with other problems to enjoy the real beauty of your country.
I would be most happy to show you the garden.
Shall we say tomorrow?
If it is your pleasure.
Good. Until then, au revoir, Your Majesty.
Monsieur Livingstone?
Good evening, Your Majesty.
Monsieur Monroe. Eh bien, Talleyrand, what do you think?
What do I think?
The ambassadors from America, they are most anxious to purchase for their government the port of New Orleans. Then, voila, they suddenly speak only of the charm and beauty of our country, and of the desire to see our roses. This does not seem strange?
Strange? No. It seems only to me that they have at last realized that France has no desire to surrender her claim to the port of New Orleans or the Floridas.
That was our feeling, Monsieur Talleyrand. But we have come to a new decision.
You mean you will give the American government control of New Orleans?
We have been considering the state of our affairs in America. Consider Talleyrand. In the West Indies, General Leclerc has crushed the revolt of Toussaint Louverture. But the people have had a taste of freedom. So, they will attempt another revolt. And another. And another. Until Santo Domingo is no longer ours to command. If Santo Domingo is lost, our gateway to America is also lost, n'est-ce pas? Without Santo Domingo, our lands in America become powder kegs. On the other hand, our relations with England give us much concern. And if the American government should declare war on us, the English would join them immediately.
Oui, even now the forces of George III wait for the chance to declare war on France.
When they do, it will take a great deal of money for us to oppose them. If war is declared and the British ships attack New Orleans, we shall lose it without so much as a centime of recompense.
But, if the American should purchase New Orleans now, and it is later attacked by the British...
Voila. We have lost nothing. Our treasury has grown fat. And it is the Americans who lose New Orleans to the British.
A most excellent plan.
This masquerade of the American ambassadors It does not deceive me. They still remain anxious to secure New Orleans for their government. And they will pay any price to get it.
Eh bien, then tomorrow, when I show them the garden...
Tomorrow, when you show them the gardens, you will present them with a most attractive offer. One which they cannot refuse. And one which will give us the money to finance our war with George III.
Dear messieurs, are the roses which you wish to see? The realization perhaps does not equal the anticipation?
Oh, indeed it does, Monsieur Talleyrand. The roses are magnificent. Such colors, such fragrance.
Would that such we could grow rooms in America?
Oh, you cannot grow roses in your country. Huh?
Oh, roses, yes, but none which can compare with these. I count the days until my return home when I can speak to my friends of such beautiful flowers.
Oh, do you then leave us so soon, Monsieur Monroe?
I'm afraid I must. There are matters of importance at home which require my attention.
Oh, quel dommage.
I shall indeed be sorry to leave your country, Monsieur Talleyrand. This has been a most interesting visit.
We shall be very sorry to see you leave.
Thank you. Perhaps one day you will pay us a visit in America.
Okay. Monsieur Monroe.
Yes?
Un moment.
Something is wrong?
No, Monsieur Livingstone, no. It is only that I would speak with you.
As you wish.
We have spoken together many times recently, the three of us, n'est-ce pas?
Indeed, we have.
Many times.
And the purpose for your visit to France, Monsieur Monroe, it has brought you nothing.
Oh, if you refer to our government's desire to purchase New Orleans...
Precisely.
You need have no qualms on that subject, Monsieur Talleyrand. We understand perfectly the situation, and we shall pursue it no further.
Monroe is correct. If the consul has a wish to sell New Orleans to America, then Monroe will so report to President Jefferson on returning to Washington.
But the purchase of New Orleans would mean a great deal to your government, would it not?
It is but another port.
But a necessary one.
If New Orleans were ours, it would ease the shipping problem along the Mississippi.
Exactement. Eh bien, messieurs, I am pleased to inform you that the consul has had, how do you say it, a change of heart.
Oh, so?
And this change of heart affects us in some way?
Most assuredly it does. The consul has instructed me to offer your government the port of New Orleans.
Ah. Well, that is good news indeed. Does he perchance also offer us the Floridas?
Oh, oui, Monsieur Livingstone. Not only the Florida.
There is more?
There is more.
I do not understand.
Your government, it would be interested in the purchase of the territory of Louisiana.
Louisiana territory?
Oui.
In its entirety?
Oui. The consul makes that most generous offer.
I do not understand.
We were not prepared for such an offer.
But it appeals to you, n'est-ce pas?
Indeed it does.
Eh bien, then we will discuss the terms.
Oh, we cannot act that quickly, Monsieur Talleyrand.
Pourquoi pas?
On such a proposition, we must first consult with President Jefferson before we can come to any decision.
Oh, unfortunately, Monsieur Monroe, it would take many days for you to send a message to your president, and many more for his reply to reach France. The consul will not wait. He must have your decision now.
But, Monsieur Talleyrand, in matters of such magnitude, it is the President who makes the decisions.
In other matters, perhaps. In this matter, you will have to speak in the name of your government.
We are not authorized to make such a decision.
Monsieur Talleyrand, if we should decide to accept the consul's offer, what price would he accept for it?
Oh, his price, monsieur, is most generous. For the entire territory, he asks but 25 million of your American dollars.
25?
Such a fantastic figure, Monsieur Talleyrand, is hardly what one would call generous.
Bien, what would you call generous?
Well, I am certain that Monsieur Monroe and I can arrive at a figure that would be acceptable to the consul if you will give us a little time to consider the proposition.
Bien, monsieur. You shall have the time to consider.
Thank you.
However, I would suggest that you do not take too much time to make your decision. The consul is a most impatient man.
I do not understand, Livingston. First, Bonaparte stubbornly refuses to sell us so much as New Orleans alone. Then suddenly we are offered the entire Louisiana territory. Now, what can his reason be for such a change?
Whatever his reason, Monroe, we must accept his offer.
I agree. But how? We have the authority only to bargain for New Orleans and the Floridas. And with time of the essence, further authorization is out of the question.
And we must do it without authorization. Do you realize what this territory will mean to America? Consider for a moment, Monroe. Today there are 16 United States in the Union. But if this vast territory west of the Mississippi were ours, how many more states might be born?
The potential value of the territory goes beyond even that. What grazing lands could be established in it? And the agricultural possibilities. This is an offer we cannot refuse. And yet, do we dare to accept it? What guarantee do we have that our decision will be the correct one? Will the people of America agree with our decision?
The answers to those questions, my friend, will come in due time. At the moment, it comes down to this. We must take it on ourselves to accept the offer and pray that the consequences are favorable.
Very well. We accept the offer.
Yes, but what of the price? Bonaparte's demand of $25 million is far in excess of what we dare offer.
What do you suggest?
$4 million.
$4 million it shall be. But I have doubts that the fox will be that easy to catch.
Well, monsieur?
We are prepared to offer the consul $4 million for the territory.
Impossible.
Would he consider $6 million?
Oh, c'est ridicule.
But, Livingston, we have already offered $7 million.
Then let us offer $8.
It is not enough.
$10 million?
$12 million.
We have played the game long enough, monsieur. The council will make one last offer. The territory shall become a part of your United States for $15 million.
But that is a sum greater than the entire annual revenue of our government.
$15 million, monsieur. And your government will also assume the payment of any spoliation claims your sea captains may have against France.
The consul drives a hard bargain.
The consul also will not be cheated.
And $15 million is his final offer.
Oui, Monsieur Livingston. Eh bien, messieurs, what is your answer?
In the name of our government, we accept the offer.
Thus was consummated the biggest real estate negotiation in history. $15 million for 1/3 of a nation. 800,000 square miles of land, which today covers over 12 of our states, which produces annually some 3 million bales of cotton, 1.5 billion corn and wheat, and of some 400 million barrels of oil and minerals, worth over $840 million. This was the Louisiana Territory, sold to us at 4 cents an acre, when Napoleon Bonaparte realized he would get nothing for it if France should lose the war with England. Truly America's greatest bargain. When President Jefferson learned of the negotiation, he was most enthusiastic in his personal approval. And when Congress gave its approval, the Louisiana Purchase became a reality. We owe a great deal to the two men who are personally responsible for the purchase of this territory, which has brought our country so much wealth. Robert Livingston and James Monroe. Two men who, with prophetic foresight, contributed so much to the way of life we enjoy today. You have been listening to Inheritance, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the American Legion. Here is an announcement from the American Legion.
The American Legion will hold its 36th National Convention this year in Washington, D.C. from August 30th through September 2nd, when approximately 150,000 Legionnaires and 100,000 of their family members will arrive in that city for what promises to be the largest convention in the history of the nation's capital. The Legion, which celebrated its 35th birthday this year, is composed of nearly 3 million veterans of World War I, World War II, and the recent Korean conflict. Dedicated for God and country, it is an articulate force for Americanism and for the preservation of the lofty ideals and strong moral values which are our inheritance.
Next week, Inheritance will take you on another journey through the pages of history to a time when Americans dreaming of the future forged that which we possess today. Today's story, America's Greatest Bargain, was written by Milt Kahn and featured Whitfield Connor as Robert Livingston and Dennis Patrick as James Monroe. Included in the cast in order of their appearance were Clarence Strait, Gil Harmon, Ann Seton, Tyler McVeigh, Jay Barney, Ben Wright, Donald Lawton. The original music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. Inheritance is produced for the National Broadcasting Company and the American Legion by Albert McCleary. This is John Wall speaking. Tonight, hear Meet the Press on the NBC Radio Network.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of Inheritance, which originally aired Sunday, July 11th, 1954, 67 years ago today. Here's an episode of Family Theater, which originally aired Wednesday, July 11th, 1951, 70 years ago today.
Family Theater presents Gene Lockhart and Scotty Beckett. From Hollywood, the newscasting visual broadcasting in cooperation with Family Theater brings you Scotty Beckett, Funny Man in. Now, to introduce the drama, here is your host, Gene Lockhart.
Thank you, Lafrano. You, Tony. A word first about Family Theater's purpose. That single purpose is to promote family prayer in the belief that prayer
Where were you tonight? Were you at the lodge hall making a fool of yourself again?
Oh, just another MC job, Mama. The aisle. I had him in
Oh, big ham. I got a good mind to take you over my knee.
Over your knee. Oh, go on. Quit your bragging.
Oh, I'm bragging, am I? Why,
Mom, what's the matter?
I guess the doc's right, Harry. It's my heart. I gotta slow down a bit.
Well, how do you feel, Mom?
I'm all right now. That was just a warning, I guess.
Well, now, you just sit back and relax. I'm taking X over now.
Yep. It's your show. I guess I'm just a worn-out old trooper. Now, about tonight's son.
Oh, Mom, forget it.
And I know about the MC job you did at the lodge dinner last week.
That was stupendous, Mom.
Are you sure this is what you want to do? Your dad and I were in show business for 20 years, and I know what it can do to you. It's fickle, Harry. It's uncertain. It'll eat your heart out, son. I know what I'm talking about. Harry, listen to me.
Okay, I'm listening, but for God's sakes, Mom, don't make a tearjerker out of this. I'm just having fun.
Is that all it means to you? Are you sure?
Look, there's nothing for you to get excited about.
Harry, why don't you learn a trade, live by your hands, get a steady job you like? You got a fine girl in Alice. And I want both of you to have a normal, happy life.
Okay, Mom. I'm normal. Look, only one head.
Oh, Harry.
That's better, Mom. Look, I've got plans. I was talking to Alice about them. She's going to help me.
Alice is a wonderful girl, and I'm glad, Harry.
And when I'll reply, I'm all sort to you. Okay?
Okay. I suppose I shouldn't worry. You're a good kid, Harry. into town, Lou?
Yesterday. So the first thing I do is say to myself, Lou, you owe it to yourself to drop in and see Mabel Dennis, the best little hooper this side of the Swanee River.
Oh, that was 20 years ago. 20 long years ago.
You haven't changed a bit.
Oh, go on. Still dishing out the same old blarney. What are you doing in town, Lou? You're still in
Are you
show business?
kidding? What do you think? I'm the advance man for the Square Ring. You know, that new musical.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to me it's still the same old story, only this time it happens to a prize fighter. Anyway, here I am. Say, how's the kid, Mabel?
Harry? Oh, he's not a kid anymore. He's engaged.
Engaged to be married?
Yes.
No kidding. Well, what do you know?
Oh, she's a very nice girl.
Oh, well, what's Harry doing? Is he in show business? That kid of yours had a lot of talent.
I thought so, too, at one time.
Why? Well, what's he doing?
Working in a warehouse.
No, not Harry.
Yep, but it was his own idea. He took the easy way. The job was offered to him. It was steady and pretty good pay.
Well, why did you let him? You shouldn't have...
No. It's his own life. Whatever he wants to do, it's all right with me.
And that's what he wants to do?
For the last couple of months, though, he's been taking on MC jobs around town.
Ah, sure, I knew it.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure. I don't think he knows his own mind.
Oh, don't talk foolish, Mabel. He was born and raised in show business.
But I want to be sure, Lou. That's why I'm discouraging him.
You're not.
Yes, I am.
Are you crazy? What do you want to do that for?
You know how it is, Lou. With show people, you sort of take it for granted your kids will carry on. Tradition and all that sort of thing. You know.
Oh, yeah, sure. Naturally, yeah.
I thought so, too, till Harry took that warehouse job. Then one night I had a long talk to myself.
Very interesting, yeah. So?
I said to myself, Mabel, don't push him. Don't let him wander. Don't let him get lost. But don't push him.
Uh-huh. That's what you said to yourself.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah. Say, there's a fella in town I know. He's a very good psychiatrist.
Lou, I'm serious.
Yeah, I know. That's what worries me.
But, Lou, I want Harry to be sure this is what he wants.
I see.
And then there's Alice.
Mm-hmm. That's his girl, huh? What about her?
Well, when the going gets tough, he'll need her. Oh, sure, she loves him now. But when the bookings get scarce and the agents won't see you, and you'd be willing to dig ditches just to make enough to eat, that's when it takes just a little extra something besides love. I know. I went through it.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? Will she make the grade?
I don't know. I'm not so sure.
Uh-huh. And what happens if Harry decides to go into show business? What'll she do then?
That's what I'm waiting to see. Oh, I'm worried plenty, believe me.
I think she has that something extra. You don't, is that it?
That's what I'm afraid of, Lou. That's what I'm afraid of.
You cold, honey?
No, I'm fine. Look, a full moon.
Yeah.
Harry, there's something on your mind. Is it a family worry, or can I get in on it, too?
Oh, sure. Come on in. The worry's fine.
Oh, ouch.
Besides, honey, one of these days you're going to be stuck with me, so we might as well include you in.
I know what's on your mind, Harry. I spoke to my dad.
Oh, yeah? What'd he say?
Well, he suggested cabinet making.
Cabinet making? For me?
Well, he says you could go to night school to learn the trade.
Night school? Well, what about my club work at night?
Forget it, Harry.
Oh, honey, I need those MC jobs.
You mean the money?
Well, it's not only that, but, well, it gives me something to think about all day. Planning my act, thinking up gags. I love it, Alice. I just wait for those jobs.
But what about me, Harry?
Yeah, honey, what about you? What do you think?
You know, my mom and dad are kind of worried about you and your future. And so am I.
I see. Okay, honey. That's it, I guess. I was just hoping...
Hoping?
Nothing, honey. Nothing. I'll have a talk with your dad tomorrow.
That's what I told him.
Oh, honey, that's what I like about you. You're subtle, tactful, diplomatic.
My, how romantic.
It's the moonlight. Alice.
Yes?
There's something I forgot to tell you.
What is it?
I love you.
Harry,
cabinet maker. Why, that's wonderful, Harry. But, Alice, don't you let him ditch night school.
Oh, don't you worry now, Mother. I'll keep his nose to the bone.
Yeah,
Grinds.
and my head, too. The point is getting a little dull.
All right. Never mind the comedy. Let's forget about that.
Okay, Mrs. Sourpuss. Hey, what's new in the obituary column today?
Oh, Harry, that's not funny.
Okay. I better go someplace else where I'm appreciated.
Harry, where are you going?
Oh, this time I'm serious, Mom. I've got to see somebody at 9 o'clock. Honey, you don't mind?
Oh,
Yes,
no,
Well, one honey at a time, please. Do you mind, Alice? I'll be back by 11.
No, I don't mind. I'll wait.
You see, Mom, that's the kind of gal I'm going to marry. She trusts me.
Alice, you and I have to have a long talk, child.
Good. I've been waiting for that.
Mom, you can tell her everything about me, except about that blonde in New Jersey.
Oh, so there was a blonde in New Jersey.
Sure, I almost eloped with her.
Oh, don't you listen to him. He was 7 years old then.
And what happened?
She was fickle. She left me for a kid with a two-wheeler bike.
Well, let that be a lesson to you. And now don't you be too sure of me either.
No, I'm not worried about you, honey.
Well, really?
I've got a two-wheeler bike now. Always leave him laughing, right, Mom?
Oh.
Just like his dad.
I wouldn't have him any different.
I'm glad you said that, dear. It's a good beginning for a long, happy marriage. I know I used to say it about his dad, only...
Yes?
I never tried to change his dad.
Oh, I won't, Mom. Why should I? I love Harry just as he is. I love him very much.
You too, she loves you. In show business, we'd say, good casting. Excellent casting.
Nice job, Harry.
Oh, they were wonderful tonight.
Yeah, you were pretty good yourself, kid. Harry, you did a swell job for our amateur show tonight. We're thinking of doing it as a regular routine twice a week. What do you say, Harry?
Twice a week? Well, I don't know.
Well, look, I'll raise it to $20 a night. What do you say, Harry?
$20 a night, week, twice a... Oh, I could sure use a dough.
Well, what do you say, Harry?
Okay, it's a deal. I'll do it.
I see my dad's still up.
Well, what do you think of it, Alice?
Oh, don't do it, Harry.
Well, why not? $20 a night.
But why throw away your future for $20?
I don't get it.
Well, I thought we had it all planned. Dad's found a school for you, and then...
You mean cabinet making.
Oh, Harry, you haven't forgotten.
Look, honey, I'll tell you what. I'll start next month, okay? We can save meanwhile up this money for tuition, see?
Oh, I don't have a feeling you know. I have stalling.
I get it. You have an intuition about my tuition. Intuition, get it?
Oh, it's not funny. Can't you be serious about anything?
Oh, sure. I'm serious about being funny. The MC jobs, the amateur nights. I love them. I want more of the same, honey.
Well, I don't. I agree with your mother. You've got a good head on your shoulders and a wonderful personality. Why waste it on clowning?
I don't know. Maybe trying to be a top comedian seems very important to me.
But how do you know you'll reach the top? Oh, honestly, Harry, do you have the talent?
Look, my dad was a headliner for 20 years. It's in the blood. I can do it, too.
Oh, that's it. Just because your dad had the talent doesn't mean that you've got it, too.
All right. What can I do? How can I prove it to you? Shall I make you... So Patrick O'Hara was talking to Mike one
Harry,
day and...
stop it.
Okay, me darling.
Oh, please.
Honey, I just don't know how to explain it to you. It's hard to tell if a man has a talent or not. It's a funny thing. Look, you make a cabinet, it's beautiful, it's worth $100. Okay, 100 people look at it, but it's still the same piece of wood. But a comedian, it's different. He's a personality. He tells a joke, 75 people laugh. 25 people say, he's a comedian, I'll take Mickey Mouse. Or maybe he's good for 6 days in a row. The 7th day, all he does is lay eggs. He wishes he'd stayed in bed and laid eggs. Don't you see what I mean?
I understand. It's intangible. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, that's what I am, honey. I'm an intangible.
Oh, Harry, I wish you wouldn't clown. Not now. Oh, please, don't you see how important this moment is for both of us? Oh, I just can't make you understand. I'm so worried about us. I don't know what to say, what to do.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, I'd better go in now.
Oh, not while you're crying. Honey, look.
Please.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm sorry.
Good night.
Well, okay, you don't have to get up on your high horse.
Good night.
Okay, go on. Get up on your high horse. And when you come back looking for me, remember, I went that away.
Harry, what's the matter? You're fidgety tonight. What's wrong? Is it Alice?
Mom, dear, you worry too much.
I haven't seen Alice all week. What's up, Harry?
Alice is up. Up on her high horse.
Well, I know it's none of my business, but what did you quarrel about? Was it those MC jobs?
Mom, you mean you knew what I was doing all this?
Of course I knew.
Mom, I get $20 a night, twice a week. It's paid your doctor bills, Mom. We can use some money.
Is that why you did it? Just for the money?
Mom, don't laugh. But if they'd let me go on every night, I'd do it for nothing.
I'm not laughing.
And I'm not crazy. Now, don't tell me
I'm not telling you anything. You do what you like, son.
Look, you talk about a normal, happy life. Well, who knows what's normal? For me, it's normal to be a clown. I'm just doing what comes naturally. For somebody else, it's normal to be a butcher or a baker or a cabinet maker, but not for me.
Graduation day. That was your graduation speech, son.
What do you mean?
Oh, someday I'll explain. Now, what about Alice?
Well, there's nothing about Alice. I think it's her folks mostly. Of course, you didn't help any by telling her all about...
I told her nothing but the truth. She's entitled to know what to expect.
Sure, you looked into your crystal ball and told her all about the dark and dreary future she's going to marry. You have to scare... Did you hear her, Mom?
She had to know better. Now then, it wasn't all dreary, dark, and... I showed her this scrapbook. I remember one night she asked me about it.
Is this your scrapbook, Mom?
Oh, not exactly. Most of it's Harry's father. Haven't you ever seen it? Oh, I love to look at it. It brings back so many memories.
Fond memories?
Oh, yes. Wonderful memories. Look here. That's his father. His first show on Broadway, Stars in the Sky. I remember opening night. It was his big show. I was so thrilled, I actually cried.
Oh, did you?
And here he is, doing a single at the Palace. I sat through every performance. Oh, it was wonderful. And here's a good picture of him. His first comedy lead. They loved him. We were living in the clouds then. It was a wonderful life.
And I always thought you hated it.
Because I'm discouraging Harry? Well, I have my reasons, dear. But you understand, Alice. A scrapbook contains only the big moments, the happy moments. We leave the sad, the bad moments behind with the years. And I guess we had our share of both.
Well, anyway, it was exciting.
So you see, I've shown her both sides of the picture. It's up to her to decide now.
I love that girl, Mom. I guess it's the same old story. Boy wants girl, boy can't get girl. But what's the ending going to be, Mom?
I wish I knew.
Help me make it a happy ending. You know, boy gets girl.
No, that's just the beginning. I like the fairy tale endings better, son. They lived happily ever after.
Hello, Alice. This is me.
Oh, Harry. Yes?
Look, I'm quitting that MC job. Tonight's my last night.
Are you doing it because of me? Oh, I'm sorry I was so mean the last time I saw you.
Oh, that's all right, honey. I guess I acted like a kid myself. Alice, can I see you tonight?
Oh, of course.
I can pick you up. You can watch the show. My farewell performance.
Okay, I'll be ready.
Bye, honey. Hey, and don't forget to put a light in the window for me. A spotlight.
Harry, you're not quitting.
Yeah, I've made up my mind.
But why?
I thought that's what you wanted me to do.
Harry, are you quitting because of Alice?
Well, I suppose so, but I thought you...
Never mind about me. It's you I'm thinking about. You'll never be happy out of show business. I wasn't sure before, but I am now.
But it's the only way I can win Alice back.
But will you be happy then?
Why not? If I get Alice...
I know, boy gets girl.
Oh, I thought you liked her.
She's a fine girl, a wonderful girl, but is she right for you?
What do you mean?
Harry, if she loves you, she won't let you quit. Don't let her change your mind, or you'll both regret it. Oh, listen to me. Listen.
Mom, what's the matter?
No.
Here, Mom, let me help you. Here, sit down. Are you all right?
Yes, dear, I'm all right. I shouldn't get so excited. The doctor warned me.
Oh, let's not argue anymore. Please, Mom.
All right, dear. Harry, do you mind if I go tonight to see you act?
Oh, I want you to come if you feel all right. You can sit with Alice.
All right. I wouldn't want to miss your last performance. Lou, I need your help.
What's the matter, Mabel? Is it Harry?
His heart is in show business. I'm sure of it now.
Well, is that... What's wrong?
It's his
Bad?
girl, Alice.
I see. She didn't pass the test. Is that it?
I'm afraid she's not for Harry, and he's crazy about the girl. She has other plans for him, but it won't last. 3 years from now, 5 at the most, he'll be back doing MC jobs. I know. And then the arguments will start all over again.
Yeah, I know what you mean. If you got grease paint in your blood, that's all, brother. What can I do?
He's an MC amateur nights at the Strand. He's on tonight. Catch his show, Lou. Maybe you can use him in your show. But now, wait a minute. I want your honest opinion. If you don't think he'll make the grade, just forget about it. But I'd appreciate it, Lou, if you could be there tonight.
Okay, Mabel, I'll catch him at the Strand. But what happens if I make him an offer? Will he take it?
I don't know. Oh, it's not so difficult for him to give up those MC jobs for Alice. But a part in a show is something else again. It might make him think twice.
You really got a fight on your hands, Mabel.
Yeah.
When you're up against love, it's pretty tough. But I'll be there tonight, and we'll see what we shall see.
Mom, what are you doing in my dressing room? Where's Alice?
She walked out.
Walked out?
About 10 minutes ago.
But why?
I don't know. I thought I heard her crying. She suddenly excused herself and walked out.
So she walked out of my act. Crying. Was it that bad?
Oh, you did fine, son. Course you stepped on a couple of laughs. But you were wonderful.
Well, did you say anything to her, Mom, that maybe...
No, not a word.
Why, I don't understand it. I'll bet that's her. Just a minute. Oh, hello.
Hiya, Harry. Can I come in for a minute? Hello, Mabel.
Hello, Lou. Well, what do you think of him?
Well, he's okay, Mabel. A chip off the old block.
Oh.
Harry, I'm Lou Lindorf. I'm with the Square Ring Company.
The Square Ring? I've read about it.
Lou knew your dad and me back in our vaudeville days. I asked him to catch your act tonight.
Oh, I see.
Son, I think you've got it.
Huh?
And I got a deal for you. You see, with a big road company like ours, we carry only major leads, and we cast the minor parts in each city. You follow me?
Sure.
Well, I got a part for you, Harry. Like I say, it's only a minor comedy part, but I'll tell you this, it's a tough part to cast. So if you click, we'll keep you on as a permanent member of the cast. What do you say?
I don't know. What do you think, Mom?
It's up to you. Whatever you feel you want to do, son.
Oh, I'd like to take it, Mom. It's a wonderful chance.
And in a couple of months, we get into New York and open up on Broadway.
Broadway? My first show. Oh, gee, what a break. But what about Alice? Oh, why did she walk out, Mom? Was she angry?
I don't know.
What'll I do, Mom? I don't know what to do. Oh, Broadway, what a break. Hey, maybe that's it. If I tell her all I need is a break. Look, can you wait till tomorrow? Let me talk to Alice. I've got to see Alice first.
Right, I'll be at the theater tomorrow at 2.
You got to let him know by tomorrow, Harry.
Oh, sure, I'll let you know. I've got to make her understand. She had my way. She's got to. She's just got to. Oh, no answer again.
That's the third time you've tried to call her today.
She won't even answer the phone.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do what you really feel you want to do, son. That's the important thing.
Okay. I don't want to be late. You can't make a breakaway, can you?
Good luck, Harry.
Mom, if she calls, tell her I've got to see her.
I know, I will.
That is, if she calls.
Mrs. Dennett. I couldn't. When I read about Stay Awaiting in the show out, Harry just had to come.
Alice, I'd like to ask you one question.
Yes?
That night you walked out on Harry, were you really crying?
Yes. Yes, I was.
Well, would you tell me why, dear? It's very important. Was it because Harry was so bad?
Oh, no. No, he was. I mean it sincerely.
Well,
it's hard to explain. He was a different person up there on the stage that night. It was the same old Harry I knew, but magnified 1,000 times. Up on the stage, he was a big man. A big, lovable, wonderful guy.
That's it, Alice. You put Harry under a spotlight. It's like a magnifying glass.
That's when I started to cry. I was so ashamed of myself for being so stupid, so blind, for hurting him and not helping him. Oh, I felt so bad, so much like a stranger. I don't know.
Welcome, stranger. Welcome.
This is Gene Lockhart again. Did you ever wander into an old pawn shop? For me, a pawn shop is always an adventure into the past, a journey into a museum of memory. In the windows, hanging on the walls, in the dusty display cases, are objects that must have been painful to part with. That worn wedding ring, how did that come here? What did its pawn price buy? And that set of mechanics' tools, for what was it exchanged? The man who surrendered that overcoat for a few paltry dollars, did he feel that hunger was more pressing than cold? The woman who brought in that gold wristwatch, did she need the money for her child's operation? All these objects belong to people touched with hunger, fear, want, oppression, urgency, need, and perhaps despair. I wish we could look into the faces of all those people and ask, did you try prayer first? Unceasing prayer? Did you ask that you might receive? Did you knock that it might be opened unto you? It seems too many persons have put prayer itself into pawn. They forget that the redemption price of the ticket is only a bended knee or a soft Ave. Family theater again reminds us, the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you The Funny Man, starring Scotty Beckett, with Verna Felden. Gene Lockhart was your host. In the cast were Herb Vigran, Eleanor Tannen, and Jack Raymond. The script was written by Saul Seidman, with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman, and was directed by Joseph F. Mansfield. Family Theater. This is Tony Lofrano expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessings of God may be upon you and your, and inviting you to join us next week at this same time, Family Theater, when I will present Ann Blythe and Robert Stack in The House Where Time Stopped. Leo McCarey will be the host. Join us, won't you? is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
Software and your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You can find us on the web at radiomackinmind.com. Mac in mind as in I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macinmind.com. We now present Frontiers, your story on ABN, the Broadcasting Network. Here's an episode of Gunsmoke, which originally aired Saturday, July 11th, 1953, 68 years ago today.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
That's Harry Pope over at the bar there, Mr. Dillon. A little short fellow.
Ah. Where'd he tell you he's from, Chester?
Boston. Or near there.
Ah, he's a long way from home.
Yes, sir. Well, it seems his wife died, and he wanted to move somewhere else. So he come out here about 4 months ago and built himself a little sod hut out on the prairie. Planted some corn, and now he's trying to raise a few hogs. That's all.
And he's scared to death, huh?
Yes, sir. That's what he told me.
Well, if he's going to live out here, he's got to learn.
Mr. Dillon, why don't you talk to him? Maybe you could explain it to him. I'll call him over, huh?
From what he's told you, I don't think anybody could explain it. It's all in his head.
Harry? Yeah. Hey, Harry, come here. Hello, Chester. Oh, Harry. This is Marshal Dillon, Harry Pope.
How do you do, Mr. Pope? Why don't you sit down?
Nobody ever called me Mr. Marshal.
All right. Chester tells me you've been worried lately.
It's the Indians, Marshal. They come scratching around at night, and they hoop and holler some, too.
Yeah, I know. Tell me, do they do this every night?
No, sir. But maybe once a week they do.
Ah. Well, what makes you think they're Indians, Pope?
I can hear them, that's why. I've got a good stout door, or they'd have been in on me a long time ago.
You know what coyotes sound like?
They ain't coyotes. I can hear them talk.
Oh? Well, what do they say?
They just yell. I can't understand it. But I asked Chester here if maybe the army wouldn't come out and run them off. Marshal, if they ever catch me outside my hut, I'll be done for.
Pope, let me tell you something. If what you've been hearing was Indians, you'd have been done for a long time ago. Indians don't just scratch around at night like that, and they don't come whooping and hollering like that either. Now, you talk about Indians, and I've heard you're scared of them, and Well, maybe your imagination's done the rest.
No, sir. Them are in. They're right there. I can hear them talking, I tell you.
Well, why don't you shoot them?
Well, I don't have a gun.
What?
Figured that'd just make it worse, Marshal, if I started shooting at them.
Well, do you know how to shoot?
Oh, yes, I learned in the Army.
Well, then you better get a gun. A man needs one out here, Pope. And besides, if you go out of your hut after them the next time they come, you'll see what I mean.
But if I kill any of them, don't you think they'll go after their whole tribe?
No, Pope, I don't think they will.
Well, all right, Marshal, I'll try it. I'll get me a gun today.
Oh, say, that was good. See, I was hungry. Oh, and I nearly forgot, Matt. Chester said not to wait for him. He'd have supper later.
Oh, what's he doing, Doc?
He's talking.
Talking?
To a girl, Matt, and a pretty girl. And he was doing all the talking when I left. She just stood there shaking her head.
Smart girl.
Oh, I don't know, Matt. Chester's young yet. And he may not be real handsome, but at least he's not old and mean.
Did you ever try to borrow $1 from him, Doc?
Yeah, and I did, too. Of course, I had to pay him back $1 and a dime the next day. But it was easy. I didn't have to lift a finger. He came right up to my office after it.
I know. He's got about 8 of my dimes.
Well, he's smart, that's all.
Marshal Dillon. Oh, Honeyman. Oh, hello. You know Doc Adams here, Ned Honeyman.
Sure. Oh, how do you do? How do you do?
Sit down.
Yeah. Bad news, Marshal.
Oh?
You know that new feller, that Harry Pope?
Yeah, I met him a couple of days ago.
I'm going to meet him again, Marshal.
What do you mean?
He killed Joe Carter last night.
What?
Carter's worked for me a long time. One of the best friends I ever had. They buried him this morning.
Well, where did this happen? Did they have a fight?
Pope shot him in cold blood, that's all. Out near his hut. Blasted Easterner. I'm looking forward to seeing him hung.
Were you there, Honeyman?
No.
Then how do you know Pope shot him?
That was there. Earl Brant brought Joe's body back to the ranch.
Brant works for you, too, doesn't he?
Yeah, not so long as Joe.
Oh, tell me what happened.
I did. Pope murdered Joe Carter. They was riding by that dirty little sodbuster's hut last night. He come out and he shot Joe and he killed him.
Well, maybe it was a mistake, honey.
Oh, you don't kill men by mistake, Marshal. Well, now you going to arrest him?
I'll ride out first thing in the morning.
He might run.
No, he won't run. He wouldn't know how.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Okay, Marshal.
Ain't much of a place Pope's got here, is it?
Well, he's only had a few months, Chester.
Yeah.
Besides, he's new to this country.
There he is. Over by the hog pen.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Marshal. Chester.
Hello, Harry.
Pope.
Yeah, Marshal. They was back again, all right. Night before last.
Who was, Pope?
Well, them Indians. But I came outside and shot at them, like you said, and they rode off. I just hope the whole tribe don't come out after me now.
Pope, how many Indians were there?
Just 2. That's all I saw, anyway.
You say you shot at them. Did you hit them?
Well, I couldn't tell. It was too dark. I tried to, though.
Well, tell me what happened, Pope.
Well, sir, I heard him just like before.
So I got my gun and I loaded it. Then I yelled at them. I don't know if they heard me, but they put a couple of shots into my hut there. Then I opened the door just a little bit, and I heard one of them riding off right over that way. I took a couple of shots at him, and then the other one started shooting at me from somewhere, so I ducked inside again and waited. But they didn't come back. At least not yet, they ain't.
No.
I sure hope you're right about them not bringing the whole tribe, Marshal.
Pope, those weren't Indians.
Oh, Marshal, why do you keep saying that? I know better.
They were two men who worked for Ned Honeyman, and one of them, Joe Carter, you killed.
What?
Earl Brandt was the other man. He took Carter's body back to the Honeyman Ranch.
He did?
I'm afraid you made a bad mistake, Pope.
Oh, but how do you know about this, Marshal?
Ned Honeyman told me.
He could be lying.
Honeyman has his faults, but lying isn't one of them.
Then you believe I killed that man?
It looks that way.
Well, I don't know what to say, Marshal.
Pope, has there been any trouble between you and these men?
Oh, no, sir. No, I hardly know them. They've ridden by a few times, that's all, but I wouldn't have shot at them if I'd known who they was. Except it couldn't have been them. They were shooting at my hut first. Well, it just don't make any sense at all.
I think he's telling the truth, Mr. Dillon.
You going to arrest me, Marshal?
Well, the Indians that you've been hearing around your place don't exist, Pope. Indians just don't act that way. And, well, I believe you think you've been hearing them. Maybe it's getting worse with you. And so the other night you heard those men riding by and, well, you just started shooting.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
I don't think you intentionally murdered Carter, if it's any help.
Then you're not going to arrest me?
No, I'm not.
Maybe we ought to go talk to that fella, Brandt, huh?
No, it's better if they come to us, Chester. And they will. He and Honeyman both.
Yes.
Now, don't get scared and try to run, Pope. You wouldn't get very far.
I won't, Marshal.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester.
You were right. They're in town already. I saw them on the way here.
Oh, good. I think Brandt knows something he hasn't told Honeyman, Chester. Maybe we can get it out of him.
I hope so. I sure do feel sorry for that poor little fellow, Pope, even if he is crazy.
I'm not so sure he's crazy. But anyway, we'll soon find out.
Yes, sir. Here they are.
Good morning, Marshal. Good morning, Chester.
Ned.
Good morning, Mr. Honeyman.
This here's Earl Brand I brought with me.
Hi. How do,
Earl.
Mr. Brand?
Marshal, I figured you'd want Brand's report from the tribe.
Me and Carter was good friends. I aimed to see that Yankee sodbuster hung.
All right, Brandt, me about it.
And nothing to it, Marshal. Me and Carter was riding past his place. He come out and started shooting at us. He killed Carter, and I took a couple of shots at him and drove him back inside that hut of his, and I packed Carter onto the ranch.
Will you swear to that in court,
Oh,
Brandt?
of course he will.
Well, why shouldn't I, Marshal? That little murderer been telling you something else?
Yeah? He thought he was shooting at Indians.
What? Oh, that miserable dog.
Now, you weren't there, Honeyman. How do you know what happened?
Well, Brandt told me what happened. Who else would have shot Carter?
Brandt, why do you think Pope shot at you?
I don't know, Marshal. He's crazy, I guess.
Is that all?
Well, that's enough, isn't it, Marshal? Look, he killed Joe Carter. Now, what difference it make?
The difference between murder and something else, Honeyman.
Well, bring him in here and ask him. I'll beat the truth out of him if he lies.
He isn't here.
You what?
I didn't arrest him.
Well, why not, Marshal?
He said he thought they were Indians, and I believe him.
You mean you ain't going to arrest him at all?
Not until I find out what this is all about.
Well, I told you about what it's all. Come on, Honeyman, let's get out of here.
Oh, wait a minute. Marshal, no man can kill a friend of mine and claim he thought he was shooting Indians. Now, what's the matter with you anyway? You think I'd let anybody get by with that?
Carter was my friend, too.
If the law won't see justice done, we will.
Now, I'm warning you. You try to kill Pope and I'll arrest you. And if you do kill him, you'll hang for it.
Well, I always thought you was a good man, Marshal. And I always respected you. But now I'm...
shut up, Ned. Brant, why don't you tell the truth? Whatever it is, why don't you tell it?
We're wasting time.
All right. My guess is you and Carter have been hounding that man, making him think there have been Indians after him. Now, why? Were you trying to go to the country drive him? Why, Brant?
Your talk gets crazier all the time, Marshal. I'm leaving, Honeyman.
For the last time, Marshal, you going to do anything about Carter's murder?
It wasn't murder, Honeyman. Don't you see that now?
He's dead and Pope shot him. That's all I know. That's all I need to know. Come on, Brant.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, man your armchair action stations and join Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. There's danger in Dick Diamond's fist, dynamite to blast him through sudden lethal moments in his investigations. When he starts closing in, his enemies fight deadly and dirty. But nothing stops Richard Diamond, private detective. Hear him again tomorrow night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
That afternoon, I rode out to see Pope. It was a bad situation, and I did a lot of thinking about it. There was only one solution I could figure out, and I wasn't sure it'd work. I found Pope weeding the few miserable rows of corn he'd planted out in front of the small bluff against which he had his pig pens and his hut built. I got down, walked over to him.
Well, Marshal, have you changed your mind?
No, I haven't.
Good.
Look, Pope, I don't know why they did it, but Carter and Brant were the Indians you thought you heard. They were trying to scare you for some reason.
I know.
What?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about what you said, Marshal. And I figure you know what Indians are like, and they're lying. You with me. So it must have been Carter and Brant.
Well, have you thought of any reason why they were doing it?
No, sir. None at all.
Honeyman and Brant want you arrested, Pope.
You going to do it?
I have no reason to. But to take their threat into their own hands.
Can't you stop them?
I can't arrest them for talk. Listen, Pope. Now, you won't like this, but it'd be better if you left here. Now, it isn't your fault, but you've got enemies now, and you'd be a whole lot safer somewhere else.
No. No, I won't leave. Let them come. I'll fight it out with them.
Well, it'll just mean more bloodshed.
Like you said, Marshal, it ain't my fault. And the man's got a right to defend himself.
Yes, I know. But you won't have any peace here. You'll start jumping at shadows.
I won't leave, Marshal.
Well, all right. But think it over anyway.
I have.
I'm sorry about this, Pope.
Thank you, Marshal.
So long.
Goodbye, Marshal.
Pope went back to weeding his corn, and I rode off past his little hut and around the narrow bluff he'd built it against. I'd gone maybe half a mile beyond when I heard 2 rifle shots behind me. I turned back to the bottom edge of the bluff where I dismounted and walked up to where I could see around it. And just then I heard a horse coming along the trail, and I stepped back and waited. Whoever it was would pass within a few feet of me. I got the drop on you, Brent.
Don't shoot.
Now keep your hands up. Now throw one leg over and slide off. Slow.
How long you been here, Marshal?
Turn around. All right, you can put your hands down.
I might as well tell you, Marshal. I just shot that Yankee sodbuster.
Well, that's something to be real proud of, Brent.
He killed a friend of mine.
Pope meant no harm to either one of you. What were you trying to do to him, you and Carter?
We were just having a little fun, that's all.
Fun?
There's no use lying now, Marshal.
There never was.
Well, we'd have a drink or two and ride over now and then, give him a few war whoops. He'd just sit in his hut and shake. One night I sneaked up the door. I could even hear him crying inside. He was sure scared that time.
Yeah, that must have been a lot.
Not as much as next day when we'd ride back and hear all about how the Indians were after him. I even wanted the army to come out and run him off.
I know.
It'd been all right if he hadn't gone and bought his gun. Himself a
him to. I advise.
You did.
I'm sorry if I spoiled your fun, Brent.
Carter's dead because of you.
Does Honeyman know about this?
I told him I was going to get Pope, is all.
And he agreed?
He just said he sure hoped somebody'd get him.
All right, Brent, let's go bury him.
I ain't going to bury him. Let him rot.
You'll bury him. Or I'll bury both of you. Now, you take your choice.
You mean that, Marshal?
Get moving.
Sure.
It was too late to try to teach Brand anything, but Ned Honeyman was a different matter. I wanted to be sure he understood what really happened. Otherwise, he'd spread the word against me and against the law. And there were a lot of men who'd be glad to listen to him. We buried Pope near his little hut and then rode into Dodge. I kept off Front Street and rode up to the jail from the rear. Chester was waiting inside.
My gracious, Mr. Dillon, I thought you'd never get back. Hello, Mr. Brand.
Lock him up, Chester.
What?
He murdered Harry Pope.
Then I'll gladly lock him up. Right back through that door, Mr. Brand.
Yeah.
He says Honeyman's still in Dodge. Have you seen him, Chester?
Well, Doc saw him over at the Oliver Gans a little while ago.
I'll be over there, then.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Brand, you just head on back.
Hello, Honeyman.
What do you want, Marshal?
I want to talk to you.
I don't want to hear it.
No, I don't think you do.
What?
I've been talking to Brant. He's told me the whole story.
Where is he, anyway?
He told me that he and Carter have been having fun, as they called it, with Pope. Making him think they were Indians.
Well, you told him that this morning.
He admits it now.
I don't believe it. And even if they had, is that reason enough to kill a man?
Pope was acting in self-defense. He wouldn't have shot Carter otherwise. It was a mistake. But Carter brought it on himself.
I don't believe it.
Honeyman, do you want the law in this country or not?
Well, maybe that depends on who's represented.
It doesn't matter. The law's the same.
Well, now, the law says you can't kill a man and go free. Now, don't it?
It says you can't murder a man.
Well, who decides which it is, Marshal? You or me?
I'd like you to decide this time, Honeyman.
Mean that?
Yeah.
All right, Marshal. You go and arrest Pope and get him hung. That's how I've decided.
Pope's dead.
What?
You wanted him killed, and he's been killed.
What do you mean?
You said this morning you'd take justice into your own hands, didn't you?
Well, yes.
Well, it worked. Pope's dead.
How do you know?
He was out weeding that little patch of corn he planted. I think he planned to feed his pigs with it, mostly. And he took 2 rifle bullets in the back.
Who did it?
Are you satisfied, Honeyman? Is that how you wanted it?
Who did it, Marshal?
All Pope had was a sod hut and a few pigs. He didn't know what this country was all about. He might have learned, but your friends got him so scared, Brant told me, that he'd sit in his hut and cry.
Look,
And then one night he loaded his gun and he went outside to fight. That took a lot of courage, Honeyman, for a man like Pope. But he did it. And today I told him he'd better leave his place, that you and Brant had threatened him and would give him trouble.
What did he say?
He said he wouldn't go. He said he'd stay and fight.
And so he did.
He stayed. He didn't get a chance to fight. What's a man like Pope know about protecting himself?
Brant?
Shot him in the back. Twice. All Pope had in his hands was a hoe.
Marshal. Well, I don't know what to say.
Brant's in jail. I'm going to see him tried for murder. And he'll be hung.
Yeah, but I guess I'm just as guilty as he is.
You could have stopped it. But you encouraged it. You wanted justice done, Honeyman, and fast.
Well, I didn't understand.
You didn't take time to. The law was too slow for you.
I'm not very proud of what's happened.
The law's new out here, Honeyman, and sometimes I think the only time people want it's when it seems to act the way they would act themselves if there weren't any law. But it won't work that way. According to the law, you're right or you're wrong. You're guilty or not guilty. People out here have had a hard time accepting that. But there won't be much law till they do. And men like Pope will go on dying. No matter how many Brants get hung for it.
Marshal, would it help the law if I get up in court and take my share of the blame for this?
Yeah. Yeah, Honeyman, it'd help.
Well, I'll do.
Good. I'd be proud to buy you a drink, Honeyman.
Oh, sure, Marshal. I thank you.
Sam, set out 2 glasses.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin as Ned Honeyman, Ralph Moody as Harry Pope, and Harry Bartell as Brant. Harley Bear as Chester, and Howard McNear as Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Molière wrote a delightful comedy about a man who was not a doctor, but whose wife kept telling everybody he was a physician in spite of himself. Hear it this Monday night when most of these same stations present the Summer Theater with screen actor Robert Young in the starring role. And remember, for suspense all summer, hear Crime Mondays Classic on the CBS Radio Network.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You've just heard an episode of Gunsmoke, which originally aired Saturday, July 11th, 1953, 68 years ago today. Here is an episode of Gunsmoke, which originally aired Saturday, January 1st, 1955.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
What time's that stage supposed to be here, Chester?
Oh, sometime this afternoon, Doc. They ain't quite sure.
You mean they're not sure it'll come at all?
Now, that ain't what I said. I said they ain't sure when.
Oh. Well, I've heard of stages that don't come at all.
Gracious, you cheery. You ain't very day, Doc. What's the matter, lose a couple of cash patients last night?
No, lose any patience. Oh, I didn't last night. I lost $50 at Faro.
Ah, well, what's $50 to a rich man like you?
Oh, yes, which if you and everybody else paid your bills once in a while, I'd be a rich man.
Hey, there she comes, Doc.
Oh.
Golly, I hope Mr. Dillon's on it.
You mean you're waiting here and you don't even know he's coming?
He'll be there. And with Big Jim Kelly, too.
Kelly? Who's that?
Oh, for pity's sake, you sure are ignorant, Doc.
Ignorant of what? Thieves and murderers and scallywags?
Big Jim Kelly is wanted for burning down a hotel in Wichita.
Yeah, arson.
Arson? No, Doc, I said he's wanted for burning down a hotel.
Never mind. But there he is. He's coming. Hello, Matt.
Hey, he's all alone.
Maybe he shot him to save the price of the stage fare, Chester.
Oh, Doc, Mr. Dillon wouldn't do that.
Hello, Doc. Chester.
How are you, Matt?
Hey, where's Big Jim Kelly, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester.
You didn't catch him?
Well, I got close enough to put salt on his tail, but he got away.
Well, how in the world did that happen?
Well, he outsmarted me, Chester. What's new in Dodge, anyway?
Well, Doc lost $50 at Faro last night.
Oh, that's not new, Chester. Besides, it's perfectly legal.
Oh, you mean has there been any trouble, huh? No, sir. It's been real quiet, Mr. Dillon. Except last night when Cassidy got beat up.
Cassidy? Now, who'd beat him up?
I hadn't heard of that, Chester. Why, Cassidy's the mildest mannered man I ever saw. Even in his cups. And he's been in his cups for 10 solid years now, that I know of.
What happened, Chester?
Oh, that gambler, Bill Clell. Oh, he come here since you left, Mr. Dillon. He brought a girl with him named Flora.
What about Clell and Cassidy?
Well, nobody's seen it, but Clell admits beating him up.
Well, why?
He says Cassidy walked up to him, tried to club him with a bottle.
Oh, I don't believe that. Cassidy wouldn't attack a wood fence.
Is he hurt much, Chester?
He don't look very good, but he'll be all right, Mr. Dillon.
Say, man, I don't believe this Clell. There's something wrong with his story.
Well, I'll go by there tonight and have a talk with him, Doc. But right now, let's go get something to eat, huh? Well, do you see Clell anywhere, Chester?
No, sir, I don't. I guess he ain't come in yet tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Look, you go get your beer. I'm going to go over and say hello to Kitty over there.
Okay, sir.
But you come tell me when he does come in, huh?
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay. Well, good evening, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. I hear you came back empty-handed.
Oh? You know that. How did you...
Everybody knows it.
You know, I was thinking all the time that nobody even knew I'd gone after
That's
the romance.
hard to keep secrets in Dodge, Matt. I've tried it myself.
Yeah. Well, there's one I'd like to uncover, Kitty. What was this man Clell doing beating up Cassidy last night?
Well, I heard it was Cassidy went after him.
Oh?
Took a bottle to him, they say.
Who says?
You're right. Nobody saw it. But the way Clell told it, he was just as surprised as anybody. I have to admit, I kind of believe him, Matt.
Oh, now, Kitty, you know Cassidy wouldn't attack anybody.
But don't get me wrong. I'm not standing up for Clell. In fact, I don't even like him.
Oh, what's wrong with him?
But he's no good. I can tell by the way he treats Flora. She's a real unhappy girl, Matt.
Well, that's no business of mine. And I don't like the idea of a poor, harmless drunk like Cassidy taking it from him.
There's Flora now. You want to meet her?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Flora! Flora! Pretty little thing, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
Hello, Kitty. Did you want me?
You got a minute, honey? I want you to meet Marshal Dillon.
Oh. Are you the marshal?
I'm pleased to know you, Flora. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. But I can't stay long. Mr. Clell will be in directly.
Oh? You, work for Clell, Flora?
My job's to steer people over to his faro table and then try to keep them there. You know.
Yeah. How long have you known Clell?
All my life, I guess.
What?
Oh, he sort of adopted me when I was 5, when my mother died. I'm only 18 now, Marshal.
Well, that's mighty young. You, look a little older than that.
I wish I was 10 years older.
Oh, why?
Then maybe I could get away from him somehow. Oh, please, don't tell him that.
No. Of course I won't.
He married me last year.
Oh?
Oh, no, he's not. He just came in. I'd better go.
The tall man, Matt. The black derby.
Yeah, I see him. I thought he'd be older. He only looks about 35.
I'll be darned. There's Cassidy, too. Looks like he's following him.
Yeah, he is. And he's got a gun in his hand.
Cassidy's going to shoot him, Matt.
Can't even hold that gun steady with both hands, Cassidy. I'm going to kill you, Clell.
Put that gun away, Cassidy.
I'll handle him. That's just about enough for you, Cassidy. Gonna break every bone in your body.
All right, hold it, Clell. Stop kicking him.
Mister, stay out of this.
You kick him once more and you'll wake up in jail.
Jail? Why, who are you?
I'm the marshal here.
Well, then why don't you arrest Cassidy? Didn't you see him try to shoot me?
I saw him. Now, what's the trouble between you two?
Look, Marshal, I give you my word I never saw this drunken bum before in my life. Took a bottle to me last night. This time he's got a gun.
There must be something behind this, Clell. Cassidy's one of the most peaceful men in Dodge.
Well, I swear it. I never saw him before. I'll tell you one thing, Marshal. Next time I see him, I'm going to kill him.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Cassidy's still out. Get him over to Doc's, will you? I'll come by there later.
Yes, sir, I'll do it, Mr.
Clell, if Cassidy tries to kill you, it's your right to protect yourself. But don't do it with your feet. Cassidy's friends might not like it. And I'm one of them.
King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it, L&M filters.
It stands out from all the rest.
Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best.
stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. Flavor. Flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filters with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip.
L&M's got everything.
It's America's best filter cigarette.
Come in, Matt.
Hello, Doc. Well, how you feeling, Cassidy?
I'm okay, Marshal. Oh, you're so full of booze you don't know how you feel, Cassidy. I told you you've got 2 broken ribs.
That don't matter. I've had worse.
Cassidy, what do you have to Clell for? Why did you try to shoot him tonight?
13 years of hard drinking's lovely to think about. It's bad on the aim, Marshal. I had to hold that gun in both hands. He hit me before I get it off.
Why were you trying to shoot him?
I don't like his face. Doc, will you do something for me?
Sure, yes, Cassidy. What is it?
Make me sober.
What?
I mean real sober. Oh, I ain't gonna quit forever, but I want to get sober for a spell.
Well, I'm sorry, Cassidy. No idea has no idea how to treat a man who drinks like you. No idea at all.
There's nothing you can do?
Nothing. If you want to get sober, you'll have to do it yourself.
How?
Stop drinking.
Okay, I'll do it. If Marshal will help me.
Me help you?
Lock me up in jail, Marshal, and don't let me out for about a week. I can't drink that way. You'll do it, won't you?
Well, ordinarily, I'd do anything I could to help you, Cassidy, but, no, not this time.
Why not?
Because you want to get sober so you can kill a man.
Then I'll do it without your help.
Oh, don't worry, Matt. He'll never stay sober long enough to do any harm. I never saw a man like him stop drinking yet.
You never saw a man had a reason like I have, Doc.
What is your reason, Cassidy?
I'll tell you later, Marshal. When you come to hang me.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester. Oh, where's the mail?
Well, it's in, but they ain't got it sorted out yet. I'll go back and get it later.
Okay.
You expecting something important?
No, nothing special, Chester, but you never know.
Sometimes I think we'd be better off if there wasn't no mail, no telegraphs, no trains, no stages, no nothing like that.
Well, I wish we had more. And maybe we could find out what happened to Cassidy. He's been missing a whole week now.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mr. Dillon, I plumb forgot. That's the first thing I meant to tell you. Well, how could I forget that? I swear I must be getting old. It seems like every time I start...
Chester, what did you forget?
I seen him in the street just now.
You did? Well, where is he? I want to talk to him.
He was leaning on that building right next door.
Drunk?
No, sir. He didn't look it. He looked plumb sober.
I'll go see if he's still there, will you?
Yes, sir. Yeah. There he is. Cassidy! Hey, Kate. Cassidy, here a minute. He's coming, Mr. Dillon. Come on in, Cassidy. Marshal wants to say hello.
I ain't got much time, Chester.
Well, you got a minute, ain't you?
Close the door, Chester.
What do you want, Marshal?
You're worried about everybody, Cassidy. Where are you been this week, huh?
I've been out on the prairie, Marshal. Ain't no whiskey out there.
Oh, I see. Well, you look fine.
I ain't had a drop since I left Doc that night.
How are your ribs?
Breathe hard, but that don't bother me.
Mm-hmm. I See that you got a gun in your belt.
I have. I can shoot it with one hand now.
Still after Clell, huh?
You can hang me later, Marshal. It don't matter. But right now, you can't do nothing but talk.
Why don't you tell me what this is all about, Cassidy? We're friends, aren't we?
You was always a friend to me, Marshal. I don't like to cause you no trouble, but I can't help it this time. It's just gotta be.
Well, okay, Cassidy. You don't want me to help you, but I'm going to do it anyway.
You can't help me.
Yes, I can. Now, give me your gun.
No, Marshal. No, you got no right. Now,
Give me the gun. There.
Buy me another one.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Lock him up.
Lock me up? No, you can't do that. It ain't legal. I ain't done nothing.
To stop you from killing a man's plenty legal, the way I look at it, Cassidy. All right, put him in his cage, Chester.
Come on, Cassidy, and don't you try nothing.
No, wait, no, you can't lock me up. Clell might get away.
You want me to carry you?
All right. Fine, I'll tell you, Marshal. I'll tell you.
Leave him be, Chester. Well, go ahead, Cassidy. Tell me. Who is Clell?
13 years ago, Marshal, down in New Orleans, Clell run off with my wife.
He did. And then how come he claimed to know you? That he doesn't...
He don't know me. I changed my name, and I only seen him once before. My wife told me she was leaving, and I watched him get on the riverboat. Clell, my wife, my little girl.
Your little girl?
Flora was only 5 then.
Flora? You mean Flora's your daughter?
She don't remember me. I don't want her ever to know that, now, the way I am. Promise you won't tell her?
No, of course I won't. But Clell's married to Flora now. What happened to your wife?
Yeah, they got married, but later I heard she run off. She had to get away from him. I think she's dead, Marshal. I think she killed herself.
Look, Cassidy, shooting Clell isn't going to help anything now.
I ain't going to kill him because of me, Marshal. I'm doing it for Flora. Yeah, I can tell. She wants to get away from him, too.
Yeah, I know she does.
I'm going to do it, Marshal. I don't mind hanging. I'm going to help Flora.
Clell's done a lot to you, Cassidy, but there's nothing in the world I know of that justifies murder.
I don't hold with killing people either, Marshal, but I'm going to do it.
Cassidy, listen to me. If I get Flora away from Clell, would you be satisfied?
How are you going to do that?
Will you leave him alone if I do?
I told you it's for Flora I'm thinking about. The other thing, that's too long past. I buried that in 1,000 whiskey bottles, Marshal.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Do you have any money, Cassidy?
If I didn't work down then, I couldn't drink.
How much have you got?
No, about $50.
All right, give it to me.
What?
I said give it to me.
Oh. Well, here it is, Marshal. That's all I got.
It's enough. Now, look, I want you to lay low, Cassidy. Stay out of sight for a while. Will you do that?
I'll do it. But I'll be watching. This better not take too long, Marshal.
Yes.
Just go find Kitty, will you? Tell her to get Flora over to her room and be sure that Clell doesn't know where she is.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Tell Kitty I'll meet him there in about an hour. Oh, and you better hang around outside somewhere, huh? In case Clell gets interested and shows up.
L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Yes, everything. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy, lets you enjoy all the taste.
And L&M out for stands activation, filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Yes, everything. King size or regular, it's America's best filter tip cigarette.
She's here, Matt. Come on in.
Oh, thanks, Kitty. Ah, hello, Flora.
Is there something wrong, Marshal?
Yes, I think so.
I told you, Kitty. I knew there
Now,
was.
Flora, don't get upset. Whatever it is, I'm sure the marshal isn't after you. Give him a chance to explain.
Is it about Mr. Clell, Marshal?
It's about you, Flora.
But I haven't done anything.
No, you haven't done anything, Flora, but I'm going to help you do something.
I don't understand.
Tell me, if you were alone, free from Clell, where would you go?
Oh, I tried to run away before, but he caught me. He beat me something terrible.
Well, he won't catch you this time, Flora. Now, where do you want to go? Can you find a job in St. Louis?
I'd like to go to New Orleans. Mr. Clell says I was born there. I'm sure I could find something to do there. I always wanted to go.
Okay, here's $100, Flora. Now, that'll get you to New Orleans and keep you till you find work.
$100? Oh, Marshal, I can't take that.
Yes, you can. Now, go on, take it.
Why are you giving it to me?
Well, you're young. You've still got a life ahead of you. That's reason enough.
It's no use, Marshal. Mr. Clell would never let me go.
Where is Clell now?
At the Long Branch gambling. He'll be expecting me there soon.
All right, then you'll have to hurry. There's a train out at 1 o'clock. That'll only give you about a half hour.
But I can't go like this. What about my things?
Go get what you need. Kitty will help you.
Sure I will. Come on, Flora.
But if Mr. Clell finds
I'll
me...
be at the depot. If Clell does find you, it won't do him any good. I'll see that you get on that train alone, Flora.
Gracious, she better hurry, Mr. Dillon. Stampede about to leave.
Kitty will see that she gets here. Don't worry.
Yes, sir.
Chester, don't...
Yeah, I thought you told Cassidy to lay low.
I did. What? And now what's he up to?
Guess he wants to talk to you.
What are you doing here, Cassidy?
I know what you're doing, Marshal. I figured it all out. Especially when I seen Flora and Kitty going back to her room. They're on the way down here now.
I thought you didn't want Flora to know about you.
I don't, Marshal. I'm going to stand over there by the building. I only want to see her leave. It'll be the last time.
There they come. You better get going.
I'm going.
Oh, that poor fellow.
Come on.
Marshal.
Take Flora's bag, will you, Chester, and throw it on the train for her?
Sure. Here, give me your bag, Flora. I'll take care of it for you.
Thanks, Chester.
I'll go find you a seat.
I thought we'd never make it, Matt.
Oh, you barely did. Well, Flora, we'll say goodbye here. You better follow Chester.
Goodbye, Marshal. I don't know why you're doing this, but... Well... I just can't seem to say anything.
You don't have to. Good luck.
Goodbye, honey. I'm awful happy for you. You'll make out fine, I know you will.
I kind of hate to leave you, Kitty.
You get going. Train's about to leave. Go on now.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Girl, Matt.
Yeah, she is.
And I'm kind of wondering myself why you're doing this.
Well, I'll tell you, Kitty.
They're about to leave.
Now she'll make it.
What about Chester? He's still in the car. There.
Oh, it doesn't matter. He's always wanted to go to St. Louis. Ain't he?
Matt, look.
What?
It's Clell. He's after her.
Yeah, you stay here, Kitty.
Yeah, hurry, Matt.
Flora, don't you get screaming at me.
You all right, Flora?
He's dead, Marshal.
Get on the train, Flora.
But I can't.
Come on, hurry. Go on, move.
Cassidy shot him, Mr. Dillon. I seen him through the train window.
Yeah, I saw him, Chester. Now, here he comes now. Watch him.
Yes, sir.
I killed him. I killed him, Marshal. Here's my gun. Take it.
I should have locked this gun up. You went back to the office for it, didn't you?
I thought something would go wrong. And it almost did, too.
I'd have stopped him, Cassidy.
You wouldn't have killed him, Marshal. He can't ever follow her now.
You're under arrest, Cassidy.
You can hang me, I don't care. Only One thing, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Chester, I'll lock him up. You go buy him a bottle, will you? He's been in a sober life.
No, Marshal. That's what I was going to say. I kind of like it this way. I ain't feeling sorry for myself no more. I'm through drinking the rest of my life. However long that's going to be.
Cassidy.
Yeah?
Nothing. All right, come on. Walk ahead of me.
Now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Today, there's one filter cigarette that stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor, for effective filtration, for highest quality tobacco. L&M's got everything. That's what makes it America's best filter-tip cigarette. L&M's try king size or regular. I know you'll go for 'em.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Eleanor Tannen, and Ralph Moody. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Try Chesterfield today. Instantly, you'll smile your approval of Chesterfield smoothness. You want them mild. We make them mild. Mild and mellow, with the smooth, refreshing taste of the world's best tobaccos. Instantly, you'll smile your approval of Chesterfield's satisfaction. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking. Try Chesterfield today.
The current issue of TV Radio Mirror carries a feature story on Gunsmoke, complete with pictures of Matt, Chester, Doc, and Kitty. It is available at your local newsstand. Remember, L&M Filters present another transcribed Gunsmoke program tonight at 8 Eastern Standard Time. That's right. Gunsmoke is now on the air twice every Saturday. Once at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and again at 8 p.m. Listen to Chesterfield's two great radio shows every week. The Perry Como Show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Dragnet, Tuesday nights on another network.
You're listening to Old Time Radio Sunday on Kpnl Radio, Portland, Oregon.
And your donations. You're listening to ABN, the Antioch Broadcast Network. You can find us on the web at radio.macinmind.com. Mac in mind, as in, I had the Mac in mind when I wrote this software. That's radio.macandmine.com. We now present Family Comedy on ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. This episode of My Favorite Husband originally aired Saturday, March 24th, 1951.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Transcribed and brought to you by the Jell-O family of red letter desserts.
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings, yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings, yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. And now let's look in on the Coopers. Tonight we're going to ask you to go back with us to an evening 2 weeks ago. George and Liz are entertaining George's boss, Mr. Atterbury, and his wife, Iris. Dinner is over and the group has just settled down in the living room.
Oh, gee, that was a delicious dinner, Liz.
Thank you, baby, honey. Oh, that's why I love you. Because you say such sweet things to me. Give me a kiss.
All right.
What a disgusting exhibition.
It is not, Rudolph. You should try acting like that.
All right. Come here, Liz.
Not with her.
Oh.
I'm sorry if I overdid it, Mr. Atterbury, but I'm feeling mellow toward George tonight. He promised to buy me the Easter hat I want.
Easter? Is it almost Easter time again?
Of course, Iris. It's a week from tomorrow.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. How could you miss all the ads?
So that's what's been cut out of our paper before I came.
Lotus bud.
Tell me, girl, has Christmas been here yet?
Oh, you're a scream. George,
Did you actually promise to buy Liz an Easter hat?
well, sure.
Without putting up a struggle?
Yes. You're something of an idiot, aren't you, boy?
Well, but what's the harm in buying a little hat?
When you've been married as long as I have, you'll know that a woman can parlay a bonnet into a whole spring wardrobe.
Liz, is that true?
Absolutely. Although, come to think of it, the straw hat I picked out won't go with my last year's outfit at all.
I rest my case.
Sorry, Liz, I'm not going to get stung for a whole outfit.
But, George, what am I going to wear in the Easter parade?
A new hat, and that's all.
Well, all right, but I'm liable to collect a crowd.
Yeah. She'll really be the grandest lady in the Easter parade.
Iris, what's happened? When George and I were first married, I got a complete new outfit every Easter.
So did I, girl.
George used to say he liked to show off my cute little figure.
So did Rudolph.
Whatever happened to those husbands?
The same thing that happened to those cute little figures.
What?
Rudolph.
Touche, Mr. Atterbury.
What do you mean? What happened to our figures? I'll have you know I can still wear a size 12.
Me too.
Iris, Liz isn't talking about her shoe size.
Neither am I. I have exactly the same measurements as the day George and I were married.
Oh, now, let's face it, honey. We've all put on a little weight in the interim.
That's not the only place.
never mind. George, do you remember that blue dress I had the first Easter we were married?
Yeah.
Well, I still have it, and I'm going up right now and put it on, and it'll fit perfectly, too.
Oh, Liz, it doesn't matter.
I'll show you. Come on, Iris. I know that dress is here some... Oh, here it is.
Look at the cut of it, Liz.
Yeah, it's been up here so long it's back in style again.
You know, you're right.
The idea of George thinking I couldn't get into this dress. See how easily it slips down over my shoulders? And down over my waist? And down over my... Down over my... Down over my...
What's the matter, girl?
I've hit a snag.
Yeah.
Never mind. The dress has shrunk, that's all.
Girl, this is Iris. Save that propaganda for the boys. Admit it, you put on weight in the hips.
I prefer to think of it as a little avoirdupois on the back of my lap.
Well, whatever you call it, it's still in the way. The dress won't come down over your hips.
Look, maybe if you pull on the bottom of the skirt and I hold my breath, we can do it.
Well, all right, girl, I'll try.
Okay, pull. Pull some more.
Pulling. It's too bad we don't have a big shoehorn. Hold your breath. There.
Phew. I did it. Come on, let's go down and show George.
Hold it, girl.
What's the matter?
Bad. You have a case of gaposis.
Huh?
You aren't zipped up the side.
Oh, I thought it was too easy. Zip me up, please.
Okay. Yeah. There's something in the way.
What?
You. Hold your breath again.
Okay.
There. We made it. Don't get... Now, there, exhale until we go down and show you to the boys. Come on.
George, boy, what's taking the girls so long up there?
Oh, who knows?
Here we are.
Liz, my gosh, you made it. You got into that dress.
She's got you, boy.
Oh, I'm amazed. Oh, I never thought you could do it. Did you have any trouble, Liz?
No, it was a cinch.
Gee, how long's it been since you wore that, Liz?
10 years.
Well, Liz's voice has changed.
Liz, is something wrong?
Nope.
Are you holding your breath?
No.
I might have known.
Gad, look at her face. I've never seen such an interesting shade of blue.
Okay, she's in the dress, George. I guess she proved her point. Come on, Liz, let's go take it off.
No, wait. I want to look at Liz some more. I think it's remarkable that she hasn't gained an ounce in 10 years.
Yes, come on, Liz.
You keep out of this, Lotus Bud.
You're sure you're not holding your breath, Liz?
No. Well, let's go.
No. Stick around, Liz. I want to wear you in that dress. Oh, just stand there and let me look at you.
Oh, dear.
Cheap material.
Well, Liz, I guess you'll have to admit you've gained a little weight.
Well...
Too bad, girls. George and I had just decided if you actually had the same figures you did 10 years ago, we were going to buy you both new Easter outfits.
You were?
We were? Oh, yes, we were.
Well, too bad. Better luck next Easter.
Oh, no. Nuts.
Wait a minute. It's still a deal.
What do you mean?
There's still time. If Iris and I reduce until we have those measurements again, can we have new Easter outfits?
Yeah.
Well, can we?
Huh?
I guess we're in for it, George. But let's get a few things straight. Just what size do you girls plan to diet back to?
12.
Iris, how about you?
24.
Now, just a minute, Lotus Bud. You said you used to wear a 12, too.
12 times 2. That's 24.
Iris, either you get down to a 12 or the deal's off.
All right.
We'll go down to Miller's first thing tomorrow and have them put aside 2 size 12 suits.
Yeah, and we'll go along to see that they really put aside size 12.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you trust us.
And first thing tomorrow, we start eating watercress sandwiches.
Iris, I just thought of something.
What?
If we get down to girl size 12 again, we'll be so gorgeous we won't have to look for new suits. We can look for new men.
Well, say, speaking of men, you can make the men in your family happy tomorrow if you top off that Easter dinner with a grand and glorious Jell-O chocolate pie for dessert. Velvety, rich, and creamy, extra chocolatey good, thanks to that exclusive Walter Baker chocolate blend. The easy recipe is on every package of Jell-O chocolate pudding and pie filling. Just add milk, and it takes about 5 minutes to cook. You're excited to find out new recipes there, too, such as chocolate banana fluff and cool, refreshing chocolate mint pudding. All of them quick and easy, all of them with that just right flavor blend that suits everybody's taste. All 3 Jell-O puddings and pie fillings make wonderful puddings, make perfect pies. Chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla. They're creamy, smooth, they're rich and velvety. They're easy as pie to fix. And all 3 gay new packages have delicious recipes on them that you'll certainly want to try. Your folks will love them. So whether you want pudding or whether you want pie, it's Jell-O puddings and pie fillings for the best in both. Yes, Jell-O puddings and pie fillings for red letter desserts.
And now back to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband. As we look in on the Coopers once again, we find them with the Atterberries in Miller's department store.
I think the suits are over this way, Iris.
I believe you're right, girl.
Why don't we go this other way? It's much shorter.
Shorter? That takes us all the way through the lingerie department.
I know.
Yeah, let's go that way.
Never mind, George.
Yeah, they have the cutest models around here.
Mr. Atterbury, you're wasting your time winking at that girl.
Oh, am I?
Yes, Rudolph.
If you pinch her, all you'll get is wax in your nails. She's a dummy.
Well, it takes one to know one.
It takes one to know one. I don't know.
May I help you? Yes, we'd like to look at some suits. Very well. What size? 12. All right. I'll see what... 12? Yes, 12. Oh, for your daughter? Fine, George. No, miss, the suit happens to be for me.
Oh. I want a size 12, too.
Shut up, Rudolph. Just show us the suits. We'll diet down to fit them. Step
This way, dreamer. We have some of our nicest suits right here on the rack.
Oh, this one is just wonderful. Look, Iris, navy with a touch of white on the collar.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see the next one. Oh, that is perfect.
Okay, I'll write it up.
Well, we can't take them until they fit us.
There goes my commission.
Just put them aside up side.
Well, step over here and I'll make out a sales slip.
Ooh, isn't this exciting, Iris?
Isn't it strange, boy? They're never so happy as when they're spending our hard-earned money.
Incidentally, how much of our precious cabbage will this be?
Oh, I don't know. Look at the price tag.
Okay. Well, not too bad. $13.50.
Well, let me see that. Look again, boy. That's $135.
For a suit?
Yeah. You ought to have at least 2 pair of pants.
Well, I can't stand a price like that. I'd better go and tell Liz the deal's off.
Oh, no, wait, boy. We'll never have to buy those suits.
We won't?
No. Here are 2 suits, size 10. We'll put the size 12 tags on them.
Mr. Atterbury, you're a genius. There's no chance of our getting stuck.
No. Size 10. Iris couldn't even get her arm through the neck hole.
Jiggers, here they come.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, George, it's all set. Now all we have to do is make the weight.
How much is this going to cost me, Liz?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask that. It's, $135.
Oh, is that all?
Who said that?
Mine's $150.
Very reasonable.
Oh, I get it. They don't think we'll be able to do it.
Well, we'll show them.
Yeah, come on, Iris. We'll start our diet right now.
But it's 4 o'clock.
Well, let's go someplace and not have tea.
George, boy, I'm certainly glad you invited us over to dinner. For a week now, Iris hasn't served anything but her diet food.
Oh, at your house, too?
Oh, I've eaten so many carrots, I'm beginning to whistle at rabbits instead of women.
Have you lost weight?
3 times last night, I stood up and my pants stayed sitting down.
They'd hurry with dinner.
Here they come. Well, looks like they're starting off with hors d'oeuvres. Oh, this should be some meal.
I'm sorry we took so long fixing dinner, fellas.
Oh, I'll bet you boys are starved.
I'll say.
Here, Mr. Atterbury, have a piece of celery.
Oh, thanks.
George?
Oh, thanks.
One for me and one for Iris.
Good. Mm-hmm. Well, Liz, that was a fine dinner.
Thanks.
Oh, God!
Are you kidding, Liz?
Certainly not. This is the way we lose weight. How much have you lost, Iris?
14 pounds.
Oh, I've only lost 12. Well, come on, dinner's over. Let's do the dish.
The housework's easier this way, isn't it?
I'll say.
George, I'm getting worried.
Yeah, so am I. If they lost that much weight, we're in trouble, even with those size 10 suits.
We better go back this afternoon and switch them again. They'll never make it down to a size 8.
Liz, why on earth did you have me meet you here in the malt shop? Are you trying to torture me?
No, I've got a plan. You said last night you lost 14 pounds, right?
Yeah.
You didn't lose half that much, did you?
No.
How much did you lose?
3/4.
3/4 of 14?
No, 3/4 of a pound. How much did you lose?
I gained a pound. But by the time we lose enough to wear those suits, we'll have to be wheeled in the Easter parade. So I called that salesgirl at Miller's this morning, and I made a deal with her. She'll switch the suits to a size 14 and put the size 12 tags on them.
Oh, Liz, you're a genius. Let's order something gooey right now.
I already did. I ordered 2 double fudge sundaes, smothered in whipped cream, nuts, and cherries.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Those are for me. What do you want? Waiter, double up on those sundaes and give me a milkshake while I'm waiting.
Miss Evans, could I see you a minute?
What is it, Mr. Morgan? I was just going out to lunch.
Keep your eyes open. There's been another outbreak of shoplifting in the dress and suit departments.
I haven't seen a thing.
And I don't wonder. Their technique is to put the clothes on under their own dresses and walk out that way.
Oh.
Well, you run along. I'll keep an eye on your department while you're gone.
Pardon me. I'm looking for the salesgirl who waited on me. Miss Evans, I think her name was.
Well, I'm sorry. She's out to lunch. Can someone else help you?
No, thanks. We'll just look around by ourselves.
Oh.
Is he gone, Iris?
Yeah.
Good. Then let's grab 2 size 14 suits and see if they fit us.
Okay. Here are the 14s.
Good. Now, let's go in the dressing room. These ought to fit us. Easy.
Oh, sure.
I'll just slip this skirt on. Then the jacket. And I'll button it up.
I think we can get into these.
Oh, dear. Look at me, Iris.
It is skin tight, isn't it?
It's tighter than that. I can move in. Moving my... How does yours fit?
Which way are the 16s?
Well, come on. Let's go out and try them. I wonder if they have a navy blue tent with a white collar.
The 16 should be right along here. What's the matter, girl? Did you see yourself in the mirror?
No, look over there. George and Mr. Atterbury.
So what?
So do you want them to find us in these suits? They'll know what we're up to.
Oh, you're right, girl. What do we do?
They saw us. Quick, back into the dressing room.
Okay.
We got to get out of these clothes.
We don't have time.
Iris, come out here. Liz, I want to see you right now.
We don't have time to change. What do we do? We'll have to put our dresses on right over these suits.
I'll give you 3, Iris. That goes for you, too, Liz.
Just a second. Are you ready, Iris?
Wait a minute.
Okay. I feel bulgier than ever. Well, here goes. Hi, George.
Hello.
What are you two doing here?
I'll bet I know.
What? Who are you?
I'm the manager. These women are shoplifters.
Shoplifters?
Now, just a minute. I'm Rudolph Atterbury, president of the Sheridan Falls National Bank. And this is my
just a moment, Mr. Atterbury, before you blow your top. Those women, you know what they have on under their dresses? No. Do you? I certainly do.
What?
Well, it's an old gag. They put new merchandise on under their dress and walk out with it.
Preposterous. Isn't it, Iris? Isn't it, Liz?
Are you girls out of your heads? Have you really got stolen merchandise on?
Well, sort of.
Oh, gag! Oh, gag!
Look, we can explain. Really, just get us out of this.
Wait a minute, Mr. Atterbury. Listen, in 1 second. Genius. Look, girls, if we get you out of this, will you forget about the Easter suits?
No, that's not fair.
Absolutely not.
That's enough of that whispering. Say, what's your connection with these women anyway, Mr. Atterbury?
I never saw them before in my life.
What?
Neither did I. Oh, they look like shady characters to me.
Never saw us before. Listen, this big fat tub of lard.
Wait, Iris.
Tub?
Let Iris. We are shoplifters.
What? What?
What? I'm tired of doing all the dirty work for these masterminds.
Mastermind?
Sure. Fagin Atterbury and Blackie Cooper. They made us pose as their wives while they trained us. First it was picking pockets. We got pretty good.
Yeah. Remember that cute little baby kangaroo you picked up at the zoo?
Yeah, his mother never felt a thing.
Then we worked on bigger and bigger things until one day at a carnival, Liz made me a dare.
She did it, too. But the next 3 misery months were trying to hide out with a hot merry-go-round on our hands.
Now that's enough. Iris, Liz, are you going to tell the truth or not?
Why, Fagin, we're telling the truth. Raise my right hand and hope to have a new Easter outfit, including gloves, shoes, and hat.
That goes double for me.
What do you say, George? We're stuck. Mr. Manager, my good fellow, will you forget this incident if we, buy each of the girls a whole new outfit? Well...
How about 2 Easter outfits each?
How about 3? We'll make it 4.
Oh, shut up!
Well, 2 outfits and it's a deal.
2 outfits. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I suggest you choose them from this department over here. Keep our more expensive. What we do?
Happy Easter, Iris.
Just right.
Yes, friend, just right.
Yes, friend. That glorious just right flavor blend of Jell-O chocolate pudding.
And that glorious Just Right flavor blend makes grand and glorious chocolate pie, too. So extra, extra chocolatey rich, you'll say you never tasted anything better. All 3 Jell-O puddings and pie fillings make wonderful pies. Chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla. You'll find recipes on the gay new packages for chocolate meringue pie and butterscotch pecan pie, rich vanilla banana pie, and fly. And you'll find lots of exciting pudding treats, too. All delicious, all quick and easy. 'Cause with Jell-O puddings and pie fillings, you just add milk and they take about 5 minutes to cook to velvety smooth perfection. You better stock up on all 3 flavors first thing next Monday, 'cause it's Jell-O puddings and pie fillings for red letter desserts.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's transcribed program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The parts of Mr. and Mrs. Atterbury were played by Gail Gordon and Bea Benaderet. Others in the cast were Frank Nelson and Shirley Mitchell. Be sure to watch for Lucille Ball as the hilarious cosmetic and Columbia dealer is picture The Fuller Brush Girl.
Does coffee make you nag, nag, nag?
It's the caffeine in coffee that really does it. The caffeine in coffee that turns an angel into a shrew.
So if coffee makes you nag, nag, nag.
Switch to Sanka Coffee, the regular or the instant. Sanka Coffee has 97% of the caffeine taken out. Sanka Coffee can't make you nervous or jittery. Sanka Coffee can't steal your sleep.
So if coffee makes you nag, nag, nag.
Switch to Sanka Coffee. Sanka Coffee. Sanka Coffee.
Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband again next week, presented by...
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tap. Fiocco pudding. Yes, sir.
The name Jell-O is a registered trademark of General Foods. Bob Lamont speaking.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ABN, the Antioch Broadcasting Network. You just heard an episode of My Favorite Husband, which originally aired Saturday, March 24th, 1951.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Before we join the Aldrich family, may we offer you a friendly challenge? I've heard it said that if the average person hears 5 separate statements, he has a hard time repeating even 4 of them. See how far above average you are. 1.
Many people can drink coffee without ill effects. But there are a good many other people whose nerves are set on edge by coffee.
2.
People who are affected by coffee may find it helpful to drink Postum regularly instead of coffee.
3.
Postum contains no caffeine, no stimulant of any kind that could possibly upset anybody's nerves.
4.
Postum is a hearty, robust, really swell drink, enjoyed every mealtime by millions of Americans.
5.
You can get Postum at your grocer's.
Now, how many of those statements can you remember? Well, I'll give you a little tip. Remember, if you remember the last one, to get Postum at your grocer's, then you've remembered the one that you will be most grateful for. For it's when you get it that you can give Postum a fair trial. You can then see if you don't agree that Postum is a grand drink. See if you aren't much less nervous, more at ease, thanks to your switch to Postum. One of the attractive things about teenage youngsters is that they manage to get a lot of fun out of things which, to their elders, are apt to be pretty much of a bore. Let's see how Henry Aldrich handles the problem of moving day, for instance. The scene opens in Kathleen Anderson's living room.
Now, wait a second, Homer. Kathleen asked me to lift that box for her.
Henry, will you take your hands off it? You're only making it heavier.
I know, Homer, but everything I've picked up, you've tried to grab, too. Why do you think the Andersons weren't able to move without your butting in?
All right, then take it. And I hope you break your back.
Well, gee whiz, Homer, that's a nice thing to do. Right on Kathleen's mother's hardwood floor.
They're moving out of here, aren't they?
And someone's moving in, aren't they?
Henry, did you hurt yourself?
No, I didn't hurt myself. Homer, could you give me a hand with this?
I thought you wanted to lift it yourself.
Wait a second now, and I'll put this other pile of books in.
Oh, you're going to put more in it?
Henry, we have to get everything we own out of here by tonight.
You do?
Yes, Henry.
Well, you're going to have where's dinner?
I don't know.
Listen, Kathleen, why don't you come over to our house for dinner?
Over to your house? Really, Homer?
Homer, over to your house? And now, wait a second. Why should she want to come over to your house?
Why shouldn't she?
Because, Homer, in the first place, your mother and father are both on a diet. And you know what that means.
What does it mean?
Henry! Yes, Mrs. Anderson? Are you calling I?
Could you come here and help me with this stepladder?
Yes, sure. Homer, move that box of books out on the porch for Kathleen.
Alone?
Is it too heavy for you, Homer?
Well, I'll tell you. Listen, Kathleen, why don't you all come over for dinner? As long as your mother's going to have all your dishes packed.
Oh, I don't think we should impose on your mother and father like that, Homer.
Well, that's the beautiful part of it. If you come over, my mother will have to cook something good for a change.
No, Homer, I don't think we'd better. Now, would you move that box, please?
Okay. Say, I've got a better idea, Kathleen. I'll go home and ask my mother. Then I can whole thing. Explain the...
And if she says she'd rather we wouldn't come, will you be frank and tell us so?
Oh, gee whiz, Kathleen. You don't have to worry about a thing like that.
Hey, Homer, how about coming down in the basement and give me a hand with a barrel of stuff?
I've got to beat it, Henry. As soon as you get the barrel up, move that box of books there.
Listen, Kathleen, where's he going?
Home to see whether his mother would mind having anyone extra for dinner.
You mean you're going? You're going? Instead of coming over to my house?
Well, Henry, you hadn't even mentioned your house.
Kathleen, don't you remember my saying, don't you want to eat with my family?
Well, I didn't say I didn't want to. I'd much rather, only how about your mother?
My mother? What would my mother have to do with your coming over for dinner? I mean, all I have to do is phone and say you're coming. Hello?
My goodness, I guess your mother's better natured than my mother.
Oh, gee, as soon as I say...
Number, please.
Listen, Mother.
Number, please.
Oh, Elm 303.
Elm 303.
Kathleen?
Yes, Mother?
Could you help me, please?
All right. Something else, and I have nice to tell you.
And Kathleen, after dinner, maybe we can go to the movie.
Hello?
Hello, listen, Mother.
Henry, where are you?
Why, over help. I'm just, I'm sort of.
You won't be late getting home for dinner tonight, will you, dear? We're going to eat early.
Oh, we are? Mother, I want to tell you something.
What is it?
You know, the Anderson.
Something happened to them?
No, they're in an awful predicament. They have to get out of their house by tonight, see?
Really? Where are they going?
Over on Center Street.
Well, that'll be not be late, will you, dear?
Wait a second, Mother. I haven't finished. I have their predicament.
Dear, I can't stand here and talk with you. I'm putting up applesauce.
You are? Well, that's good. How would you... Well, what would you think of sort of helping out and asking Kathleen to come and eat with us?
Henry, this is no time to ask anyone for dinner. I've got jars and applesauce all over the kitchen.
But, Mother, she's very fond of applesauce.
Frankly, Henry, I don't like you bringing home a guest when I'm working as hard as I am.
But, Mother...
Dear, you may have her any night but tonight.
Henry! Look, Mother, let me explain something.
Henry, there's nothing to explain.
Henry! Mother, listen.
Goodbye, dear.
But, Mother...
Henry, did you get your mother?
Yes, and... Boy,
well, that's wonderful, because Mother says she'd be glad to let me go.
What's that? Well, that's fine.
In the first place, Alice, Henry shouldn't have asked you.
But, Sam, I told him he could not have Kathleen tonight.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. Not that Kathleen isn't welcome here, but there's a chance that Ed Wilson will be in town.
You mean you've asked him to have dinner here?
No, Alice, but if he does arrive in town tonight, I'd like to feel free to ask him for dinner so we can talk business.
Then I'm all the more glad Kathleen isn't coming.
Mother!
Henry, is that you?
Yes. Where are you?
We're in the living room. We'd like very much to speak to you.
You mean Father's in there with you?
I am.
Oh, hello, Father.
Hello.
Henry, I certainly hope Kathleen understood why I couldn't have her tonight.
Well, Mother, if you aren't awfully busy, could I speak to you out in the dining room where we can be alone? I mean...
Dear, there's no use your bringing the subject up. Your father agrees with me. We cannot have Kathleen tonight.
Oh, we can't?
Henry, remember this for as long as you live. Don't ever ask anyone to this house for dinner as a surprise to us.
Yes, Father.
Is that clear, dear?
Yes, Mother.
That doesn't go just for Kathleen. It goes for Homer Brown, for Jimmy Bartlett.
Yes, Father.
For everyone and anyone you happen to have an impulse to ask.
Yes, Mother. Only first there's just one thing I want to explain.
Don't try to explain anything. Kathleen is out of the picture as far as tonight is concerned.
Sam, where are you going?
Out in the garden.
Mother, would you be interested in listening to me?
Henry, let's not hear any more about it.
But, Mother, look what Mrs. Anderson gave me.
What is it? Are those rations?
Yes,
Sam.
Sure, she felt that bad about it.
Well, my goodness.
Look, 3 stamps. That gives you some idea, Mother, of how...
Well, Henry, you certainly couldn't have been very cordial in your invitation.
What's that?
Henry, what did you say to Mrs. Anderson that made her feel she had to give you those?
That's the funny part of it. It came right out of a clear blue sky.
Dear, do you realize this makes how embarrassed me feel? Apparently she thought the reason we couldn't have Kathleen was because we didn't have enough ration stamps.
Why, Mother?
Dear, when you're inviting anyone for dinner, there are 2 ways to do it. Either don't ask them at all, or you ask them wholeheartedly and really make them feel as though they're wanted.
You do?
Yes, dear, of course you do. What's the Andersons' number?
You're going to call them?
Of course I am.
Why, it's Elm 344.
Elm 344?
Number, please.
Operator, I want Elm 344.
Elm 344.
Henry, do you see that list of groceries on the table?
Yes, Mother.
I want you to take it and go right over to the store.
Yes, sure, and thanks very much.
And don't even mention this to your father. You let me explain things.
Yes, Mother.
Hello. Hello, is this Betty Anderson?
Yes.
This is Alice Aldrich, dear. I've just been talking with Henry, and frankly, Betty, I've never been quite so embarrassed.
Well, what about Alice?
Anyone that has to move at a time like this and is in the position you're in, well, Betty, we just love to help you all.
Oh, really? All of us?
Of course. What's that?
What's that?
Oh, you mean you can all... Well, that's fine, Betty. I was afraid for a minute Henry had asked just Kathleen.
Now, Alice, are you sure you can have us all on this short notice?
Why, Betty, I give you my word, nothing would give us more pleasure than making you feel that our home is your home.
Really, Alice? Oh, that's awfully sweet of you.
Not at all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Sam! Sam, I've got to tell you something.
Hello?
Hello?
Bob, this is Betty.
What do you think? The Aldriches have come to the rescue. They've asked us over to their house.
Yes? For the next 3 days?
Why, no, Bob. No, of course not. Just for dinner.
Well, that takes care of one meal, but where are we going to stay tonight and tomorrow night until the other place is ready?
Well, couldn't you get rooms at the mansion house?
No. They're all filled up. You don't suppose the Aldriches would put us up for a few days, do you?
Now, Bob, I'm even a little embarrassed about going over there for dinner.
Well, do they know we can't move into the other house?
Yes.
Well, then I don't see why they don't ask us. We do the same for them.
Well, Alice Aldrich did say she wanted us to feel that their home was our home, but I don't think she expects us to stay 3 days.
Why don't you call her back and make sure?
Now, Bob, I can't do that. Let's just wait and see what happens.
Very well.
And, Bob, somebody's at the door. I've just got to hang up and see who it is.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, where are you? I'm out here in the front hall. Is Kathleen here?
Hello, Henry. What is it?
Nothing, Kathleen. Nothing. I was just on my way to get some groceries for something, and I just thought I'd drop in.
Oh.
All I want to know is, I want to make sure.
Yes, Henry?
Well, I want to be positive, see?
Yes, Henry.
I just had a talk with my mother, and she called you, didn't she?
Yes, and that was very sweet of her.
Boy, was she upset over the way I asked Kathleen.
Well, your mother was certainly nice to call and ask us all.
Oh, all of you?
Yes.
Well, gee, that's the way my mother is. Once she decides to do something, she'll even turn over her whole house to you.
Really? As a matter of fact, Henry, she did say we were to feel your home was our home.
Sure. All she's got to know is you're in a jam. And boy.
Only, Henry, are you positive we won't be crowding you?
Crowding us? Gee whiz, how could you do a thing like that?
Are you sure, Henry?
Kathleen, you talk as though we'd never had company before. Gee whiz, there's plenty of room.
And your mother told you to say that?
Sure. She certainly said I was to be cordial. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, and thanks very much for coming over.
Kathleen, go to the phone and call your father.
Yes, Mother.
Tell him it's all settled. We won't have to go to the hotel.
Hi, Kathleen. Yes, Homer, where are you?
I'm out here at the back door. Where are you?
I'm just going to put in a phone call.
Well, look, I've got a sort of embarrassing message for you, see? My mother said she'd like to have you folks come for dinner. In fact, there's nothing she'd rather have you do. Only, don't you think as long as you folks are going to be so tired from moving and everything, it would be better to wait and come sometime afterwards when you feel fresher? And you can keep your mind on what you're eating?
Well, Homer, as a matter of fact, we're all going over to Henry's.
For dinner?
Yes.
Everybody? Well, gee whiz, that's a fine thing. Could I use your telephone before you do?
I guess so.
Hello? If that isn't a... Gee whiz.
Number, please.
Elm 232.
Elm 232. And, Homer, as soon as you get through, could you come in the living room and help me move that box of books for Mother?
Didn't Henry take care of it? Of all the...
Hello?
Hello, Mother. I won't be home for dinner.
Why not?
The Aldriches are throwing a party.
But, Mother, I didn't ask them all for dinner. You did.
Well, incidentally, since you knew how many would be here, why didn't you get enough string beans?
I did. That's the beautiful part of it.
Then why me before? Why didn't you send your store?
You did?
Father to the...
Well, I'll go right down and get him.
Now, don't do anything more. You've done enough as it is.
Where are you going?
Over to Mrs. Kilmer's and try to borrow a large tablecloth. And, dear, I hope you'll let this be a lesson. Don't ever start inviting people in a wholesale way like this again.
Yes, Mother. Only I just asked Kathleen.
And please go answer that phone.
Yes, Mother. Maybe this is Mrs. Anderson, saying they thought it over and none of them can come, except Kathleen. Hello?
Hello. May I speak with Mr. Aldrich, please?
Why, Mr. Aldrich isn't here right now.
Could you tell me how I might get in touch with him, please?
I don't think you can. He's out trying to scrape up some string beans.
What's that? May I ask who this is speaking?
This is his son.
Oh, yes. This is Mr. Wilson. I believe I met you when I was in town last week.
Oh, yes, up on the roof.
Henry, I'm in sort of a jam down here at the hotel. I've been trying to get a room, and they tell me there isn't a chance.
There isn't?
As a matter of fact, even the dining room is packed.
You mean you can't get in and get anything?
That's why I called. I was wondering whether you might have any suggestion to make.
Well, I tell you, no.
What's that?
I'm pretty sure I'd better not make that one.
Do you know any place to get a room or a meal?
Why, no. No, my mother was just saying a little while ago. No, everything's all tied up.
I see.
How about my father phoning you when he comes in?
That won't do any good. I can't wait here. I've got to find a place to eat and sleep.
Oh.
Just forget the whole thing. Bye.
Poor Henry. he certainly picked the wrong time to take his parents literally. But if I may say so, it's the right time for you to take me literally when I suggest that some of you have a big surprise coming the first time you try Postum. For undoubtedly, some of you will take your first sip of Postum expecting it to taste like coffee, and it doesn't. Postum is an entirely different drink, which you shouldn't expect to taste like coffee any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea. The flavor of Postum is distinctively its own, and so lusty and satisfying, so incomparably good, that whole families favor Postum over any other mealtime drink they've tried. We'd like you to enjoy Postum too, friends. Enjoy the rich, hearty, bracing flavor, and discover why one of America's great mealtime drinks is Postum. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. The Aldriches are upset to think that Kathleen Anderson and her family are coming for dinner this evening, never dreaming that the Andersons are really preparing to stay for 3 days. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. Mr. Aldrich is speaking.
Alice, where are you?
I'm in here straightening up the living room, Sam. My goodness, where have you been all this time?
I've been out trying to find enough groceries.
But, dear, do you realize there's hardly an hour left before the Andersons will be here?
Alice, I couldn't help it if somebody had bought all the string beans in town. The Andersons will have to eat eggplant.
I do hope they won't stay long after dinner.
Father, is that you?
It is.
Well, gee whiz, I've been waiting for you. There was a phone call for you.
Yes? From Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Oh, then he's in town. That's fine. I tried to phone him from the drugstore.
Yes, Father. And boy, are they jammed down at the hotel.
You mean he can't get a room?
No, sir.
Well, you told him to come up here, didn't you?
Up here? What for?
Why, for dinner, dear, and stay overnight.
Why?
No, Mr. Wilson. He came to town to do business with me.
I know, Father, but you gave me a lecture about asking people right out of a clear sky like that.
There's nothing about it that's out of a clear sky. Where did he say I could reach him?
He said you couldn't. He said he was going out to look for some place to sleep.
Henry Aldrich.
But Mother, don't you see the position I was in?
Henry, if we have antagonized Mr. Wilson and he goes back to Chicago without seeing me, I'll...
Now, Sam?
I'm sorry, Father.
But, Alice, of all the people we know, Ed Wilson. After all, we do have a guest room.
Now, Sam, don't be upset. That's probably Mr. Wilson at the door this minute.
Yes?
Well, gee whiz, let me go to the door. I'd like to be the one who invites him in.
Now, wait a minute, Henry. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Alice, look out the window.
Where's Sam?
Look who's on the front porch.
Oh, gee whiz, it's Kathleen and her mother.
Sam, what are they here now for?
I don't know. What time did you tell them to come?
Well, I certainly didn't tell them to come this early. I'm not even dressed.
Father, do you suppose something's happened and they can't come?
What do you mean they can't come?
Sam, don't let them in till I get these papers straightened up. Can't one of you help me with them?
Where do you want me to put them? Here, Henry, take them out to the kitchen.
Yes, Father.
Sam, open the door.
Yes,
Only
Alice.
wait a minute, dear. Here's a match I didn't pick up. Henry, take this match out, too.
Who's going to notice a match at a time like this? Well, hello there.
Hello, Sam. Hello, Alice. Betty, dear, hello.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich.
Hello. Don't tell me you can't come in.
I thought perhaps it would be too early for you, but that house was driving me crazy. I just had to get out of it.
Well, it's quite all right. Tell me, where's Bob?
He's coming with the car, Alice.
Oh.
Yes, Mother and I walked over.
Really? Well, that's just fine.
Yes, that's fine. Let's all sit down.
Mr. Aldrich, is Henry here?
Oh, yes, Kathleen. Henry!
Henry!
I guess he doesn't hear. He'll be back in a minute, though.
Suppose I go and get him. I've got one or two little things to attend to in the kitchen anyhow, if you'll just excuse me.
Can Kathleen and I help you, Alice?
No, dear, there isn't a thing to do.
Well, there's the doorbell. I guess that's Father.
Yeah? Well, that's fine.
Mr. Aldrich, do you suppose you could go out and help him bring in Grandmother?
What? What's that?
Yes, Sam, Bob's mother. You remember her, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's fine.
Hello, Sam. Here we come.
Hello, Bob. And Mrs. Anderson. How are you?
Just take her other arm, Sam.
Yeah? All right, sir. Here we come.
You want some help, Father?
Yes, Kathleen. Go out to the car and get Grandmother's cushion.
All right. Have you any idea where Henry is?
Henry! Henry!
I hope we're not going to be crowding you, Sam.
No, not at all. Everything's going to be fine.
Here we go, Grandmother. Right down into the big chair.
Bob, what do you want me to do?
Just let go of her, Sam. She does better if you let her drop in.
Yeah? Well, that's fine.
There we are. Sam, I can't begin to tell you how grateful we are for your Miss Jane pulling us out.
Right? That's all.
Yes, indeed. Now, Sam, I want to tell you one thing. Betty and I decided before we came over we're going to make as little trouble for you as possible.
Now, Bob, what are you talking about trouble for?
Well, let's work out a schedule for the bathroom. You know what I mean? So we won't get in your way.
What's that?
And tell me, frankly, Sam, would you rather we eat with you or a little ahead of you?
What's that?
Well, why don't you let us do this? I was just thinking we'll eat first and clean up the kitchen and get out of your way.
The kitchen?
Sam!
Yes, Alice, what is it?
Could you please come here right away?
Yes, Alice. If you folks will excuse me, I'll go see what she wants.
Sam, do you suppose there'd be any objections to Grandmother eating upstairs?
Upstairs? Why, no, that would be fine.
Sam, I want you to tell me something.
Alice, it's not you to tell me.